Chapter 522. The elder's words gave Zichun an urge to immediately enter the depths. Other than those secret areas, the elder also told him that there were supreme treasures in the depths. Furthermore, there were many ancient beasts there. If he wanted to undergo another baptism, he would have to enter the depths and kill the little devil leopard and wolf cub. Once the passage was opened, the ancient beasts would gather there. Killing them would be relatively easy. Of course, with so many ancient beast kings present, the danger level in the depths was several levels higher than the outside world. In the past, none of the trial takers had dared to enter the depths of this region. And among those trial takers, there were also trial takers from the 5 overlords. In the Bedlam region, their inheritances were ancient, over 10,000 years old. They were considered overlords, and a single word from them could shake the entire Bedlam region. But in the ancient battlefield, they were only small powers that had come here 10 times. Compared to those powers that had come here dozens of times, they were much weaker in terms of foundation and strength. Senior, since there are supreme treasures in the depths, why don't you come with us? Asked Zichun. He wanted to find a backer. The elder shook his head, clearly saying that he wouldn't go. That disappointed Zichun. The monk's baptism still hadn't ended, so Zichun naturally couldn't leave immediately. He still had to wait for a while. But during this time, he didn't stay idle. The spirit-devouring rats had discovered that there were many ancient beasts in the surroundings that seemed to be spying on them. Zichun was delighted to hear that. Just as he was about to doze off, someone had sent him a pillow. He was still a bit away from perfect control, but now a sparring partner had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. On that day, Zichun found a sparring partner and immediately began fighting. The battle lasted for 2 hours. During that time, the ancient beast didn't have any chance to counterattack. It could only passively endure Zichun's attacks. It was like a living target, constantly testing the power of Zichun's attacks. After 2 hours, the ancient beast died. But when it died, there was no fear in its eyes. Instead, there was a kind of relief. As the sky darkened, Zichun returned. On the second day, he found another ancient beast and made his move. Just like the day before, the ancient beast finally realized that death was a form of release after enduring hundreds and thousands of punches. Thus, it died with a sense of release. The first battle only took 2 hours. As it was still early, Zichun found the second and third ancient beasts. 3 days later, Zichun had killed 7 ancient beasts in total. On the 4th day, there were no longer any traces of ancient beasts in the surroundings. Zichun felt that it was a pity that so many sparring partners were gone just like that. Fortunately, at this moment, Tyrant had also successfully completed his baptism and transformed once again. His body flickered with golden light, and Buddhist light illuminated the world. He had a benevolent countenance and looked like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. His battle prowess naturally became stronger, and he was about to fight with Zichun. His image as an eminent monk was instantly destroyed. Zichun nodded. He was happy to find a sparring partner. Hence, the two of them engaged in an intense battle beside the black pool. This battle lasted for a very long time and only ended when the monk's energy was depleted. Zichun did not use the finger bone or the broken spear. He only used pure strength. The two of them fought to a draw. Tyrant secretly exclaimed that Zichun was too monstrous. He simply had inhuman battle prowess. While he was admiring Zichun's strength, Tyrant seemed to have forgotten that he himself was also extraordinary to be able to fight to a draw with an inhuman existence. For the next half a day, Tyrant took out his sword tooth and divided up the 7 ancient beasts that Zichun had killed in the past few days. As they were about to head deeper, the greedy monk finally gave up on continuing his baptism. A day later, the two of them bade farewell to the old man and headed deeper. The demonic ape lay in Zichun's arms and slept. The spirit-devouring rat followed. The group of 4 continued on their journey. The ancient battlefield had been open for more than a month. Zichun had killed nearly 20 ancient beasts. He secretly exclaimed that there were many ancient beasts here, but many forces did not even manage to kill a single ancient beast. Just as the devouring sky wolf had said, ancient beasts were the strongest among those of the same level. They could completely slaughter humans. Many humans encountered powerful ancient beasts, but not only did they fail to kill them, they were also killed instead. One should know that the auction price of a single entry token was millions of high-grade primordial stones. This caused some forces to only be able to purchase one token and send in 5 Zephyrs. If these 5 Zephyrs encountered ancient beasts like Grey Rat or Black Rat, they would barely be able to kill them with their elixir weapons. If they encountered the demonic leopard or wolf cub, they would be slaughtered instead. In this region, being able to kill a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant was already an incredible feat. However, in a certain corner of this region, an ancient beast comparable to wolf cub was trapped by humans. It was a golden-furred lion. It was tall and abnormally majestic. Its fur was glowing. Although it was not a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant, it was not much different from the demonic leopard cub. Roar! The golden-furred lion's roar shook the heavens. A powerful aura surged around its body. With every movement, a burst of crazy energy was swept up. It was already trapped by the formation. Above its head, formation flags emitted a destructive aura. Terrifying energy kept falling, hitting the golden lion below. However, the golden lion's defense was very strong. This formation that could easily slaughter humans could not break through the golden lion's defense. In the formation, other than the golden lion, there were also human figures flashing. They used strange footwork techniques to shuttle through the formation, avoiding the destructive energy. It was as if they were in a place where there was no one, and they took the opportunity to kill the golden lion. Clang! Light flashed, and the elixir weapons emitted a cold aura. However, when they hit the golden lion, they made a clanging sound. They could not even break through the golden lion's defense. Instead, the golden lion's attack could injure the humans. Zhang Haoyan, this beast's defense is too strong. Attack its vital points. Outside the formation, the young man controlling the formation transmitted his voice. Light flashed in his hands as he changed hand seals to control the formation flags. In the sky, the formation flags were constantly changing and powerful attacks were launched. However, most of the time, the young man was still maintaining the formation. The golden lion's attack power was very strong. A casual attack could shake the formation. If they only attacked without defending, the formation would be broken by the golden lion. In order to trap this big guy, they had worked hard for half a month. They had used all kinds of methods to trap it. Naturally, they would not let it escape so easily. Swoosh! A strange red light suddenly appeared from the side and went straight to the golden lion's eyes. It was a red blade, and it was very sharp. It directly pierced into the golden lion's eyes. The one holding the blade was actually a beautiful woman in red. Puff! The blade pierced through the golden lion's eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden lion was in pain. It let out a roar that shook the heavens. It went completely crazy, and one of its claws slashed forward. The woman who had just attacked drew her sharp blade and quickly dodged, wanting to avoid this attack. However, she was too slow, and the golden claw hit her, causing her to suffer a heavy blow. She coughed up a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Bastard! Suddenly, a shout rang out again. Another green light flashed from the formation and rushed toward the golden lion. Wang Qiong, the golden lion has gone berserk. Hurry back! A shout came from outside the formation. However, it was clearly too late. The man called Wang Qiong had already flashed in front of the golden lion, and his pill weapon stabbed forward. It was still the golden lion's eyes. The pill weapon stabbed in the same place. Then, Wang Qiong was sent flying by the berserk golden lion. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Bastard! Watch how I, Wang Shan, kill you. Just as Wang Qiong was sent flying, another young man appeared in the formation. He held a pill weapon and attacked fiercely. At this moment, the void trembled. A cold light pierced into the golden lion's other eye. This was a completely suicidal attack. He was determined to kill the golden lion. Unfortunately, he had overlooked the powerful vitality of ancient beasts. Even with both eyes pierced, he was still alive. Pooh! Blood rained down from the sky. Wang Shan was also sent flying. At the same time, the golden lion went berserk, and the entire formation started to tremble. The young man controlling the formation continuously coughed up blood, and he gave up on attacking. He controlled the formation flags to descend and surround the golden lion, and he started to surround it. Then, another black light appeared and struck the golden lion's injured eye. It was the young man who had attacked first. His name was Zhang Haoyin. This was a bitter battle. 5 human experts had joined forces to kill the golden lion, but they were still at a disadvantage. The golden lion, whose eyes had been blinded, was in a completely berserk state. It repeatedly attacked the formation, and the formation, which had turned from attack to defense, was actually unable to withstand it. Crack, crack. Under the golden lion's charge, cracks began to appear on the array flags that were inserted into the ground, and they were about to shatter. "No, the formation is about to break," shouted the young man. "Kill." In the formation, the 3 men and the woman stood up again. They wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and rushed toward the golden lion. Every attack was aimed at the golden lion's vital points. Every attack was powerful. At this moment, the 4 of them were giving it their all. Roar. The golden lion roared and struggled. Its voice shook the sky as it continued to attack. The 3 men and the woman in the formation were injured again. It could be said that they had suffered more injuries. As they persisted, the golden lion's roar became weaker and weaker. Its movements also became slower and slower. In the end, it fell with a bang. A golden lion comparable to a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant was killed by 5 humans. This was simply a miracle. As for the 5 humans who had created this miracle, they had also paid a great price for it. All of them were heavily injured and had suffered fatal injuries. The previous battle caused too much of a commotion. It might attract other people or ancient beasts. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly," said the young man named Wang Qiong. Then, he supported his injured body and stood up. Beside him, the young man maintaining the formation also collected the cracked formation flags. "We used up a lot of energy this time, but to be able to kill an ancient beast with a very pure bloodline, it was all worth it. As long as we find a place to recuperate for a few days, we will be able to kill another ancient beast," said the youth who had finished collecting the array flags. Pa. Chapter 523. They had just slain the ancient beast, and they were still severely injured. Their energy had also been depleted to the limit, so before they could recover from their injuries, a human had already appeared. I didn't believe it before when they said that the barbarians of this generation are very strong. Now that I see the 5 of you can kill a pure-blooded ancient beast, I believe it. More and more humans appeared. First, there were more than 10, then 20, and the number was still increasing. "Who are you?" Wang Qiong was the first to speak. The 5 of them looked at the strangers warily. Sensing that they were not friendly, he took out a drop of mid-grade yuan liquid and swallowed it. At the same time, the others did the same. Even though mid-grade yuan liquid was expensive, and they only had 1 drop each, they still had to swallow it to recover their energy. "Haha, who are we?" The number of humans finally stopped at 39. One of them, a young man with a cold expression, laughed loudly and said mockingly, "Barbarians, wash your dog ears and listen carefully. We are from the 8 major forces of Chaos City." The other party's arrogance made Wang Qiong frown. "We don't have any enmity with each other, right?" "No enmity? Barbarian dog, you're lying through your teeth. You just stole our ancient beast, and now you dare say you have no enmity with each other?" A cold voice sounded from the other side. It was another young leader of a major force. It was obvious that these 39 people were divided into 8 teams, and each team had a leader who represented a faction. "Idiot, this is the ancient beast we killed. We spent half a month on it. When did it become your ancient beast?" Wang Shan was furious. "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but this is a pure-blooded ancient beast. It's very strong. Do you idiots have the strength to kill it?" Wang Shan was a true spoiled brat in the land of the barbarians. He would often snatch someone's love away from them. He would commit all sorts of crimes and was lawless. However, he was always the one who snatched from others. Since when was it someone else's turn to snatch from him? At this moment, the other party's words had completely enraged Wang Shan. "Motherf asterisk cur, barbarian dogs? Then what are you guys? Chaotic dogs? For the past 3 years, The arrogance that he had been suppressing in the fringe had been completely unleashed. He, Wang Shan, had never seen anyone more arrogant than him since he was born. Those who were more arrogant than him, except for one exception, were all dead. King Mountain's outburst stunned the people from the 8 major forces. The barbarian dog, who was already seriously injured, still dared to curse others. This was somewhat unexpected. Then, there was a crazy killing intent in everyone's eyes. Behind Wang Qiong, the others also had angry expressions. They had paid a huge price to kill this ancient beast, and these people actually wanted to shamelessly snatch it. Only Wang Qiong was still relatively calm. He said calmly, "You guys must be mistaken. This is an ancient beast that we worked so hard to kill. How could we snatch it from you? It's a mistake. Do you think we're like you, brainless barbarian dogs? Look at all of us. We're all fully prepared. You'll know if there's a mistake or not." This time, the one who spoke was the leader of the Liu clan. In this region, he had been beaten up by Zichun and knocked out by the spirit-devouring rats. He hated barbarians to the extreme. There were dozens of flickering alchemy weapons in the surroundings. Killing intent locked onto them. Every cultivator who entered this time had an alchemy weapon. Alchemy weapons were rare in the fringe, but here they were as common as cabbages. Seeing this scene, Wang Shan and the others were even more enraged. They were true monstrous geniuses and were not any weaker than these leaders. If they hadn't been seriously injured from fighting the ancient beast, they wouldn't have been afraid even if they were surrounded. However, these people seemed to have grasped the fact that they were heavily injured. That was why they dared to appear. Wang Qiong smiled. His voice was still calm as he said, "It looks like this is a misunderstanding. Since you guys found the ancient beast first, you can take it. We'll leave now." After saying that, Wang Qiong led the 4 away. Looking at the dead Jin Shi, the 4 of them were unwilling. However, when they saw Wang Qiong's sharp eyes, they didn't say anything and left. In the fringe, Wang Qiong was able to lead a force that could protect itself. This was enough to prove his leadership ability. Wait a minute. Can a misunderstanding be resolved? I think this beauty is not bad. She's delicate and soft. Why don't she stay and accompany us as an apology? Another person said. He was an expert from the Ning clan. That's right. We've been killing ancient beasts here, and we're tired. We need someone to help us loosen our bones. This chick should stay. Another expert said. Stay, and let us play with her. Damn it. A bunch of barbarian dogs and a chick. You guys really know how to enjoy yourselves. When we're tired of playing with her, we'll naturally send her to you. The other leaders also spoke with a mocking look. This bunch of scum. Wang Shan was furious. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at the people who spoke. Zhang Haoyan and LV Peng also had the urge to attack. Hearing those filthy words, Wang Xian's face turned ashen. If she wasn't seriously injured, she would have already killed them. Don't be rash. Listen to my orders. Wang Qiong's expression also turned gloomy. However, he was still restraining himself. All 5 of them were seriously injured. If they rushed over and fought with their lives on the line, they would definitely die. Death might be a relief, but if they were lucky enough to survive, it would be an inhumane torture for them. Wang Qiong would never allow such a thing to happen, especially to his sister. Bang! Light flashed around Wang Qiong's body. Then, he kicked out. A surge of energy surged and the dead Jin Shi was kicked away. While they were talking, the energy in their bodies had completely recovered. Wang Qiong's kick was full of power. The Jin Shi was kicked a few miles away like a golden meteorite. Let's go. After kicking the Jin Shi, Wang Qiong shouted and led the group in the opposite direction. The ancient beast that they had spent so much time and effort to kill was kicked away without any hesitation. This showed Wang Qiong's decisiveness. Such a scene was obviously out of the expectations of the 39 people from the 8 major forces. However, they were only stunned for a moment before they reacted instantly. Half of the 39 people chased after the 5 barbarians while the rest went to split the Jin Shi. These barbarians are already injured. They won't be able to run far. Other than that woman, kill the rest. The 39 people team was divided into 2 groups. One group of 20 people chased after the barbarians. Only 20 people. Do you think we're easy to bully? Looking at the pursuers behind him, Wang Shan snorted. Killing intent surged in his eyes. LV Pong, prepare the array. We'll destroy this bunch of chaotic dogs. Just 20 people with ordinary combat strength. They're simply courting death. Zhang Haoyin's eyes flickered with cold light. You don't need to do anything. I can use the array to destroy them. First, open up the distance and wait for me to set up the array. A bunch of chaotic dogs. LV Peng was so angry that he cursed. However, before they could set up the array, they found that the number of pursuers behind them had increased. The 19 people who went to find the Jin Shi had all turned back. Damn it, they didn't split the Jin Shi. Obviously, they want to kill us first. Wang Qiong's face changed. The 8 major forces had actually abandoned the Jin Shi and turned to kill them. This was obviously out of his expectations. They were seriously injured, so their speed was not very fast. Soon, the people from the 8 major forces caught up. After the incident with Zichun, the people from the 8 major forces hated the barbarians to the core. They were determined to exterminate them and vent their anger. Moreover, these barbarians were very strong. Each of them had monstrous combat strength. If they were allowed to escape, they would suffer terrible revenge in the future. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to kill them first and then divide the treasures. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. If this situation continued, they would soon be besieged. Moreover, they were seriously injured. Once they were besieged, they would die. Wang Qiong, protect Wang Xian well. I believe that Zichun is in this area. Let's find him first. Zhang Haoyin suddenly spoke, after which, he actually abandoned the rest of the group and rushed towards the 39 people alone. Zhang Haoyin, come back. Wang Qiong shouted, but the latter had already rushed toward the 8 major forces. Looking at Zhang Haoyin's back, Wang Qiong's eyes were moist. This cold young man had always been a man of few words and was very unsociable. However, at the moment of life and death, he resolutely gave up his life. Wang Xian was already crying. Wang Shan's eyes were also red, but the hatred in his eyes was even stronger. I swear, I will beat you scum into a pig's head. Wang Shan was furious. Ever since he was beaten up by Zichun, Wang Shan had already regarded being beaten up by a pig's head as the cruelest punishment in the world. Once he said this, it proved that the anger in his heart had reached its peak. Zhang Haoyin held his sharp blade and rushed toward the 8 major forces. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Blood began to splatter. In just an instant, there were several wounds on Zhang Haoyin's body. He was fighting a bloody battle. More energy swept over him. Take care. Seeing that Zhang Haoyin was about to lose his life, LV Peng also rushed forward. At the same time, the formation flags around him shone brightly, emitting a dazzling light. A terrifying aura was emitted. The power of the formation flags rose to the peak. The cracks that had already appeared on the flags started to spread at this moment. Take Xian and leave quickly. I can save Zhang Haoyin. These were LV Peng's last words. Then, all the formation flags exploded. A dazzling light and destructive energy filled the entire world. Looking at the two resolute figures, tears fell from the corners of Wang Qiong's eyes. He realized that he was crying. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he last cried. It seemed that he had forgotten what tears were from the moment he stepped on the path of cultivation. At the moment when his tears fell, he also understood the true meaning of brothers. Wang Xian was sobbing silently. Wang Shan was silent, but there was a flame in his eyes. They didn't know whether LV Peng and Zhang Haoyin were still alive. But not long after, the pursuers caught up with them again. Take sister and leave. Seeing the pursuers behind him, Wang Shan spoke. Then, he left the team and rushed toward the 8 major forces. If you find brother-in-law, remember to tell him to help me take revenge for Zhang Haoyin and LV Peng. Before you kill them, you must beat them into a pig's head. Also, tell brother-in-law that I hate being beaten into a pig's head. Wang Shan left, but his words were still echoing in their ears. Then, there was a burst of energy explosion. Wang Shan was drowned in a lot of energy. Chapter 524. Zichun and the others rushed into the depths of the forest. During this period of time, they killed all the ancient beasts they encountered. As they went deeper, they found fewer and fewer ancient beasts. They did not see any pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts. After a few days, they only killed 2 ordinary ancient beasts. In this regard, the monk was deeply dissatisfied. He declared that his saber teeth had not drunk blood for a long time and had become unbearably thirsty. The spirit-devouring rat only slightly corrected him, saying that it was the saber teeth of the saber-toothed demonic leopard, and it was beaten up by the monk. "You wastrel. You can't find ancient beasts or inheritances. Now you can't even get the highest grade primordial stones. What's the use of you?" Monk was very dissatisfied with the spirit-devouring rat's inaction. The spirit-devouring rat blinked innocently and complained because many ancient beasts had entered the depths. "Hey, there are traces of a battle. It seems to have happened not long ago." Monk was surprised to see the mess around and the red blood stains on the ground. It doesn't look like a battle with ancient beasts. Instead, it looks like humans are killing each other. I wonder which 2 forces started the battle. Seeing the traces of the battle, Tyrant started to analyze. Zichun only glanced at it briefly before ignoring it. If it was a battle between humans and ancient beasts, he might be interested. As for humans, especially the battle between 2 forces, he was not interested in it at all. The group went forward again. During this time, more and more traces of battle were left on the ground. Could it be that the 2 forces entered the depths while fighting? Monk guessed. As they went forward, the traces of battle became more obvious. The ground was ravaged beyond recognition and became more chaotic. However, at the end of the chaotic ground, there was a huge crack. A human corpse was lying there quietly. It was a bloody figure with many wounds on his body. He was motionless, as if he had been dead for a long time. A corpse. How unlucky. Monk frowned when he saw the corpse from afar. He felt unlucky and wanted to take a detour. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Maybe there's a spirit ring. As expected of the greedy monk, he did not have the slightest bit of mercy. He did not even let go of the dead and rushed straight to the corpse. Zichun ignored him. It was obvious that the spirit ring on the corpse had been taken away. "Zichun, come here quickly. This person is still alive." Suddenly, Tyrant cried out in alarm. "He's still alive. Then use the precious pill to save him." Zichun was a little surprised, but he still did not go over. In this ancient battlefield, it was too normal for one person to die. Moreover, Zichun was not a compassionate person, so he could not be bothered. "Hurry up and bring me the precious pill. I want to save him," Tyrant shouted. Zichun's indifferent expression froze, and his expression changed in an instant. He could hear the seriousness and anxiety in the monk's voice. Then, the monk shouted again, "He is Wang Shan." "What? Wang Shan?" Zichun's expression changed again. He transformed into a beam of golden light and appeared before Wang Shan in an instant. There were at least dozens of wounds all over Wang Shan's body. The blood in his body had almost dried up, and there was only a faint breath coming from his nose. His vitality was extremely weak. As if he sensed Zichun's arrival, Wang Shan slowly opened his eyes. Then, there was a light in his gray eyes. "Sister, Brother Fu." He used a lot of energy to shout those 3 words. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Don't speak. I'll save you first." Zichun's expression became gloomy. Wang Shan's injuries were very serious, and he did not have much life left. If they had come a little later, Wang Shan would have died without a doubt. Who would have thought that when Wang Shan heard that, he would actually shake his head with difficulty and say softly, "It's useless. I can't do it anymore. You go and save sister first. She's here." Wang Shan was very weak, and his words were intermittent. In the end, he did not finish his sentence. His eyes gradually lost their light, and his vitality also dissipated. "He's dead." Looking at the lifeless Wang Shan, Tyrant was startled. His face darkened. "Shut up, you damn bald donkey. He's not dead. There's still a heartbeat." Zichun touched Wang Shan's chest. There was still an extremely weak heartbeat. In an instant, he took out a treasure pill and shouted, "Spirit-devouring rat, The spirit-devouring rat had already reached Zichen's side. When it heard the cry of grief, it did not say anything and pointed its little paw at its chest. In the next moment, drops of bright essence blood appeared. A total of 5 drops of essence blood flashed and appeared in front of Zichen. Then, the treasure pill mixed with the ancient beast essence blood was sent into Wang Shan's mouth. This was the treasure pill stolen from the Ning family. It was the same as the one Zichen had taken before. It could bring people back to life. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a strong aura of life. Now that it was mixed with the essence blood of the spirit-devouring rat, the effect of the treasure pill was stronger. As soon as the treasure pill entered Wang Shan's mouth, it melted. A strong aura of life rushed into Wang Shan's body. His originally very weak heartbeat was wrapped in this aura of life and slowly became stronger. And Wang Shan's face, which was full of despair, was glowing again. The aura of life of the treasure pill and the essence blood of the spirit-devouring rat melted in Wang Shan's body and rushed to his limbs and bones. The wounds all over Wang Shan's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the scabs fell off, revealing the radiant skin. As expected of the treasure pill that was worth millions, it had extraordinary effects. It took Wang Shan back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. In just a few breaths, Wang Shan's heart started to beat vigorously again. The life force that was gradually losing gradually became vigorous again. This time, Wang Shan was only a hair's breadth away from death. Although the treasure pill's effect was special, it could not restore him to his peak state in a few breaths like Zichen did last time. Wang Shan's eyes widened and regained their vigor. Then, he felt the strong aura of life in his body. Brother-in-law this. Although he was still weak, he spoke more clearly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What happened? How did you get surrounded and killed? Zichen asked. His face was extremely gloomy. He seemed to have heard something about Wang Xian just now. Hurry up and save my sister. She's right in front. Hurry up. Wang Shan suddenly woke up and exclaimed, Xian, she's surrounded. Where is she? Zichen's gloomy face was filled with killing intent. Hurry up. If we're late, she might be killed by the people from the 8 major forces. Wang Shan anxiously pointed in a direction. The strong killing intent turned into a monstrous killing intent. Zichen looked up and roared, 8 major forces. I want all of you dead. Demon ape, follow me. With a shout, Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed forward at his fastest speed. Then, a ray of black light followed closely. It was the demon ape. I'm going too. Feeling the monstrous killing intent around Zichen, the spirit-devouring rat naturally felt the seriousness of the matter. It immediately turned into a ray of light and followed. Come back here and carry him with you. But before the spirit-devouring rat could move forward, it was caught by Tyrant and asked to carry Wang Shan. I'll carry him. The spirit-devouring rat was stunned. It was less than a meter tall, but a human was almost 2 meters tall. You glutton, you don't have any fighting strength. If you don't carry him, who will? Hurry up and follow me. Tyrant was already a few hundred meters away. A sword tooth appeared in his hand, shining brightly and making clanging sounds. The spirit-devouring rat was furious. It had no choice but to carry Wang Shan and follow. Wang Shan was still very weak, but he was still dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the spirit-devouring rat and thought to himself, this is an ancient beast. Along the way, Wang Qiong's eyes were filled with pain as he watched his companions die one by one. A strong sense of regret spread in his heart. As the leader of the team, he had miscalculated this time. Jin Shi's strength was far beyond his imagination. Although they managed to kill him, they were all seriously injured. The people from the 8 major forces appeared so suddenly. At this moment, he was covered in blood. He pulled Wang Xian and kept running. But as his injuries worsened, their speed became slower and slower. Suddenly, Wang Qiong staggered and almost fell. Brother! Wang Xian was shocked. She used to be a peerless beauty, but now, her peerless beauty was tainted by tears and blood. Her fairy-like beauty was no longer there. I'm fine, Wang Qiong said, but soon, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were still firm as he pulled Wang Xian and ran. Brother, let's fight them. Seeing Wang Qiong's injuries worsening, Wang Xian's eyes were filled with coldness. Her tears had already dried up. At this moment, there was only killing intent in her heart. Let's go. Wang Qiong shook his head and pulled Wang Xian to speed up. Let's fight them. In the end, I'll kill myself. Wang Xian said firmly. Kill yourself? Haha, do you think that killing yourself can solve everything? Even if it's suicide, we have ways to torture you. Cold laughter was heard as the people from the 8 major forces caught up. Kill. The pursuers were already very close. Running away was useless, so the two of them turned around and fought back. Saber light and sword shadows flashed frequently, revealing their murderous intent. Wang Qiong and Wang Xian were surrounded by the crowd. The two of them stood back to back with wounds all over their bodies. Fresh blood flowed out continuously, and there were a few corpses at their feet. The two of them were demon-like talents. Even though they were severely injured, they were not people that could be killed by ordinary geniuses. The team of 39 people had been chasing them all the way. Now, there were less than 20 people left. Almost half of them were dead. Damned barbarian dogs. How dare you kill so many of us? We'll definitely punish you later. Even if you die, I'll still profane your souls. One of the leaders said viciously. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. Out of the 8 leaders, there were only 6 left. As for the other 2, they were not sure if they were dead. Wang Qiong's expression was cold, and he did not say a word. The Qingfeng sword in his hand was dripping with fresh blood. Some of it was his blood, and some of it was the blood of others. Wang Xian held a sharp blade in her hand. The blade was dripping with blood, which was used to kill the enemy. Her left hand was holding a short sword, which was reserved for herself. Kill. Chop the man half to death first. Then, kill the woman in front of him. Following the cold voice, another round of attacks began. Under the flashing saber light and sword shadows, another 2 geniuses fell. Wang Qiong's injuries were even more serious, and he could not hold on any longer. Brother, I'll make a move first. Wang Xian was calm in the face of death. She slowly raised the short sword in her hand and aimed it at her heart. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. Wang Qiong's eyes were filled with guilt, but the coldness around him was even stronger. He would not commit suicide because he wanted to kill the enemy. Stop her! Stop her! Everyone, attack her! Seeing that the dagger was about to land on their hearts, the leaders of the 8 major forces shouted, Buzz! Chapter 525. The 6 leaders had mocking looks on their faces. To them, victory was already in their hands. The man was definitely going to die. As for the woman, when they thought of her beautiful face and graceful figure, the leaders felt a burning sensation in their hearts. They had seen all kinds of beauties in the chaotic land. However, when they saw Wang Xian, they were still shocked by her beauty. Wang Xian's beauty made them infatuated, and lustful thoughts appeared in their minds. Clang! An elixir weapon flashed and instantly appeared in front of Wang Xian, knocking her short sword down. As the short sword fell to the ground, Wang Xian's face turned pale. This was her only way to commit suicide. Haha, beauty, you won't die. The leaders laughed sinisterly as the evil light in their eyes intensified. Come over here obediently. We'll take turns to make you feel like you're in heaven. Sinister laughter resounded in the area. It was insolent and arrogant. The two of them flew towards Wang Xian. During this time, the severely injured Wang Qiong was sent flying while the elixir weapon in Wang Xian's hand was knocked down. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Scumbags, die. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Monstrous killing intent surged, causing the sky to lose its color. It was like the birth of a ferocious beast. A terrifying aura swept over. Such a powerful aura was comparable to that of a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant. The expressions of the people in the sky changed instantly. The sinister smiles of the 6 leaders froze in that instant. In this killing intent, Wang Xian felt a familiar aura. She had a complicated expression on her face. She was surprised, happy, confused, and more than that, she was in disbelief. Such a familiar yet strange aura stunned Wang Qiong. He subconsciously looked towards the sky. A beam of golden light appeared in the sky. It was dazzling and was heading towards them at high speed. The monstrous killing intent came from the golden light. The speed of the golden light was very fast. It was comparable to a bolt of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of them. The golden light turned into a human figure. It was a young man dressed in black. His handsome face was covered in frost, and his black eyes emitted a strong murderous intent. "It's you, the barbarian dog?" Everyone's expression changed when they saw who it was. Their eyes widened in surprise. When Zichun appeared, his expression was cold and gloomy. The killing intent in his eyes did not dissipate. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. "You guys are really a bunch of scum." Zichun spoke with a cold voice. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the two Zukong cultivators who were trying to get close to Wang Xian'er. His golden finger glowed as he pointed at one of the zephyrs. Bang! A golden finger landed on Yukong's body. As if struck by lightning, Yukong's body trembled before exploding with a loud bang. Fresh blood and minced meat splattered everywhere, but not a single drop landed on Wang Xian'er. Bang! Then, Zichun pointed his glowing finger at another person. As expected, in the midst of the shock and fear, the body of the Yu Sky warrior exploded. With 2 fingers, he killed 2 geniuses in midair. Such battle prowess was truly shocking. "Damn you, barbarian dog. How dare you meddle in our business?" The rest of the people only reacted after 2 of them died. A furious voice was heard as a leader stood out. He was shocked and furious. "Die, barbarian dog, meddling in our business. Today will be the day you die." At the same time, waves of murderous intent surged. The other leaders also roared and swiftly attacked. Wang. The alchemy weapon vibrated and shone brightly. A powerful aura surged as it flew towards Zichun. Dozens of Zukong cultivators attacked. They were either geniuses or demons. Their battle prowess was incomparably strong. One by one, the alchemy weapons emitted a horrifying aura as they landed. Among the 8 super forces, the Ning family and the Lu family were no longer around. Therefore, no one knew how powerful Zichun had become. Moreover, they were embarrassed to say that they were beaten up by the barbarians. Therefore, these 2 forces only said that they were chased by a king-level ancient beast, and their alchemy weapons were destroyed. Because of that, when they saw Zichun, not only were they not afraid, but they even dared to kill him. Zichun did not dodge the attacks. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. The middle finger of his right hand flashed again. Following that, a terrifying aura appeared. After that, Zichun pointed at one of the geniuses in the air. A golden fingerprint appeared. A destructive aura flowed on the surface like thunder snakes. It surrounded the fingerprint and attacked the demon. Such a terrifying fingerprint made the demon's expression change. He shouted loudly. The alchemy weapon around him emitted a dazzling light as it smashed towards the fingerprint. Clang! As the fingerprint landed, sparks flew everywhere. A destructive energy attacked, and the alchemy weapon in the demon's hand was instantly sent flying. At the same time, in the demon's horrified eyes, the golden fingerprint that did not consume much energy tapped on the demon's forehead. Bang! The destructive energy surged into the demon's body. Following that, an explosion sounded, and the freak's body exploded in midair. A demon from a superforce was blown up by Zichun with a single finger. Go to hell. The demon's death made everyone's heart tremble. But at this moment, their attacks were already above Zichun's head. They had no choice but to release the arrow. Hence, they secretly added 30% of their strength and smashed their alchemy weapons down. Boom! There was an explosion between heaven and earth. Torrential energy began to surge. Zichun's body flashed with golden light. He was like a god of war in golden armor. In his hand, he held a blood-red broken spear. On the broken spear, a monstrous murderous aura surged wildly. The energy from the alchemy weapon was still wreaking havoc. Thunderous sounds could be heard. However, Zichun did not move. He did not even take a step back. The raging energy was easily blocked by the broken spear. Then, it was repelled. Many people in the air were sent flying by the rebounding force. Many of them coughed up blood. They were injured. He killed a demon with a single strike. Now, he was unscathed under the attacks of so many people. His combat strength was really terrifying. Utions, who had fallen to the ground, were shocked and terrified. Not only were the Utions of the 8 superpowers stunned, but even Wang Xian, and Wang Qiong were extremely shocked. Obviously, the two of them did not expect Zichun to possess such powerful combat strength after not seeing him for a long time. Barbarian, this is our business. Are you meddling in other people's business? A questioning voice was heard. A demon rose to his feet. His eyes were still filled with unconcealable horror. The 8 superpowers are having a business here. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the 8 superpowers by interfering? Another leader of the Utions said boldly, Are the 8 superpowers that powerful? How dare you attack my woman? Not to mention the 8 superpowers, even the 5 overlords will not be able to survive today. Zichun said coldly. The intense killing intent in his words made one's heart tremble. When the remaining 5 demons heard what Wang Xian said, their faces changed. They had offended the other party's woman. In addition to being terrified, they were also lamenting their bad luck. Capture that woman first. Suddenly, one of the demons exclaimed and reacted instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, a genius who was closer to Wang Xian flew to the sky and dashed towards the severely injured Wang Xian. Boom! The heavens and earth suddenly trembled. A pitch-black shadow of a rod appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. Then, the black rod fell vertically towards the head of the Utions. This was obviously an unexpected attack. The Utions did not have time to react. The black rod smashed down, causing a huge tremor. The Utions who were dashing towards Wang Xian exploded. After that, a tall demonic figure appeared in the void. It was like an ancient beast. It held a black rod in its hand. Endless killing intent was apparent in its crimson eyes. The scene of the demonic ape killing an inner core realm cultivator was still vivid in their minds. Now that the demonic ape had appeared, the fear in everyone's eyes intensified. With Zichun in front and the demonic ape behind, everyone was surrounded by the two of them. Their advantage in numbers did not make them feel confident. Instead, they felt even more uncertain and fearful. Their arrogance were long gone. At this moment, there was only fear of death in their eyes. Wang Xian had killed a demon with a single strike and blocked the joint attack of everyone. Such combat strength had shocked everyone. Coupled with the powerful demonic ape, they did not think that they had any hope of surviving. Run! Someone shouted. The terrified Utions immediately came to their senses and scattered in all directions to escape. I said that no one will survive today. Zichun's cold voice sounded again. Golden light flashed under his feet as he moved at extreme speed. Following the flashes of golden light, those who were trying to escape were sent flying back one by one. They fell to the ground with a thud. Compared to Zichun's attacks, the demonic ape was much more ruthless. Every time his black rod fell, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The Utions either had their legs or arms broken. They were sent flying back by the demonic ape. In midair, the Utions were sent flying back. Their cries of agony filled the sky. In just a few breaths, everyone was sent flying back. They were all knocked down. They fell to the ground and cried in pain. None of them could escape. Wang Qiong and Wang Xian were still in disbelief when they saw the previously arrogant Utions fall to the ground and cry in agony. All of this was like a dream. By the time Monk and the spirit-devouring rats arrived, the battle had already ended. The people on the ground were crying in agony. It's you damned bugs again. Why are you so useless? Can't you hold on a little longer? Monk was exasperated when he arrived too late and the battle had already ended. The two sword teeth in his hand were still glowing as if they were thirsting for blood. Monk, who was annoyed, swung the sword teeth and knocked down all the Utions who had just climbed to their feet. Everyone was speechless when they saw such a barbaric monk. Soon, the spirit devouring rats, and Wang Shan flew over. During this period, all the supreme pills had melted. The rich vitality allowed Wang Shan to recover to his peak condition. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Wang Shan's eyes turned red. Flames burned in his eyes. Wang Shan exploded. "You bunch of chaotic dogs. Damn it. I said that I'll make you suffer the most vicious punishment in the world." Wang Shan was enraged. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, he grabbed a freak and slapped him. "Didn't you say that the most vicious punishment in the world is a slap?" Monk was confused. Zichun shook his head. Chapter 526. In Wang Shan's world, there was a punishment that was even crueler than death. That was to slap a person until they became a pig's head. Whether it was the disheveled monk or the confused Zichun, they could not imagine that this was the cruelest punishment in the world. The slapping sounds continued. Wang Shan was ruthless and full of strength. The monster began to cough up blood and spit out teeth. This was pure violence. There was no sense of rhythm, nor was there any artistic sense, but it was shocking. Previously, he was injured by Zichen. Now, under Wang Shan's strong suppression, the monster kept coughing up blood. He was in an extremely sorry state and did not have the slightest room to resist. "Damn you, chaotic dog. F*CKU. How dare you be so arrogant?" Wang Shan's hands did not stop. Light flashed, and another round of crisp, slapping sounds rang out. After a dozen slaps, one of the monsters finally spat out all his teeth. His small eyes narrowed into slits, and Wang Shan slapped him until he fainted. Then came the next one. Wang Shan scolded as he hit. "Chaotic dog, you didn't expect this, did you? You deserve this. F*CKU. In Yunxia City, I'm the real dandy. Usually, I'm the one who snatches from others. Who the F*CK dares to snatch from me? Those who snatch from me die." The second monster was knocked out. Because of the strength, Wang Shan's hand was slightly swollen, but this did not stop him from punishing others in the cruelest way. F*CKU. How dare you treat my sister like this? Look at you. While Wang Shan was scolding, Zichen's face became more and more gloomy. It was obvious that he heard something. "Didn't you want to loosen your bones? I'll pull out your teeth for you." Wang Shan pulled out the fourth monster and pretended to hit him. "Since he wants to loosen his bones, then loosen them for him." Zichen's voice was cold. Without anyone noticing, he was already in front of the monster. As he pointed his finger, a golden energy surged into the monster's body. Amidst a shrill scream, the sound of frying beans could be heard coming from the opponent's body. All of the bones in the opponent's body had been shattered by Zichen's finger. Furthermore, all of his bones were shaken to the size of fingernails in an instant. At the same time, Zichen also used his spiritual sense to protect the other party's spiritual sense so that he would not faint. He carefully enjoyed the feeling of loosening his bones. All the bones in his body were shattered, and the freak collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Only his head was intact. Such a cruel and terrifying method caused the hearts of the others to tremble. Just like that, a powerful demon collapsed on the ground. Other than pain in his eyes, there was also a tinge of grievance. Before he fainted, he said a few words in grievance. I didn't say it." Wang Shan was slightly taken aback. Thinking about it carefully, it really didn't seem to be what the other party had said, but it didn't matter. In any case, the other party wasn't a good person. After that, Wang Shan was not tired at all. He beat them up one by one until they were all swollen. Only then was he satisfied. It was as if this was a punishment even crueler and more vicious than death. While Wang Shan was attacking, Tyrant and Zichun were saving people. Wang Qiong's injuries were severe and his life was in danger. Naturally, they had to use a precious pill to save him. Therefore, Tyrant directly took the spirit ring of a demon and forced it to recognize him as its owner. However, he realized that there was no precious pill in it. Then, Tyrant searched the demon's body. In the end, he saw the pendant and snatched it away. Seeing that the pendant was taken away, the demon's small eyes on his swollen head were filled with indignance. However, he was immediately defeated by Tyrant's sword teeth. Then, Tyrant found a precious pill in the pendant that had recognized him as its owner. It's really here. This bunch of cunning fellows. Tyrant was furious. He took out a precious pill and fed it to Wang Qiong. At the same time, Zichun successfully found a precious pill and fed it to Wang Xianer. Wang Xianer's injuries weren't severe, but Zichun forced her to consume the precious pill. The rich vitality contained in the precious pill instantly enveloped Wang Qiong and Wang Xianer. Boo-hoo! After the battle, the strong Wang Xianer hugged Zichun and cried bitterly. She was filled with grievance and allowed her blood to stain Zichun's body. Zichun patted Wang Xianer's back and comforted her softly. Boo-hoo! Zichun, these people killed LV Pong and Zhang Haoyin. You have to avenge them. Wang Xianer cried. When Zichun heard this, the killing intent in his eyes that had just been suppressed became stronger again. His murderous gaze swept across the few demons. Under the thick, killing intent, one of the demon's heart turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hurriedly explained, They are not dead yet. Because his face was swollen and he had no teeth in his mouth, he couldn't speak clearly. Zichun spent a lot of effort to understand. LV Pong and Zhang Haoyin weren't dead. They were only severely injured and fled together. Among the 8 major forces, the Ning clan and the Liu clan had already gone after them. The Ning clan and the Liu clan? Hearing this, Zichun felt a trace of regret. If he had known that these 2 forces were so despicable, he would have killed them all back then. Because of his benevolence that day, if he had indirectly harmed LV Pong and Zhang Haoyin, Zichun would probably live in self-blame for the rest of his life. Not dead? That's great. Let's go find them immediately. Wang Shan heard this and immediately knocked out the last Yukong. At this point, other than one whose bones were shattered, the rest of the Yukong who were still alive were all swollen. Let's go. Zichun nodded. What about them? The monk suddenly pointed at the Yukong of the 8 major forces. The saber in his hand shone with a cold light. After swallowing the treasure pills, Wang Qiong and Wang Xianer had also recovered to their peak condition. Looking at the sky, a cold glint appeared in the eyes of the 2. If Zichun hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Kill them, Wang Qiong said coldly. Wang Xianer's eyes were also cold. This was a hatred that couldn't be resolved unless one party died. No, don't kill us. We're from the 8 major forces. This is just a misunderstanding. Barbarian, don't kill us. This is just a misunderstanding. I'm willing to return the items and hand over all my wealth. Please don't kill me. The Yukong of the Yukong were filled with fear. They lowered their posture and kept begging for mercy. Misunderstanding? King chaotic dogs. Now that you're scared, you're saying that it's a misunderstanding? Why didn't you tell me that it's a misunderstanding before? Wang Shan said coldly. Kill, Zichun finally said. His voice was cold. Then, he turned around and left. After that, the spirit-devouring rats, the monk, Wang Xianer, Wang Qiong, and Wang Shan quickly followed. Only the devil ape stayed behind. Before long, shrill screams resounded in the sky. The surviving cultivators of the 8 major forces were all killed by the devil ape. After a while, the devil ape caught up. He was holding a bunch of spiritual rings in his hand. There were 4 pendants among them. As the 4 pendants were opened, there were indeed 4 treasure pills in them. In one of the pendants, the corpse of the golden lion was found. Other than that, there were other ancient beasts that they had cut up. This bunch of chaotic dogs. They're all King arrogant, but they can't even kill a decent ancient beast. What a bunch of trash dogs. Wang Shan scolded in disdain when he saw that there were no high-quality ancient beast materials in the pendants. As Zichun and the rest were worried about Zhang Haoyin and LV Peng's lives, they were in a hurry and did not talk much during this period. They turned back the way they came and quickly arrived at the place where the 2 parties had separated. It's here. Zhang Haoyin and LV Peng charged at the chaotic dogs and bought time for us to escape. Wang Shan pointed at the messy battlefield in front of him. There was still anger around him that could not be dispersed. The battlefield was a mess. It was obvious that there had been a violent energy shock. The ground was cracked, and there were many weapon fragments that were shining. They were obviously LV Ping's array flags. It was impossible to tell anything from the messy battlefield. There are bloodstains here. They should have run this way. The devil ape, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly found a clue and pointed at a bloodstain not far away. When the group arrived, they found that there were obvious bloodstains on the ground that were gradually moving away. It must be them. Let's go. The group continued on their way. After finding the correct direction, their speed increased by a lot. At full speed, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. In the same direction, the remaining Lu and Ning families of the 8 major forces appeared one after another. There were only 6 people left in the original team of 9. They had lost another 3 people during this period. Their expressions were gloomy. They did not feel excited after defeating the enemy. It was obvious that they had not gotten off to a good start. Among them, the Lu family's monster was cursing and swearing. His expression was one of dissatisfaction. Damn it, how unlucky. Of all the people, we had to meet the Shangguan family. Those damned barbarian dogs. I don't know what kind of luck they have. Of the 5 overlord forces, no one would care if we met any of them. Yet, we met the Shangguan family. The Ning family's expert was also unhappy. This is great. We didn't manage to kill 2 of them, but 3 of them were killed instead. We still have to guard against their revenge in the future. This is a huge loss. The barbarians are usually the butt of jokes. Every single one of them is a laughingstock. Damn it. The barbarians of this generation are all so strong. All right, let's speed up. The others should have already succeeded. If we're late, we'll lose everything. Yes, and that barbarian beauty. Let's go. We've been holding back a lot of anger. It's time to find a beauty to vent it. Let's cut up the golden lion while we're at it. These damned barbarian dogs are really strong. Just the 5 of them working together can kill a golden lion. The Lu and Ning family's experts were very unhappy because they had also seen the golden lion. At that time, there were 10 of them, but they chose to retreat because of the golden lion's strength. They did not expect that the golden lion would be killed by 5 barbarians. While they were talking, the 6 of them moved forward quickly. Suddenly, there was a sound of air being torn apart in the sky. This was the sound of an object moving at extreme speed. The few of them raised their eyes and looked ahead. They saw many small dots on the horizon, emitting brilliant light. There were several of these light dots, side by side. As they drew closer to the light spots, they finally saw clearly that these light spots were actually human figures. As the figure approached, the other party's appearance could be seen clearly. Chapter 5:27. The Lu family and Ning family members were confused at first, then their expressions froze. When they saw the faces of the group, their confused expressions turned into shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Are those barbarian dogs? Then, a cry of shock rang out, and everyone's eyes widened. This was because the people who had come were none other than the 2 barbarians who had beaten them up and robbed them of their belongings. At this moment, Ziqian was with the monk, and beside him were the barbarians who were supposed to be dead. Moreover, their injuries had all healed, and they were at their peak again. As for what had happened here, it seemed that it was easy to understand with just a little thought. At this moment, Ziqian and the others also noticed the group of people here. They changed their direction and flew over at an extremely fast speed. Where's Zhang Haoyin and LV Peng? What followed was a cold, questioning voice. You. Before the 6 Yu family members could recover from their shock, Zichun and the rest were already in front of them. Before they could answer, the energy drowned the 6 of them. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 6 fell to the ground, their vitality gone. There were also 3 people whose faces were filled with fear and astonishment. They're not dead. They're not dead. They were taken away by the Shangguan family. This time, it was Lu Guan who spoke. He was afraid that if he answered too slowly, he would die like Ning Yun. The Shangguan family? Who? Ziqian asked coldly, but he was relieved to hear that the 2 of them were still alive. Shangguan Bingshi. Lu Guan told them what happened as fast as he could. After confirming that the 2 of them were still alive, everyone was relieved. They were about to kill the enemy, But the Shangguan family arrived at the critical moment and saved the two of them. They were not willing, but Shangguan Bingshi's attitude was firm, and they did not dare to provoke him, so they left helplessly. Where were they? After telling them everything, Lu Guan asked in a low voice, his eyes full of fear. Although he had guessed what happened to the others, he still wanted to ask them personally. You'll see them soon. Lu Guan felt a huge force, then his vision turned black, and he fell to the ground with the other two monsters. He didn't waste any more words and directly killed him. LV Pong and Zhang Haoyan were still alive. Everyone's tense expressions also completely relaxed at this moment. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the monk dashed towards the ground. Then, he found the space pendants on the bodies of the two monsters. These two damned bastards. The monk couldn't help but curse in his heart. He took the pendant and went forward again. Among the two pendants, there was a treasure pill and a few corpses of ordinary ancient beasts. As for everyone's spirit rings, the monk did not take them at all. The monk had already searched through the spirit ring once, so naturally, there wouldn't be anything in it. Are we going to find Shangguan Bingshi now? Everyone stopped in the middle of a forest. Wang Shan said and looked at Zichun. During this period of time, Wang Xian had already regained her peerless beauty and was sitting beside Zichun. When she heard that Shangguan Bing was happy, her expression was slightly unnatural. You know her? Zichun asked curiously when he sensed Wang Xian's reaction. This time, it was Wang Qiong who spoke. He nodded and said, Not really. But speaking of which, we have to thank her. Shangguan Yu was the one who asked her to send us the token that we used to enter. She also gave us a space pendant and a few drops of mid-grade liquefied elemental essence. Zichun was surprised. Wang Qiong looked at Wang Xian and said with a bitter smile, Of course, she was also the one who told us about your relationship with Shangguan Yu. Naturally, Zichun couldn't discuss another woman in front of a woman. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. The previously relaxed and joyful atmosphere suddenly became tense and awkward. Come, let me introduce you. This is the Devil Ape, also known as the Sky-Splitting Battle Ape. I brought it out from the Saint Burial Land. It's very strong and has saved me several times. Zichun looked at the Devil Ape in the distance and waved his hand to signal it to come over to ease the awkward atmosphere. The Devil Ape was more than 2 meters tall. It was surrounded by black light and had a pair of cold, blood-red eyes. In its transformed state, the Devil Ape brought about a huge shock to everyone. This is Wang Qiong. This is Wang Shan. After introducing Wang Qiong and Wang Shan, Zichun introduced Wang Xian and winked at the Devil Ape. Hee, you don't need to introduce her. I know her. This is Wang Xian. She's as beautiful as a fairy, gentle and talented. You've told me many times that she saved your life. The Devil Ape chuckled and said, Sure enough. After hearing the Devil Ape's words, Wang Xian's slight displeasure disappeared. She looked at the Devil Ape with her beautiful eyes and asked, Did he really mention me many times? Of course, even I know about it. I even mentioned it last time. The spirit-devouring rat rolled its eyes and said, It seemed to know that this was its future mistress, so it tried to curry favor with her. The original spirit-devouring rat was close to 1 meter tall, but now it was less than half a meter tall. It obviously knew how to transform. Its body was covered in white fur. It was spotless and didn't have a single trace of color. Its whole body was glowing, which was naturally lovable. Although they were surprised that the spirit-devouring rat could transform, this didn't stop Zichun from introducing the spirit-devouring rat. After hearing that the spirit-devouring rat was the descendant of a pure-blooded ancient beast, everyone was shocked. Wang Xian even hugged the spirit-devouring rat and pinched it. Hee. The little spirit-devouring rat chuckled and said to the Devil Ape, transform for everyone to see. After transforming, the Devil Ape was very domineering and powerful. However, before transforming, the Devil Ape was only the size of a fist and was very cute. The spirit-devouring rat had always remembered that it was knocked out by the Devil Ape, so it wanted to take a little revenge. Seeing that the Devil Ape wasn't cooperating, the spirit-devouring rat said, This is your future mistress. If you don't suck up to her now, it will be too late in the future. Helpless, the devil ape transformed into the size of a fist and shone with a black light. While she was surprised, Wang Xian reached out her hand and grabbed the devil ape's fur, lifting it up into the air. Is this really the devil ape? Looking at the cute little fellow, Wang Xian couldn't believe it. Of course it is. Look at how cute it is. It's like a ball. The spirit-devouring rat took the opportunity to step forward and smacked the devil ape's head with its paw. The devil ape was sent flying and rolled on the ground, making Wang Xian laugh. The spirit-devouring rat was also secretly happy. This time, after killing everyone from the 8 major forces, everyone had gained a lot. Next was to distribute the resources. Zichen took out dozens of drops of origin liquid and gave them to the 3 of them so that they could replenish their energy when they ran out. Oh my god, there's so much. I heard that this thing is very expensive. 1 drop costs tens of thousands of upper-grade origin stones. Wang Shan's eyes lit up. Middle-grade origin liquid was definitely good stuff. At a critical moment, a drop of origin liquid was equivalent to an extra life. They had experienced this effect personally before. Other than that, there were 5 supreme pills, 1 for each of them. Wang Shan couldn't help but exclaim as his eyes lit up. As for the golden lion, after Monk finished dissecting it, he gave it all to Wang Qiong. At the same time, Zichen also gave him a lot of ancient beast essence blood. The essence blood was enough for one of them to undergo a baptism. So much blood essence. Zichen, exactly how many ancient beasts have you killed? Seeing Zichen take out so much blood essence, everyone was very surprised. Wang Qiong even directly asked. The 2 of us killed them. There weren't many of them, barely 20. Monk said humbly, but no matter how they looked at it, it seemed like he was showing off. Sure enough, they were shocked and thought that the 2 of them were too crazy. Obviously, they were familiar with each other. So Monk continued to show off happily. This is Saber-Tooth. The teeth of the demonic leopard are stronger than ordinary elixir weapons, even though they haven't been refined. Isn't this Saber-Tooth? Wang Shan asked curiously. TSK, I know you're ignorant. It's called Saber-Tooth here. Monk looked at Wang Shan with disdain. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to expose Monk. After that, he took out the scale armor made from the fur of the demonic leopard and gave it to Wang Xian. Wang Xian could feel Zichen's body temperature from the scale armor and accepted it happily. Today, they had been shocked many times. When they took out the ancient beast meat to roast, it was no longer a big deal. Even so, Wang Shan was still amazed by how extravagant it was. It was too extravagant. After a short rest, they continued to follow Lu Guan's directions to look for LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan. Other than finding the 2 of them, Shangguan Feixiong also said that if they found Shangguan Bingxi here, he hoped that Zichen could take care of her. At night in the ancient battlefield, there was no Xingqian or the moon. Therefore, when night fell, the world was pitch black and they couldn't even see their own fingers. On a mountain ridge, the people of the Shangguan family were gathered here. However, there were only 7 of them left. 2 of them were injured, and the other 5 were very tired. Miss, are we just going to wait here? One of them asked. Beside them, Shangguan Bingxi sat quietly and didn't say a word. These people had followed her out, but more than half of them were dead or injured. She had given away the remaining 2 treasure pills to others. Everyone has expended a lot of energy along the way. If we continue to run, we won't be able to hold on before the pursuers arrive. Shangguan Bingxi said plainly. Under the cover of the night, no one could see her exhausted expression. However, her eyes were resolute. Since it's the last battle, we'll choose the home ground. The people beside her didn't say anything else, but everyone's eyes were resolute. At this moment, 2 black figures flew from the bottom of the mountain ridge. They were Zhang Haoyan and LV Peng, who had swallowed the treasure pills. Get ready. No matter who comes, they'll be at a disadvantage if they're caught off guard. LV Peng said coldly. Thank you for your help this time. We don't need your help here anymore. You can leave. Shangguan Bingxi said plainly. You don't have to say anymore. We won't leave. Treat it as returning the favor of your treasure pills. Zhang Haoyan said coldly. In the pitch-black night, everyone was on guard as if a battle would break out at any time. Chapter 528. This was the final battle, and the outcome had already been decided. Shangguan Bingshi and his group would definitely die. It was also because of this that Shangguan Bingshi gave the last 2 pills to LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan. Although the 2 of them were barbarians, in Shangguan Bingshi's eyes, they were much cuter than the others in the Bedlam lands. Shangguan Bingshi had seen the 2 of them when he went to deliver the token. He knew that the 2 of them had saved his sister's life. After consuming the pills, the 2 of them recovered from their injuries. However, unexpectedly, they chose to stay and refused to leave. Shangguan Bingshi could not chase them away. Even though Shangguan Bingshi had repeatedly emphasized that this was a battle to the death and that there was no chance of winning, the 2 of them did not want to die in vain. However, the 2 of them still refused to leave. Their attitude was very firm. This made Shangguan Bingshi angry, but he was also very touched. Even if we die, we will drag a few of them down with us. Zhang Haoyan gripped the sharp blade in his hand tightly. Without the light of the moon and stars, the sharp blade would not reflect light in the dark. LV Peng also had the same idea. During this period, he had set up array after array to create endless trouble for the people who came. The 2 of them deliberately ignored Wang Qiong and the rest. It was not that they did not want to think about it, but they did not dare to think about it. No matter what the result was, they would not be able to accept it. Therefore, they put all their energy into this life and death battle. After this battle, if they were still alive, they would take revenge. If they were dead, they would go to hell to apologize to Wang Xiener. In the dark night, figures appeared one after another. They were dressed in black and their faces were covered. They were like ghosts, silently moving around. They are just ahead. There are only 7 of them left. A low voice suddenly sounded out. Very good. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Another voice sounded out. This voice was gloomy and filled with evil. The figure in the dark seemed to hesitate for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Young Master Xiang, are you sure you want to kill all of them?" "Of course. But she is your sister." "Shut up." The shadow named Young Master Xiang shouted. "She's just a bitch. Ever since I was young, she's always wanted me to die. This time, she will definitely die. And I'm going to torture her to death." Hearing this evil and cruel voice, the people in the dark couldn't help but shiver. They secretly exclaimed in their hearts that the name of Young Master Xiang was indeed well-deserved. The black masked figures moved forward silently. They were like ghosts in the night, without any signs of life. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a trembling sound in the air. Then, a beam of light shot up into the sky. A small array was accidentally activated, and killing intent filled the air. Before Yu Fei could dodge, he was engulfed by the killing intent. Pooh! Pooh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yukong was killed on the spot by the materialized sharp blades in the formation. His body was cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. His vitality was gone. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to be more careful?" An evil voice rang out, filled with dissatisfaction. Yukong's screams before his death would definitely alert the enemy. However, following that, another scream was heard. That scream reverberated through heaven and earth, spreading far and wide. "Damn it! We've been tricked. There's an array here." Suddenly, an exasperated voice rang out from the dark. As if responding to this voice, more screams were heard. More Yu Fei accidentally stepped on the array. The screams echoed in heaven and earth. One by one, Yu Fei fell to the ground and wailed. They arrived silently. Before they could even see a single person, 5 Yu Fei had already died in the array. "Since we've alerted the enemy, there's no need to hide anymore. Kill them all." Following the evil voice, all the figures in the dark appeared. There were more than 10 of them, and they flew toward the mountain ridge at an extremely fast speed. Buzz. During this time, the hidden array set up by LV Peng was activated from time to time. Streaks of energy shot up into the sky, emitting brilliant lights and illuminating the figures in the dark. When the array was activated, a frenzied killing intent swept through. The energy in the array was directed at Yu Fei, one by one. In the face of such a bloody lesson, everyone was already on high alert. They were secretly on guard, and when they realized that something was wrong, they would retreat and defend themselves at the first moment. Obviously, it was not realistic for the hidden array to kill people by surprise again. Shangguan Qixiang was exasperated that he had already lost 5 people. One had to know that these Yufei were all geniuses cultivated by their families. They had extraordinary combat strength. He was prepared to bring them into the depths of the mountain ridge. Now, every death of one of them was an unimaginable loss to him. Damn bitch, where did you find such an array master? When I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Shangguan Qixiang was furious. The evil light in his eyes was even brighter. Other than the array, the group did not suffer any other attacks. Soon, they were close to the mountain ridge. However, during this time, there was still an unlucky Yufei who died in LV Peng's array. LV Peng's array had already killed 6 humans. Such a miraculous effect was obviously unexpected. The Yufei in the mountain ridge looked at LV Peng with admiration. They held their elixir weapons tightly, waiting for the final battle. Kill. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain ridge, Shangguan Qixiang shouted. Endless killing intent surged around him as he rushed towards the mountain ridge. On top of the mountain ridge, the group of Yufei who were on guard had their eyes flashing with a cold light. Monstrous killing intent surged around them. With the thought that killing 1 person was worth it and killing 2 was worth it, they rushed towards the foot of the mountain ridge with their injured bodies. Deafening battle cries rang out. The moment the 2 sides met, it indicated that a fierce battle was about to break out. Blood splattered in the sky. Broken limbs flew everywhere. The sound of elixir weapons piercing into bodies could be heard. When the 2 sides fought, there were deaths. In the midst of the battle, Shangguan Qixiang turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the mountain ridge. There, a woman stood quietly on top of the mountain ridge, looking down at him coldly. Bitch, die! Shangguan Qixiang shouted. Endless killing intent surged around him. On top of the mountain ridge, Shangguan Bingshi looked at Shangguan Qixiang coldly as if he was looking at a strange enemy. An outsider whom she has only met twice is willing to sacrifice her own life for others. A blood relative of hers actually wants to kill her. Shangguan Bingshi could not help but feel endless sorrow. At some point, a blood relative was actually inferior to an outsider. Shangguan Qixiang had just reached the middle of the mountain ridge when he suddenly felt a sharp killing intent from the side. A black shadow rushed out from the darkness with a sharp blade in his hand. At close range, the sharp blade reflected a cold light as it slashed towards Shangguan Qixiang's head. This was a powerful and deadly attack. When it appeared, it was silent. When Shangguan Qixiang noticed it, the sharp blade was already in front of him. Shangguan Qixiang's face changed, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, he used his elixir weapon to block the attack. Under the light of his elixir weapon, he saw a cold and emotionless face. Clang! The 2 elixir weapons collided, creating a loud sound and beautiful sparks flying everywhere. Shangguan Qixiang blocked the attack, but he was pushed back a few steps. His face was pale. The person who launched the sneak attack did not follow up with another attack. After the attack, he disappeared into the darkness. Damn it! Is this an assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance? Since when did this bitch have such a powerful guardian under her? Shangguan Qixiang's face turned ugly when he saw that the flaw that he deliberately exposed did not work. The opponent did not fall for it and escaped with a single attack. First, it was a strange formation. Then, it was a suspected assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance. This made his face extremely gloomy. All of a sudden, a shrill scream rang out. A dazzling radiance appeared not far away. Under the radiance of the radiance, he saw a person flying in the air. His hands were clutching his chest, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. Yukong's chest was pierced through by a sharp blade. Blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Yukong fell backward as his life force slowly faded away. When the dazzling light faded away, Shangguan Qixiang saw that cold and emotionless face again. This face glanced at him coldly, but it quickly disappeared into the darkness. It was the assassin who launched the sneak attack. When he escaped, he killed one of his subordinates. Damn it! Shangguan Qixiang cursed. His face turned gloomier. Obviously, This assassin who appeared out of nowhere was a tough opponent. Swoosh! At this moment, a sharp blade appeared from the darkness and slashed towards Shangguan Qixiang. This time, the sharp blade was aimed at Shangguan Qixiang's back. Go to hell! Shangguan Qixiang shouted. A strong aura surged around him. Then, his elixir weapon shone brightly and smashed towards the sharp blade. The violent Shangguan Qixiang's attack was swift and terrifying. After the attack hit the sharp blade, the dark figure in the darkness groaned and flew backward. As he flew backward, there was a trace of blood. The assassin was injured. However, before Shangguan Qixiang could chase after him, the assassin disappeared into the darkness. Damn it! Is he really an assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance? When did they help this be *starred? Shangguan Qixiang was in disbelief. For Shangguan Qixiang, the most difficult person to deal with in the world was an assassin. This kind of assassin who never fought with his life and only hid in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to strike, was everyone's nightmare. Sure enough, the nightmare continued. Screams rang in his ears again. This time, the assassin took the opportunity to kill another genius. Apparently, his opponent was not seriously injured. Whether or not he was an assassin from the Heavenly Kills Alliance would be confirmed later. However, today, he must kill Shangguan Bingshi. Therefore, Shangguan Qixiang was on high alert as he flew towards the mountain ridge. Swoosh! However, just as he moved, a strong killing intent appeared again. The sharp blade appeared behind Shangguan Qixiang again and pointed at his back. This assassin was extraordinarily strong, and he instantly restrained Shangguan Qixiang. At this moment, Shangguan Qixiang could not kill Shangguan Bingshi personally. However, a single assassin could only restrain one person. He could not control the situation of the entire battle. Those who had been following Shangguan Bingshi in the air had consumed a lot of their energy and did not have time to recover. This kind of consumption did not only refer to the energy in their bodies, but also their spiritual thoughts and souls. The continuous battles had made them very tired. At this moment, they were once again facing geniuses who were several times more powerful than them. In just a few short exchanges, after killing a few of the opponents, they were all killed. Moreover, many of them flew up the mountain ridge and rushed towards Shangguan Bingshi with killing intent flashing in their eyes. P.S. End of the 4th watch. Begging for votes, begging for flowers, begging for everything. Every time I finish the 4th chapter, I will only ask for votes. Compared to those begging for votes in the 2nd watch, am I not lucky? Chapter 529. Everyone rushed up into the air. Although their expressions couldn't be seen under the masks, from the other party's cold eyes, it was naturally possible to guess that these were expressionless faces. Their pill weapons shone brightly. Facing the direct disciples of the Shangguan family, they raised their pill weapons and attacked fiercely. Right at that moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of Shangguan Bingshi. Both of the person's hands made a simple gesture in front of them, and everyone felt a tremor beneath their feet. Their bodies became unstable, and a ray of light shot up into the sky from beneath their feet. These rays of light were like peerless blades. They made a clanging sound and swept through everyone. Screams rang out again. At this moment, a total of 6 sky cultivators were cut from the bottom up by the sharp blades. Their intestines flowed out, and they all died a violent death. In a flash, all the sky cultivators in front of Shangguan Bingshi were killed. Hearing the screams, Shangguan Qixiang felt like his heart was bleeding. In order to enter the depths, the Shangguan family had prepared for thousands of years. This time, they had even sent him enough people. But now, they had lost more than 10 people. The screams made his expression even gloomier, and the killing intent around him grew stronger. However, he was tied down by the assassin and couldn't get away at all. Even though he had injured the assassin several times, he was forced to retreat every time he tried to attack. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura surged. The array that had just killed the sky cultivators was shattered by a powerful force. Another black figure rushed up, emitting a powerful aura. It was him who had just destroyed the array. Obviously, he was a monstrous existence. It was a masked man. He looked at Shangguan Bingshi with a complicated expression, but when he looked at LV Pong, it was much simpler. His eyes were cold and cruel. Then, he rushed towards LV Peng. Without the array flag, LV Peng's battle power was greatly reduced. After a short exchange, he was sent flying, coughing up blood. LV Peng was also a monstrous existence, but all his monstrous means were based on the array flag. Without the array flag, he was like a toothless tiger. As soon as LV Peng was sent flying, the indifferent Shangguan Bingshi moved. She waved her hand, and a gorgeous color appeared in front of her. Like a rainbow, it streaked across the sky and shot forward. Yukong, who had just sent LV Peng flying, had a complicated look in his eyes. Instantly, shock appeared in his eyes. Light flashed around his body, and the pill weapon in his hand blocked in front of him. One after another, light shields appeared around him. Bang! In this pitch-black night, a dull explosion rang out. Under this dazzling light, the defense around evildoer Yu's body was instantly shattered. At the same time, a powerful force surged into his body. Even though the pill armament managed to weaken the energy by more than half, the remaining energy still caused the other party to cough up blood. Then, his entire body fell down the mountain ridge. As he flew through the air, the prismatic light in the sky still hadn't faded away. He saw the other geniuses flying through the air, only to have their heads separated from their bodies and fall off the mountain. A sword of light appeared in Shangguan Bing's hand. It was dazzling, and a strong aura was emitted from the sword of light. In front of them, several headless corpses also fell down toward the mountain. Because of this, the battle paused for a moment. Yu, looking at the sword of light, the shock in Shangguan Qishiang's eyes became thicker. But soon, it was followed by anger from the death of his subordinates. Shangguan Qishiang, let's fight to the death. On the mountain ridge, Shangguan Bingshi, who was holding the sword of light, had a cold expression on her face. Under the sword of light, her face emitted a dazzling radiance, covering up her pale face. You want to fight to the death with me? Hee, do you want to do it on the bed? Because of anger, Shangguan Qishiang's expression became ferocious, making him look even more evil. The cold Shangguan Bing, she couldn't help but feel emotional when she heard this. The injuries that she had just suppressed acted up again, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Why? Are you very excited? Seems like you can't wait, my good sister. Shangguan Qishiang laughed evilly again. Go to hell. A cold, murderous intent filled the sky. This was the first time Zhang Haoyan spoke, and it was also a full-powered attack. This attack was no longer both offensive and defensive. It was his strongest attack, and the only one that Zhang Haoyan could use right now. The monstrous, murderous intent was like a tidal wave, engulfing Shangguan Qishiang. A sharp blade pierced through the darkness, shining with boundless light, and rushed towards Shangguan Qishiang. This attack was bright and dazzling. It went against the Tao of assassination, but it was the proof of the strongest attack. Facing Zhang Haoyan's powerful attack, Shangguan Qishiang's expression changed slightly. But in his eyes, an assassin who only knew how to attack and not defend was no threat at all. The alchemy weapon in his hand also lit up, releasing a powerful aura. Then, the alchemy weapon fiercely smashed towards the sharp blade. Boom! The sky and earth started to tremble under this attack. Shangguan Qishiang's men surrounded the mountain ridge and killed all of Shangguan Bingshi's guards. At the outermost area of the mountain ridge, there were still shadows flashing. These were all Shangguan Qishiang's men. They were hiding in the dark, surrounding the area to prevent Shangguan Bingshi from escaping. At this moment, everyone was looking at the mountain ridge from afar, watching the battle in the distance, watching the assassins attack. Their attention was attracted by the battle. Without a sound, the void behind one of the Zukong warriors broke open, and a dark figure appeared. His entire body was pitch black, as if he was one with the night, but he had a pair of blood-red eyes that did not fit in with the darkness. Unfortunately, everyone was watching the battle at the moment, and no one noticed this scene. In this dark night, a pitch-black hand slowly reached out to one of the Yukongs, then blocked his mouth, grabbed his neck, and twisted it fiercely. With a slight cracking sound, the Yukong slowly fell to the ground. As for his spiritual sense, it was destroyed immediately. In this dark night, the black figure seemed to be the ruler of the darkness, and also like a demon reaper, taking the lives of human cultivators one by one. Silently, one by one, they fell to the ground. There was no sound, and there was no movement. Until the last one fell to the ground, no one noticed. Boom! With a loud sound, the battle between Shangguan Qixiang and Zhang Haoyan was over. The latter's low-quality blade was smashed into pieces, and then the elixir weapon fell on Zhang Haoyan's body, knocking him away. This time, Zhang Haoyan, who fell to the ground, did not continue to hide his body. He seemed to be seriously injured and did not get up for a long time. At this point, the battle was about to end. Although Shangguan Bingshi was still standing, he was seriously injured, and there was no need to be afraid of him. As for the formation master, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for the assassin, he was barely alive. Looking at Shangguan Qixiang's side, there were more than 10 Yukongs, and there was also a monstrous existence. As for the Yukongs outside, he did not count them. My good sister, how do you want to die? Do you want to die under my blade, or die under my spear? There was a long bloody scar on Shangguan Qixiang's face, and his mask was gone. It was left behind by Zhang Haoyan's attack, which made Shangguan Qixiang, who was already evil, even more evil. In my eyes, you're no better than a dog or a pig, Shangguan Bingshi said coldly, clenching his sword of light. Animal, I don't like that name. My good sister, I hope that in your heart, I'm a beast. Shangguan Qixiang smiled, but that smile made people's hair stand on end. Zhang Haoyan staggered to his feet and stared at Shangguan Qixiang with his cold eyes. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a burning pain in his chest. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. Lu Peng also staggered up the mountain, but with each step he took, it was clear that he did not have much battle strength left. Everyone here is my people. Today, even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape. You too can be my witnesses and see if I'm an animal or a beast. Shangguan Qixiang looked at Lu Peng and Zhang Haoyan. You're not human. Seeing Shangguan Qixiang's evil smile, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts. Shangguan Qixiang's actions had clearly surpassed that of a human. He was almost like an animal. Haha. Shangguan Qixiang laughed evilly, then charged towards Shangguan Bingshi. However, what greeted him was naturally the sword of light that flickered with colorful light. The colorful light illuminated the sky once again. Under this light, one could faintly see figures flashing in the distance. But at this moment, no one paid attention to their surroundings. Even if they did, they would think that it was one of their own. Shangguan Qixiang blocked the attack, but he also retreated a few steps, the evil in his eyes growing stronger. This is my good uncle's weapon. I didn't think that you would bring it out. He treated you well, but I don't know how many more times you can use this kind of attack. While laughing evilly, Shangguan Qixiang once again charged towards Shangguan Bingshi. In the fierce battle, Shangguan Bingshi's energy finally ran out, and Shangguan Qixiang's evil smile finally bloomed. He walked step by step towards the powerless Shangguan Bingshi, but he faintly felt that something was wrong. It was as if the venomous gaze had disappeared. Shangguan Qixiang finally realized that something was wrong. The resentful gazes of the assassin and the array master had disappeared at this moment. Instead, they had become calm. Shangguan Bingshi's expression that should have been filled with despair was now extremely calm. What's going on? Could it be that they know that they are going to die? They know how to enjoy it. Just when Shangguan Qixiang was puzzled, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Enough, Shangguan Qixiang. It's time to end this. Then, the sound of footsteps could be heard, but it was already very close. Chapter 530. Hearing that familiar voice and the sound of footsteps, Shangguan Qixiang's face changed drastically. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Although they had only met once, he would never forget Zichun. The first time he suffered a loss in his life was at the hands of Zichun. At that time, he was 2 realms higher than Zichun, but the two of them fought to a draw. Even though he knew that Zichun was a sky-level warrior, he could not accept this fact. The evil look on his face had already disappeared. It was replaced by a dignified look. The footsteps behind him were slightly messy, but it was not because of panic. It was because there were a lot of people. There were so many people hiding in the sky, but they did not notice or report it. Obviously, there was a problem. The possibility of them surviving was not high. Thinking that so many people had died here, and his plan to enter the depths was almost ruined, Shangguan Qixiang could not help but feel a crazy rage in his heart. The footsteps stopped behind Shangguan Qixiang. Go to hell. Shangguan Qixiang suddenly let out a roar and turned around, smashing the pill weapon in his hand behind him. With the injection of energy, the pill weapon began to glow, illuminating the surroundings. The face that Shangguan Qixiang hated the most was right in front of him. Facing this attack, Zichun was extremely calm, and his expression did not change at all. This was Shangguan Qixiang's most powerful attack. Even a celestial expert wouldn't dare underestimate it. Zichun's expression was calm. That infuriated Shangguan Qixiang. He increased the strength of his pill weapon by 30%. He was determined to destroy that hateful face in one blow. A powerful qi was circulating around the weapon. It suddenly fell down and was about to hit Zichun. The latter finally moved. Zichun moved, but he only stretched out a finger and gently pointed at the weapon. Die! Seeing Zichun pointing his middle finger at him, Shangguan Qixiang's face showed a sinister smile. He was more confident. In his opinion, this attack would definitely smash his opponent's right hand and at the same time, smash his head. Ding! However, the moment the pill weapon came into contact with the other party's fingertips, it let out a soft sound, as if it had collided with a divine mountain. The powerful elixir weapon was blocked by Zichun's finger. No matter how powerful the elixir weapon was, it was unable to break through the defense of his finger. How is that possible? Shangguan Qixiang's eyes were filled with shock. During this time, he secretly increased his strength, but it was to no avail. All his energy was like a clay ox entering the sea. Under this finger, the pill weapon could not advance any further. Looking at the astonished Shangguan Qixiang, Zichun smiled mockingly. Immediately after, his finger started glowing. At the same time, a terrifying qi started surging out of his finger. Bang! A powerful force came from the tip of his finger and sent Shangguan Qixiang flying. Shangguan Qixiang's hand began to drip blood. His hand, which was holding his pill weapon, had already cracked. Shangguan Qixiang was defeated in a single attack. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Even Shangguan Bingxi, Lu Peng, and Zhang Haoyan were extremely surprised. However, after the surprise, they became excited. Obviously, the stronger Zichun was, the happier they would be. Shangguan Qixiang's eyes were filled with shock for a long time, but he was not frightened by this attack. After he got up, he took out a new elixir weapon. It was a long spear. The surface of the spear was covered with a dazzling silver light. A powerful qi was surging out of the spear. Just by looking at its quality, it was not any weaker than Shangguan Bingxi's sword of light. Seeing the long spear in Shangguan Qixiang's hand, Shangguan Bingxi's expression changed. She obviously did not expect Shangguan Qixiang to have such a skill. This was the Silver Soul Spear. It was very famous in the Shangguan clan. Its quality was not any lower than the Sword of Light. Among the elixir weapons, it was one of the best. Now that Shangguan Qixiang took out the Silver Soul Spear, his battle strength would naturally be greatly increased. Shangguan Bingxi was worried that Zichun would be in danger. However, before she could give the Sword of Light to Zichun, Shangguan Qixiang had already rushed out with his spear. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The long spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light as it stabbed towards Zichun. This stab contained all of his strength. On the tip of the spear, a dazzling light was surging. From afar, it looked like a silver dragon. It was mighty and ferocious. In a flash, it rushed towards Zichun. This attack was powerful and overbearing. The three of them were worried for Zichun. Only the people behind Zichun were still indifferent. The silver dragon attacked. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of Zichun. Following that, a monstrous qi swept through the sky. The blood-red broken spear appeared in a flash. As Zichun slashed, the broken spear brought along a large amount of red light. It was like a blood-red lightning bolt that went straight for the silver dragon's head. Boom! The blood-red lightning bolt was mighty and overbearing. It released a boundless destructive qi. Boundless energy began to surge. Under the attack of the blood-red broken spear, the silver dragon's head was instantly smashed into pieces. At the same time, the broken spear collided with the silver spear. Shangguan Qixiang, who had just rushed over, was once again sent flying. This time, he flew even more thoroughly and directly. He left behind a dark red mist in the sky. Shangguan Qixiang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He did not dare to imagine that when they met again, he would not be able to withstand even one attack from his opponent. Everyone around was incomparably shocked as they watched this scene. Their eyes were filled with a thick sense of horror. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Zichun. No one noticed that behind Zichun, Tyrant's eyes were fixed on the silver soul spear. Snatch it, snatch it. Tyrant's greedy bad habit appeared again. He whispered behind Zichun. Zichun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said coldly, Shangguan Qixiang, it's time for everything to end. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed at Shangguan Qixiang with his finger. A golden finger imprint broke through the void and flew towards Shangguan Qixiang. At this moment, golden light was circulating around the finger imprint, illuminating the surroundings. Golden destructive lightning surrounded the finger imprint, and when it landed, it caused the space to tremble. Using the power of the finger bone, the power of the thunderbolt finger instantly increased by several levels. This attack was even more powerful than the attack of the blood-colored broken spear. No! While screaming in fear, the silver soul spear in Shangguan Qixiang's hand flashed with a dazzling light again. His whole body's aura changed again and again. The energy in his body was pushed to the limit, and the silver spear stabbed towards the thunderbolt finger. In the sky, there was another earth-shattering sound. An even more terrifying energy surged. Shangguan Qixiang blocked this attack, but his injuries were even more serious. He coughed out blood continuously, and his body flew backwards. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He immediately slashed his silver spear to the side. Clang! A loud sound was heard and dazzling sparks flew everywhere. A broken spear was blocked by the silver spear. Unknowingly, Zichun had already arrived in front of Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang's face was still filled with fear. He quickly retreated. He knew that he was no match for Zichun. He already had the intention to retreat. However, Zichun approached him with his spear. Streaks of blood-red light flashed and forced Shangguan Qixiang to fly backwards. Boom! Shangguan Qixiang seized the opportunity and flew back a few hundred meters. The place where he retreated back was filled with a red mist. He was extremely embarrassed today. Go! Shangguan Qixiang shouted and signaled for everyone to retreat. Go? Do you think you can leave? Zichun sneered. He once again turned into a golden light and stabbed his spear towards Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang, who was severely injured, naturally did not dare to face Zichun head-on. He could only keep dodging. However, after dozens of attacks from Zichun, the blood-red light still swept towards him. He lost his balance and staggered backwards. It's time to end this. Zichun's last words were said. He was already behind Shangguan Qixiang. The broken spear in his hand was stabbed towards Shangguan Qixiang's back. A cold voice sounded from behind. Shangguan Qixiang looked at Zichun again. The word clone appeared in his mind. Then, his eyes were filled with the fear of death. Boom! Just as Shangguan Qixiang was about to die under the broken spear, the heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. As if there was a violent impact, the ground began to shake. It was as if the mountains were collapsing. Waves of energy began to surge. The huge mountain was instantly torn apart by the energy, and a majestic mountain instantly sunk into the ground. The mountain ridge from before collapsed under this energy, and countless rocks tumbled down, instantly submerging LV Pong and the other two. Under the mountain, the others also felt that their feet were unstable. They all staggered and fell down. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth was filled with a terrifying energy. This energy was vast and majestic. It was as if it was the true power of heaven and earth. This change was out of everyone's expectations. The power of heaven and earth made everyone tremble. The change lasted for 2 hours. It was only when the heaven and earth regained its light that it completely stopped. Everyone's face was filled with shock. They were still in shock and did not understand what had happened. This is a sign that all the regions are connected. It means that the path to the depths has been opened. The spirit-devouring rat suddenly said. During this time, the three of them had already dug out from the pile of rocks. As for Shangguan Qixiang and the other 10 people, they had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape. If they really wanted to chase after them, they would definitely be able to catch up and kill them. However, Shangguan Bingxi stopped them and signaled for Shangguan Qixiang to leave. Her face was filled with worry. Her expression was complicated. Obviously, she was not in a good mood. The path to the depths has just opened, Tyrant asked curiously. He was a little dissatisfied with Shangguan Qixiang's escape. He said that he should have left the silver spear behind and let him run away. This tremor happens once every 1,000 years. It means that all the regions are connected. Many king beasts will enter the depths at this time. Of course, there will also be more ancient beasts entering this region. The spirit-devouring rat explained. Everyone stayed where they were and rested for 2 days. Then, they entered the depths together. During this time, Shangguan Bingxi's mood was not good. Everyone did not want to persuade her. They could only let her calm down first. During this time, Zichen asked about Wang Shi. Chapter 531. When all the regions were connected, the path into the depths of the ancient battlefield was opened. The entire ancient battlefield started a rampage of ancient beasts. This was a grand event that happened once in 1,000 years. It was also the only chance for many powerful ancient beasts to leave after entering the depths. The ancient beasts roared, and their roars were deafening. Their overwhelming aura surged as many ancient beasts charged into the depths of the ancient battlefield. As the king of this region, Sky-Devouring Wolf had already arrived at the border of this region and was fully prepared. Its aura surged and the aura of a king was revealed. Many ancient beasts avoided it. When all the regions were connected, the heavens and earth trembled. When the passageway opened, it was the first to enter the depths. The old demonic leopard walked side by side with green radiance around its body. Its broken claw was replaced by a lifelike energy claw. Wolf Cub, who was following behind Sky-Devouring Wolf, had its hind leg replaced by an energy hind leg. As for its real hind leg, it was already in Zichen's stomach. Humans, I will settle this with you when I return. Wolf Cub's eyes flashed coldly. It was still holding a grudge against the 2 humans. The 2 kings were in the air, and the aura of a king was fully displayed. No ancient beasts dared to approach them. All of them hid far away. After the 2 kings left and the aura of a king dissipated, many ancient beasts appeared from afar. They approached the area and charged into the depths. In an instant, the earth trembled and rumbled. Smoke and dust covered the sky as though it was a doomsday storm. It was rare to see pure-blooded descendants of ancient beasts, but they could be seen everywhere. There were lightning snakes, unicorns, tricolored lizards, golden lions, alligators, and many other ancient beasts. Their bodies glowed and their auras surged as they charged into the depths. Other than this region, the kings of the other regions also entered the depths when the passageway opened. After that, the other ancient beasts formed a beast tide and brought up smoke and dust. Compared to the countless ancient beasts, the number of humans entering the depths was much smaller. In each region, the average number of humans entering was less than 100. Therefore, every time they entered the depths, the ancient beasts would go first and the human cultivators would follow behind. The goal of many ancient beasts was the blood essence of the pure-blooded ancient beasts. Even a drop would allow them to transform and increase their strength. For the kings of ancient beasts, this was a chance to leave the ancient battlefield. As for the humans, their goal was the blood essence of all the ancient beasts and the relics left behind by the ancient battlefield. Other than that, there were also many ancient beasts, such as the gray rat and the black rat. These ancient beasts were not strong and had impure bloodlines. They took advantage of this opportunity to cross regions and hunt ancient beasts and humans of the same level. Zichen and the others were still recuperating when the ancient beasts entered the depths of the forest. During this time, they talked about Wang Shi's death. When they heard that he was killed by an assassin, both of them were surprised. In the fringe, where there were no rules to speak of, all conflicts could be resolved on their own. Apart from the market square, he could kill anywhere and anytime. It seemed a little redundant to have a killer. The Heavenly Kill Alliance did not have any branches in the Bedlam lands. That was a very perverted assassin. The purpose of his attack was just for fun. There was no enmity between them at all. Wang Shan was still very emotional when he talked about what happened that day. Although the assassin was abnormal, his strength was very strong. He killed Wang Shi in one move. When Zichun and Tyrant heard this, they were shocked. The killer killed people for fun? Although they had not fought with Wang Shi was known as a monstrous genius and ranked third in Yunxia City. His combat strength was naturally extraordinary. They did not expect that he would be killed by an assassin who thought it was fun. I think his strength is ordinary. If he did not hide and take us by surprise, he would not have been able to kill us. If he fought with my brother directly, the outcome would not have been certain. Wang Shan said with some dissatisfaction. You can't say that. That assassin's combat strength was indeed very strong and his concealment skills were very good. Even though we were alert, we could not discover him. Wang Qiong suddenly said with a grave expression. The assassin's strength was only at the middle stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. However, he was able to kill Wang Shi in one move. He should be a seed assassin of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. This time, he might come to the ancient battlefield. When we enter the depths, we must be careful. Wang Qiong warned solemnly. Middle stage of the Imperial Sky Realm? Could it be him? Suddenly, Zichun frowned as he thought of a cold assassin. Back then, outside the market square, he had almost killed Yu. After that, he had caused Tyrant to suffer a great loss. Damn it, could it really be him? Tyrant's expression changed when he heard that. There was anger in his eyes. Apparently, he had also thought of that cold assassin. After that, the two of them talked about the assassination and described the appearance of the assassin. We did not see his true appearance, but it is very likely to be the same person. Wang Qiong nodded after thinking for a while. It's best if it's the same person. If he dares to enter the depths, he will not be able to return. Wang Shan said coldly. Tyrant nodded and said, We will settle old and new grudges together. During this period, Shangguan Bingxi did not say a word. He was still in a bad mood. Wang Xian accompanied him by his side. 2 days later, LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan had fully recovered from their injuries. The group of 8 people and 2 beasts set off and headed towards the depths. Indeed, as soon as they left the dense forest, they found ancient beasts. These ancient beasts were all from other regions. To the group, they were not very strong. However, there were many of them, and they formed a group. At this moment, after seeing the group of humans, the ancient beasts sent out cold messages. With ferocious expressions, they charged towards Zichun and the group. The battle broke out in an instant. Tyrant held 2 sword teeth and slashed fiercely. Wherever he passed, the ancient beasts would be sent flying. On the other hand, Wang Shan and the rest also displayed their powerful combat strength. The ancient beasts fell to the ground one by one. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. The entire process of the battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. The group was not injured at all. They had slaughtered a wave of ancient beasts. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group continued forward. During this period, they killed another 2 waves of ancient beasts. The 8 of them had monstrous combat strength. When they worked together, they formed a super strong team to hunt ancient beasts. The team leader was naturally the powerful Zichun. This was widely acknowledged. By the time the group reached the depths, they had killed more than 20 ordinary ancient beasts. They had a bountiful harvest. Tyrant exclaimed that they had struck gold. Even Shangguan Bingxi from the Shangguan family was stunned when he saw these ancient beasts. After a few days, the group reached the border of the area and went into the depths. The environment in the depths was almost the same as in the periphery. There were dense forests, mountain peaks, and many traces of battle. Dilapidated fences, broken walls, and collapsed ruins could be seen everywhere. However, these things were on the verge of being eroded by the wind. It would not be long before they all disappeared. The group was quite lucky. As soon as they entered, they found an ancient medicine that was more than 3,000 years old. as expected of a spirit-devouring rat. Wang Qiong and the rest were surprised when they saw the spirit-devouring rat return with the ancient medicine. Finding an ancient medicine in a place where many ancient beasts had stepped on was enough to show how extraordinary the spirit-devouring rat was. The mere ancient medicine is nothing. I'll bring you to the ruins later, to the inheritances, and to all the treasures with spiritual energy. The spirit-devouring rat said smugly after passing the ancient medicine to Zichan. Before the spirit-devouring rat could lead the group to the ruins, an ancient beast rushed out of the dense forest. Human. Delicious. This was an ancient beast whose bloodline was comparable to a wolf cub. It was called the Golden Lion. It was more than 10 meters tall and exuded the majesty of an ancient beast. It was even stronger than the one Zhang Haoyan and the rest had hunted. Golden light flashed around its body like a golden sun. A violent aura surged around its body. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with greed and killing intent. When humans hunted ancient beasts, they needed to be baptized in their blood. Ancient beasts could also devour humans and transform them. Ancient beasts were very intelligent. They knew that humans who dared to enter the depths were very strong. Therefore, after devouring them, they would obtain more energy. Therefore, when they saw humans, they wanted to devour them as if they had seen an ancient medicine. Torrential flames surged around the Golden Lion as it charged at the group. Clang! Zhang Haoyan appeared from the darkness with a pill weapon and slashed at the Golden Lion's body. However, there was a sonorous sound. He was unable to break through the Golden Lion's defense and was forced back. The descendants of pure-blooded ancient beasts had strong defenses. Ordinary pill weapons could not break through at all. Wang Qiong and the rest were also forced to retreat. Without LV Ping's formation, it was unrealistic for them to kill the Golden Lion. Watch me. Monk stepped forward with 2 sword fangs and slashed at the Golden Lion. The sword fangs flashed with light and pierced into the Golden Lion's body like sharp swords. In an instant, golden blood splattered. The Golden Lion was injured. The Golden Lion was furious. It roared at the sky like a thunderclap. Terrifying energy surged on its sharp claws as it slapped at Monk. Pong! Amidst the muffled explosion, Tyrant was sent flying and retreated several tens of meters. Ancient beasts that dared to intercept humans were naturally very strong. At this moment, even Monk, who had been baptized once, could not suppress them. At this moment, a rainbow-like ray of light appeared not far away and slashed at the Golden Lion. It was Shangguan Bingxi. She was actually attacking with the Sword of Light. The Sword of Light was unusually sharp. Every time the light struck out, it would leave a long wound on the Golden Lion's body. Golden blood splattered everywhere, falling onto the ground like golden pearls. Shangguan Bingxi held the Sword of Light and fought against the Golden Lion. Her feet flashed with extreme speed. Her combat strength was not weaker than a monster's. Now that she had the Sword of Light, she was like a tiger that had grown wings. After a few attacks, several long wounds appeared on the Golden Lion's body. Monk felt his heart ache when he saw this. He said that this was something that could be used to make inner armor for pill weapons. The Golden Lion's body was huge. The few wounds on its body were nothing. Soon, the wounds stopped bleeding. Let's end this quickly. At this moment, Zichun rushed forward with the broken spear. Chapter 532. The 3 of them attacked with all their might. Their fierce attacks flashed with dazzling light and landed on the Golden Lion's body. Golden blood began to splatter, and the Golden Lion roared in pain. Its intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, and it had already understood that these humans were not to be trifled with. However, at this moment, it was surrounded by 3 people. Each of them was very fast, and it was impossible for it to escape. Therefore, it erupted again, displaying its strongest combat power as a descendant of an ancient beast. Bang! Amidst a dull sound, the Golden Lion's huge body finally fell. Smoke and dust filled the sky as its vitality dissipated. There was a fatal wound between its eyebrows, and golden blood flowed out. Even the desperate Golden Lion was no match for the 3 of them. Seeing the battle end so quickly, Wang Shan and the others could not believe their eyes. One had to know that when they killed the golden lion, it took them half a month. Although they killed the golden lion in the end, they were all seriously injured and almost lost their lives. However, the descendant of an ancient beast that was even more powerful than the golden lion was killed by the three of them in less than 15 minutes. Let's go straight into the depths. We'll dissect the golden lion later, Zichun said, and then used the purple gold gourd to put away the golden lion's body. After that, the group continued to go deeper. Half a day later, under the guidance of the spirit-devouring rats, they found a second ancient medicine. It was very old. Discovering two ancient medicines in one day, the spirit-devouring rat's role was played to the extreme here. Moreover, the places where the ancient medicines were located were places where ancient beasts had stepped on. Wait, there's something here. The spirit-devouring rat in the lead suddenly stopped. Something? Ancient medicine? Wang Shan stepped forward and looked around in confusion. This was a place with broken walls. There was not even a single ancient tree, let alone ancient medicine. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, there were dilapidated buildings that had been eroded by the wind. Any strong wind that blew past would turn this place into nothingness. There's no ancient medicine? Wang Shan looked around and said, I said there's something, but it doesn't mean there's an ancient medicine. There's a fluctuation of spiritual power below. There's definitely something. The spirit-devouring rat said with certainty. Below? Wang Shan was startled. Almost everything here has been weathered. There can't be anything valuable here. The spirit-devouring rat was somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Shan's questioning, and a disdainful light flashed through its small eyes. Dig. Zichun stepped forward, and without saying a word, he started digging at the place designated by the spirit-devouring rats. He chose to believe in the spirit-devouring rats unconditionally. After that, Tyrant, LV Pong, and the others also made their moves. Seeing this scene, the arrogance in the spirit-devouring rat's eyes grew even stronger, and its gaze towards Wang Shan was also filled with disdain. I'm actually being despised by a dead rat? Wang Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only continue digging. Amidst a cry of alarm, the crowd dug out a black substance. It seemed like stone, yet it wasn't. It was extremely hard, and not even alchemy weapons could cut it open. There really is something. Everyone's eyes lit up as they sped up. Soon, the black object was dug out. It was a tall stone tablet that was 3 meters tall. It was made of very hard material, but its surface was simple and unadorned. There was no spiritual energy flowing around it. The fact that the stone tablet was able to be preserved for so many years, and the fact that the material was so tough, was enough to prove that the stone tablet was extraordinary. During this period of time, the monk used his sword teeth to slash repeatedly, but there was no reaction at all. This proved that the stone tablet's material had surpassed that of alchemy weapons. As he rolled up his sleeves, a gust of wind blew past, blowing away the dust in the stone tablet. Then, everyone saw that in the huge stone tablet, there was a complicated ancient word engraved on it. Every stroke of the complicated ancient word was like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, vigorous and powerful. There are words on it? Everyone was shocked. One had to know that not only did the monk use his sword teeth to slash at it, but even Zichun took out his broken spear. However, when he slashed at it with all his strength, there wasn't even a scratch left on it. Quick, look at what the word is. Everyone looked carefully. This was an ancient word, and every stroke seemed to be made with a sharp blade. There was no spiritual energy flowing around it, and it seemed to have something to do with the stone tablet that it could be passed down until now. Moreover, this was an unfamiliar ancient word, and even Elder Emo couldn't recognize it. There is a very dense spiritual energy sealed inside. You can use your spiritual sense to sense it. Maybe you can find something, the spirit-devouring rat reminded. In an instant, everyone extended their spiritual sense and entered the ancient word. Hum. The stone tablet seemed to tremble, and then a vast power appeared. Vaguely, everyone saw a majestic figure standing in the air, waving his fingers at the void. Every time he waved his fingers, a dazzling sword chi with a powerful sword will appeared, and finally landed on a towering stone tablet. As the streaks of sword chi fell, the sword marks on the stone tablet gradually formed a complicated ancient character. The ancient word was just like what they saw in the outside world. It was complicated and difficult to understand, and it also carried a powerful sword will. However, at this moment, in this illusory scene, everyone recognized this ancient word at a glance. Sword. This was the word sword. Every stroke of the word was a towering sword will, displaying the endless power of the sword will and carrying the unique aura of the way of the sword. The moment the word sword formed on the stone tablet, the entire word emitted a dazzling light. It seemed that in this light, everyone could feel the existence of the sword will of the great path, piercing deeply into their eyes. Everything seemed to be an illusion and disappeared in an instant. Everyone woke up again, but everyone's expression became very pale. What a powerful sword will! Wang Qiong's eyes flashed. The moment the word sword lit up, he felt as if his soul was about to be cut into pieces by the sword will. Although Ziqian did not speak, the shock in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time. Obviously, this was a powerful inheritance of a sword skill. All right, quickly comprehend it, and then leave it for me to devour. The spirit-devouring rat said excitedly. Wastrel, this is a powerful inheritance of a sword skill. Wouldn't it be a waste to let you devour it? The monk said, and slapped the spirit-devouring rat away. Put it away, Zichun said at this moment. This was a well-preserved inheritance of a sword skill, and it could be taken out as a collection. It would be a pity if it was devoured by the spirit-devouring rat. So the monk put the stone tablet away for the time being. Although the spirit-devouring rat was a little dissatisfied, it could not do anything about it and could only continue to lead the way. However, this time, after taking 2 steps, it made another discovery. There's something here too. The spirit-devouring rat pointed to the ground. As the crowd continued digging, they discovered that they had dug out yet another stone tablet. There was also a complicated ancient word on the stone tablet. It was obviously the word sword. This can't be a set of sword skills, right? Seeing 2 stone tablets that were almost the same but contained different sword intents, everyone's eyes widened. At this moment, even Shangguan Bingshi's expression changed. A powerful sword skill inheritance. Just thinking about it was shocking. Look again. See if there's a third one. The excited crowd treated the spirit-devouring rat as a laborer and began to search this place, carefully sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Soon, they found the 3rd sword tablet. It was indeed different from the other 2, and it represented a 3rd sword skill inheritance. Each of them was a super powerful sword skill, and each of them had the aura of the Great Tao, but the sword intents they contained were very different. Heavens, could it be that we'll really find a set of sword skills inheritance here? Everyone felt that it was unbelievable, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Once a sword skill inheritance was taken out, it could be used as a foundation by a large force to nurture more powerhouses. However, if they took back a set of sword skills inheritance, they could completely create a large force. Look, quickly find all the sword skills. Monk shouted excitedly. Zichen's expression was no longer calm. This was because both of them had the idea of creating a force, and with this set of sword skills, they would have a foundation that could be passed down. Soon after, the 4th sword tablet was found, and it also represented a different sword skill inheritance. Everyone stayed here for a full day, but in the end, they only found 4 sword tablets, which made Monk feel that it was a pity. Be content. Any one of these sword tablets can be taken out by many forces, and if it's auctioned, it can be sold for a sky-high price, Zichun said with a smile. Moreover, these 4 sword tablets can be used as a foundation to nurture more powerhouses. He was not as greedy as Monk. After searching for half a day and confirming that there were no more sword tablets, everyone continued to hurry. The passage in the depths had been open for several days, and they had been left far behind. The good inheritances had all been snatched away by others. Along the way, everyone began to hurry. 3 days later, they found traces of humans. This was a large force with a large number of people, and they surrounded a dense forest. When they saw Zichen and the others, their eyes were filled with hostility. However, when they saw Shangguan Bingshi in the crowd, they were stunned. Idlers, stop. This place has been occupied by the Chun family. Yukong shouted vigilantly from afar. Chen family? The Chun family, the overlord force of Chaos City? Zichen frowned and looked at Shangguan Bingshi beside him. You are from the Qin family? Shangguan Bingshi asked calmly. That's right, we are from the Qin family. This time, we have already sealed this place, so please stop, Miss Shangguan. Yukong said. Roar. At that moment, a deafening beast roar was heard, and it was as if thunder had exploded in the sky. The beast roars were unceasing, and from the sound of it, there were at least 3 ancient beasts. 3 ancient beasts together? Powerful ancient beasts usually moved alone, and they rarely teamed up. Now that 3 ancient beasts were together, everyone was stunned. However, immediately after that, sounds of fighting could be heard, and violent energy surged in the forest, followed by the screams of humans before they died. Come here, all of you. At that moment, a loud roar was heard. Yukong, who had sealed off the periphery, heard it, and his expression changed, and he immediately rushed into the dense forest. What should we do? In the blink of an eye, all the Yukong had entered the depths, and even Yukong, who had blocked them previously, was nowhere to be seen, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. Zichen glanced at Shangguan Bingshi and found that he did not have much of an expression on his face. After pondering for a moment, he said, Since they have already occupied this place, let's leave. Chapter 533. Zichen had said that he was going to leave, but he didn't. The others didn't urge him either. During this time, everyone was looking at Shangguan Bingshi. The latter said indifferently, The Chun family and the Shangguan family are only acquaintances. The others were relieved and didn't say anything else. People from big factions were very conceited. If they entered rashly, they would definitely be hostile. They might say that they were disloyal and stole the treasure, and become mortal enemies in the end. Therefore, the crowd waited outside. They would only go in when they couldn't win. Roar. The roars of beasts were heard in the dense forest. They were sure that there were 3 ancient beasts, but then another roar sounded. A 4th ancient beast appeared in the dense forest. This made Zichun and the others change their expressions. If there were only 3 ancient beasts, even if they were comparable to the demonic leopard cub or the demonic wolf cub, they were confident that they could kill them. However, there were 4 of them. Even if they had monstrous battle strength, they were not confident. 4 ancient beasts. The Chun family is finished. Facing 3 ancient beasts, the Chun family was already in danger. Now that there were 4 of them, they had almost no chance of winning. Just as Wang Shan was sighing, more shrill screams came from the forest. These were the screams before death. The sound kept rising and falling. The shrill screams proved that the human cultivators were dying one by one. Not good. Everyone, retreat quickly. Then, the voice sounded again. However, compared to the anger just now, there was a hint of panic in the voice now. Humans, go to hell. Among the screams, a thunderous roar of an ancient beast was heard. Then, there was a huge tremor in the forest. Zichun and the others couldn't see what was happening in the dense forest with their own eyes, but they could guess from the screams and roars. The 4 ancient beasts must have shown their power and started to kill the Qin family. After a few breaths, 2 figures rushed out of the forest. When they rushed out, they were still coughing up blood. Their panicked faces were filled with shock and fear. These were the 2 monsters from the Chun family. Just as the 2 of them rushed out, they saw Zichun and the rest waiting outside. Their gazes swept past Shangguan Bingshi, and after a slight pause, the panic and fear on their faces had already disappeared. At the same time, a mocking smile appeared on their lips, and they quickly left. Their meaning was clear. Even so many of them had been defeated, let alone the 8 of them. Roar. Soon after, the deafening roars of beasts rang out in the forest, and then slowly disappeared. The 4 ancient beasts did not chase after them. Oh my God! There were dozens of them when they went in. Now, only 2 of them escaped. Wang Shan was completely stunned when he saw that the Chun family had not rushed out again. Out of dozens of people, only 2 were still alive. The death rate was too high. What should we do? After that, everyone looked at Zichun. If there were only 3 ancient beasts, they would have rushed in without hesitation. However, there was suddenly one more. It seemed that it would be very difficult for the 8 of them to deal with 4 ancient beasts. Moreover, so many of the Chun family's warriors were killed in an instant. It showed how strong the 4 ancient beasts were. Go in. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. He had already made up his mind and rushed in first. In his hand, the blood-red broken spear had already appeared, and a crazy murderous aura filled the air. The rest followed closely behind, all ready for battle. A sword tooth appeared in Shangguan Bingshi's hand, and a sword of light appeared in Shangguan Bingshi's hand. The forest was in a mess, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. On the ground, there were only a few scattered elixir weapons and nothing else. As for the corpses, they must have been eaten by the ancient beasts. Seeing these elixir weapons, Shangguan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put them away. These weapons have owners. Even if you take them, you won't be able to use them. Who knows, you might even offend the Qin family. Shangguan Bingshi kindly reminded him. Hee, these elixir weapons will be used by me? Shangguan smiled, and then put away all the elixir weapons. The 4 ancient beasts had already entered the depths of the forest. During this time, they would occasionally let out low growls. The group advanced quickly, no longer hiding. The sound of wind breaking could be heard in the forest. When they entered the depths, they saw the 4 ancient beasts. They were leopard-type ancient beasts from an unknown region. They looked very similar to the sword-toothed demonic leopard, but they did not have the 2 huge sword teeth. They had a pair of cold eyes, and they were also emitting a blood-red light. In the middle of the 4 ancient beasts, there was a huge corpse of an ancient beast. It seemed to have died for countless years. Its bones had already rotted, and only a faint light was emitted from its bones. At this moment, the 4 ancient beasts were refining the ancient beast's blood essence from the rotting flesh. They had already refined a drop, and it was floating above the corpse, emitting a bright light. In addition, there was also a terrifying, ferocious aura emanating from the blood essence. Zichun had only felt this kind of ferocious aura from the blood essence that the old man had given him. Moreover, he and the monk could only withstand 1 drop of this level of blood essence during their baptism. What a powerful aura! Is this the true blood essence of an ancient beast? Looking at the drop of blood essence, Wang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. The others were also shocked. Even Shangguan Bingshi had never seen such a ferocious blood essence. The few of them guessed that it was the blood essence of a pure-blooded ancient beast. However, only Zichun and Shangguan knew that it was not pure-blooded. Stupid humans are here again. Kill them all. A black panther glanced coldly at Zichun and the rest, and then opened its mouth. Its voice shook the sky. The arrival of Zichun and the rest did not attract its attention. At this moment, it was still refining the blood essence of the ancient beast. Moreover, the second drop of blood essence was about to take shape. Humans, die. 3 black panthers turned into 3 rays of black light and rushed towards them. Their eyes shone with a cruel light. They were ready to kill Zichun and the rest as easily as they killed the Qin family. Zichun, Shangguan Bingshi, and Shangguan Bingshi were at the front. They were the first to be killed by the Black Panthers. Peng. The first to be attacked was Shangguan. The 2 sword fangs in his hands shone brightly. They were used as long swords, and he slashed at the Black Panthers. In the next moment, the Black Panthers were sent flying as if they were hit hard. Shangguan Bingshi had sent a Black Panther flying with a single blow. On the other side, the sword of light in Shangguan Bingshi's hand shone like a waterfall. It cut a long wound on the body of the second Black Panther. Colorful blood splattered as the Black Panther roared in pain. 2 Black Panthers were at a disadvantage against 2 humans. At this moment, the third Black Panther arrived in front of Zichun. Its black claws carried a destructive aura. Zichun's eyes were cold. Golden light flashed around his body. Facing this attack, he did not dodge and let the Black Panther hit his chest. The Black Panther's claw landed on Zichun's chest. The Black Panther, which had intelligence not inferior to that of a human, seemed to have seen the scene of a human's chest collapsing and being pierced through by its claws. But at this moment, a blood-red lightning appeared in front of the Black Panther. Then, a monstrous murderous aura surged and the blood-red lightning rushed towards its glabella. Roar! The blood-red lightning contained a terrifying aura that made the Black Panther feel the danger of death. It let out a deafening roar. The violent aura around its body surged crazily. The power of its claws was reduced by 50% in an instant. It then dodged to the side. Puff! But the speed of the blood-red lightning was too fast. Both sides were very close. With a soft sound, the blood-red lightning hit the Black Panther's glabella and pierced in. Boom! The broken spear pierced the Black Panther's glabella. At the same time, a surge of energy emerged and rushed towards the Black Panther's soul. The energy was like a vibrating wave. Under the shock of the energy, the Black Panther's soul was destroyed layer by layer. By the time the blood-red spear was pulled out, the Black Panther's vitality had already disappeared. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zichun killed a Black Panther with one strike. As the Black Panther had held back 50% of its strength, the remaining 50% could not hurt Zichun at all. The battle happened in an instant, but in the next moment, there was a pause. Whether it was the human or the Black Panther, they all looked at Zichun with shock in their eyes. The Black Panther, who was refining the blood essence, was completely stunned when it saw this scene. Its big eyes were filled with disbelief. A mere human killed one of its companions in one strike. It felt that everything seemed to be wrong. It should be them who killed a human in one strike. How could this be? Just as the Black Panther was confused, it realized that the human with the broken spear was already charging towards it. Then, he raised the broken spear in his hand high up. The battle started when Zichun raised the spear again. This time, it was 8 against 3. Coupled with the demon ape who attacked from time to time, the 3 ancient beasts were suppressed from the beginning. During this period, everyone was holding back the ancient beasts. The one responsible for killing them was Zichun. Go to hell! After a loud shout, Zichun used his extreme speed to flash to the side of the Black Panther. At the same time, the broken spear in his hand viciously chopped downwards. A red light like a waterfall pierced through the Black Panther's body. Gulp! A huge Black Panther's head was chopped off by Zichun and rolled on the ground. Another ancient beast was killed. When the remaining 2 ancient beasts saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. During this time, Wang Shan and the others were knocked over and coughed up blood. Lend me the sword of light, Monk suddenly shouted. Then, he snatched the sword of light from Shangguan Bingshi's hand. His body was shining with golden light as he charged towards one of the ancient beasts. In an instant, the sword of light shone brightly. The 7-colored sword light slashed again and stabbed into the ancient beast's forehead. With a wail, the 3rd ancient beast fell to the ground. Just 2 breaths later, the 4th ancient beast also let out a scream. It was killed by Zichun's broken spear. Seeing the 2 of them so valiant, the other 6 people were stunned. Chapter 534. The battle ended very quickly, which was unexpected. If the 4 ancient beasts had gone all out and unleashed their strongest attacks, 1 or 2 of the 8 people and 2 beasts would have died. However, after killing the Chen family, the Black Leopard's confidence swelled. They thought that these humans were as easy to kill as before. In the end, all of them died because of their carelessness. 2 drops of blood essence that emitted a murderous aura floated above the gigantic ancient beast's corpse. Zichun stepped forward and collected the 2 drops of blood essence. He then sat cross-legged beside the corpse and began to refine and extract the rest of the blood essence. Taking advantage of this time, Tyrant held the sword of light and began to dissect the 4 black leopards. It's indeed a good item. It's exceptionally sharp. Looking at the sword of light in his hand, Tyrant couldn't bear to part with it. However, no one paid him any attention. Shangguan Bingshi wouldn't give the sword to him. Feeling bored, Tyrant focused on dissecting the ancient beasts. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Zichun had already collected 2 drops of blood essence. At this moment, 2 more drops floated in front of him. It was really surprising that he could extract 4 drops from this rotten corpse. In these 4 hours, Tyrant had also successfully dissected 3 ancient beasts. There was only one left, and he was preparing to dissect it. However, at this moment, sounds of breaking through the air could be heard from afar. It sounded like many figures were flying towards them. Hurry up! The ancient beasts are just ahead. At the same time, a human voice could be heard. Hearing these voices, everyone's expression changed slightly. Then, they became alert. After a few breaths, more figures appeared. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. The ones leading the way were the 2 geniuses of the Chen family who had fled in panic. As soon as they appeared, they saw the neatly dissected ancient beasts' corpses on the ground. Not far away, there were also 2 drops of blood essence floating in the air. Seeing the 4 ancient beasts and the 2 drops of blood essence, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Their breathing quickened. However, when the 2 geniuses of the Chen family saw this, their faces were filled with shock. They had personally experienced the strength of the 4 ancient beasts. They had slaughtered the dozens of people they had brought with them. From the start of the battle, it had been a one-sided massacre. The 2 of them had been lucky to be able to escape. They had originally given up, but they did not expect to find the Zhou clan ahead. Thus, they led the Zhou clan back to kill the 4 ancient beasts. However, he never expected that such powerful ancient beasts would actually be killed by these 8 humans. Furthermore, looking at their bodies, there was not the slightest injury. Clearly, the battle had been very easy. Chunliang, this is the place you discovered. It seems that the item has been snatched away by someone else. Beside the freak from the Chen family, a young man in battle armor coldly said, "That's right, it was snatched away by someone else." The monster known as Qinliang immediately understood the meaning behind the other party's words and nodded his head furiously. "How dare you steal from the Overlord faction? Seems like these people are pretty gutsy. I wonder which faction they belong to." The young man from before swept his gaze across the group and spoke once more. "Zhou Sun, what do you mean by that?" Shangguan Bingshi looked at the young man who spoke and asked coldly, "Io, isn't this Shangguan Bingshi, the little princess of the Shangguan clan? As a member of the Shangguan clan, why aren't you following young Master Xiang? Why are you with this group of people?" Zhou Sun laughed sarcastically. Shangguan Bingshi ignored the sarcasm in the other party's words and said directly, "The ancient beasts were killed by us. You guys should leave." "You guys killed them? Who saw it?" Zhou Sun sneered and said, "I only saw you guys snatching our ancient beasts. What's wrong? You have the guts to snatch our ancient beasts, but you don't have the guts to admit it?" While the 2 parties were talking, Zichen and Tyrant were expressionless. They were still minding their own business and did not pay any attention to these people. In the outside world, they were famous overlord factions. A casual cough from them would cause the entire Bedlam lands to tremble a few times. But in the ancient battlefield, they were just a bunch of you skies that were not worth mentioning. A mere overlord faction showing off here would only be mocked by others. Zichun did not even frown at the arrival of these people and their aggressive attitude. When the 2 drops of blood essence were finally formed, Zichun heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. The rotten corpse in front of him was completely useless now. "Haha, you even helped us refine our blood essence. Not bad, not bad. Our Zhou clan owes you guys a favor. You 2, go and take out my blood essence." Zhou Sun laughed and then signaled for the others to take out the blood essence. Zichun turned his head and looked at the other party with a cold smile. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly trembled and a pitch-black staff shadow appeared. It carried a powerful aura as it fell from the sky and hit the head of one of the Yuskais. Yuskai's expression changed and his body flashed with light. He used his alchemy weapon to resist. Pong! The staff shadow fell and shook the space. A terrifying aura surged and smashed onto the alchemy weapon of Yuskai's. Instantly, a loud tremor was heard. Yuskai's palm was torn apart and the alchemy weapon in his hand flew out. At the same time, the pitch-black staff shadow smashed down and landed on the head of the Yuskai's, killing him instantly. Amidst the loud explosion, one of the geniuses was blown up just like that. But what was even more shocking was that the other one had already fallen to the ground and died at some point in time. His fatal wound was on his chest. Only when the two you guys died did the others react. You guys snatched our things and still dare to kill us. Are you guys trying to go against the overlords? Josun's expression changed and turned cold. The other Yuskais were also surrounded by a murderous aura and locked onto the others. Tyrant was still dissecting the ancient beasts, as if he did not hear the other party's words. He also did not care about the previous battle and the dead Yuskais. His hands were still moving at a steady pace as he dissected the last ancient beast. Zichen looked at Josun indifferently and asked coldly, "Snatched your things? Are you referring to these 4 ancient beasts?" "That's right. These 4 ancient beasts and their essence blood." Josun also stared at Zichen, but seeing how calm the other party was, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Zichen sneered and said, "Talking in your sleep in the day and lying with your eyes wide open. Worthy of being an overlord clan. You guys are really overbearing. It's good that you know. Hand over the ancient beasts and the essence blood, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Our Zhou clan will owe you guys a favor. If you don't hand it over, you'll have to bear the wrath of our Zhou clan." Zhou clan's wrath and a favor. Zichen sneered and said coldly, "You guys are really used to being arrogant. Have you forgotten where you are? Do you still think this is the Bedlam lands? Let me tell you, this is the ancient battlefield." Zichen's cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. He looked at the ashen-faced Josun and said word by word, "Now, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave. If you're still here after 3 breaths, don't blame us for killing you without mercy." You. Josun's ashen-faced face was instantly filled with murderous intent. He was an overlord clan and the Bedlam lands belonged to his clan. Even Dan Yuan Old Monster had to be polite to him. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But before he could get angry, he saw killing intent surging in the eyes of the other Zukong realm cultivators on the opposite side. 1 breath. At the same time, a cold voice started counting the time for them. Josun's expression kept changing when he heard the insulting voice. He couldn't wait to fight with these people. They killed 4 ancient beasts. These people are not to be trifled with. Look at that Baldy's hand. Suddenly, Chunliang's voice sounded in Josun's mind. He subconsciously looked at Tyrant and saw the sword of light that had restrained its aura. Josun's pupils immediately contracted. He recognized the sword of light and naturally knew the power of this sword. 2 breaths. At this moment, Zichen's cold voice sounded again. Josun's expression changed. He couldn't wait to kill them, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to do so. After Zichen said 2 breaths, he left with his group. The 8 of them were able to kill 4 ancient beasts. Their strength was naturally strong. Moreover, they obviously had a sword of light. They might have other tricks up their sleeves. Even though they had 4 monstrous geniuses on their side, they still didn't have a good chance of winning. "Damn it! How dare you threaten me? I'll settle this with you when we get out," Josun said coldly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. "Seems like the rumors are true. Young Master Xiang really suffered a great loss. It was a wise decision for us not to fight." Chunliang suddenly said, "Rumors about young Master Xiang? What rumors?" Josun asked. "There's a rumor that Master Xiang wanted to kill Shangguan Bingshi. It's said that he killed all of Shangguan Bingshi's protectors, but was saved by a group of barbarians. These barbarians also made Master Xiang suffer a great loss, almost killing him." "What?" Josun's expression changed. "This is what my subordinate heard. I'm not sure about the details, but it should be close. How is that possible? How can the barbarians be so strong? How can they make young Master Xiang suffer a great loss? What's so impossible about that? The barbarians of this generation are widely acknowledged to be very powerful. Have you forgotten the news that Zheng Feng brought back? Young Master Xiang fought fiercely with a barbarian at the early stage of the Flying Flight realm and was unable to win. The group gradually left. They still couldn't believe that the barbarians were so strong. Since when did they become so strong? Josun was still brooding over the threats he received today. He had been plotting in his heart. If the barbarians dared to go deeper, he would definitely find a chance to kill them. The enmity between the 2 sides was formed just like that. Zichen didn't care about this at all. If he went back smoothly, He had a trump card that would allow him to not be afraid of the overlords. After the monk finished dissecting the ancient beasts, the group continued to go deeper. This time, their speed was even faster. During this time, they didn't let the spirit-devouring rats take any detours to look for ancient herbs. They wanted to find the places in the old man's memory. One of them was related to the sky-splitting battle ape, while the other was related to the monk. It was said that there would occasionally be sounds of chanting from that place. Chapter 535. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, all sorts of battles were happening. Other than the battles between humans and beasts, the battles between kings were also very intense. Zichun and the rest encountered all sorts of battles as they ventured deeper. There were several fierce battles. At first, they killed any beasts they saw, but in the end, they began to avoid the beasts. There were many beasts in the depths, and they were all very strong. Each of them was comparable to a wolf cub or a demonic leopard cub. If the 8 of them faced 4 beasts at the same time, it would be very difficult. It was even more difficult to kill them without suffering any injuries. On the way, they would sometimes encounter an alliance of more than 10 beasts, which was equivalent to more than 10 demonic leopards. They had no choice but to avoid them. The essence blood of ancient beasts was important, but their lives were even more important. Where is the place that Senior mentioned? During this period, they kept venturing deeper and found many ancient sites, but they did not find the place that the old man had pointed them to. The old ancestor said that this place opens once every 1,000 years, but the area it opens to is different each time. Perhaps these 2 places are not in this area, or they never appeared, said the spirit-devouring rat. When Tyrant heard this, his expression changed. Not in this area. Do we have to wait 1,000 years? But after 1,000 years, I would have already reached the inner core realm. The ancient battlefield only opened once every 1,000 years. It was already a great honor for them to be able to enter. How could they dare to ask for a second 1,000 years? We only have one chance. Find it. We must find it. Tyrant was unwilling to give up. The place that the old man mentioned was very likely to have the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra. Tyrant had to find it. The spirit-devouring rat continued to lead the way, searching for anything with spiritual energy. Ancient beasts wanted different things from humans, so they did not take a second look at the many ancient sites and powerful inheritances of humans. They only wanted to transform into pure-blooded ancient beasts and leave this place. Beside them were the spirit-devouring rats. They had an innate sensitivity towards spiritual energy. Therefore, everyone's harvest this time was extremely great. It could be said to be a great harvest. During this period, even Shangwan Bingshi's eyes were constantly flashing with surprise. He looked at the spirit-devouring rat as if he was looking at a precious treasure. If we take these things back, it will be enough to establish a force. Zichen's eyes flashed. In the depths of his heart, there was always a crazy and bold idea. 2 days later, after dodging several waves of attacks from the ancient beasts, the group arrived at a relatively desolate area. There was a hint of coldness in the air, like some kind of killing intent. As soon as they arrived here, everyone felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling in their hearts, as if they were being targeted by some kind of peerless, ferocious beast. The devil ape lying on Wang Xian's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes. A strange light flashed across its blood-red pupils. The next moment, its body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Boom! After a few breaths, a violent explosion was heard in the void as a figure hidden in the dark was blasted out by the devil ape. This was a figure hidden in the darkness. He held a pitch-black sharp blade in his hand. The sharp blade did not reflect light under the sunlight. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. There was a hint of surprise in the other party's eyes when he was suddenly blasted away. However, before he could continue hiding, the devil ape attacked once more. The pitch-black shadow of the staff fell from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying aura. With an explosion, the shadow was blasted to death. There was actually someone hiding in the dark. After the shadow was killed, everyone finally reacted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the devil ape glanced at Shangwan Bingshi. Its blood-red pupils flashed with a strange light, and its expression was exceptionally ferocious. Swoosh! Zhang Haoyan's expression changed instantly. As his body flashed, he disappeared with the sharp blade in his hand. After a while, the sound of fighting could be heard from afar. The fighting was intense, but it did not last long. It stopped after a few breaths. After a few breaths, Zhang Haoyan returned with a pitch-black sharp blade in his hand. The sharp blade was as black as ink, but it did not reflect light under the sunlight. It was like a real assassination weapon. Not bad. Zhang Haoyan pointed at the sharp blade in his hand. He was not good with words and had always been cold. However, at this moment, he spoke. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this sharp blade. The devil ape also returned at this time, holding the sharp blade and the spirit ring. It looked at the sharp blade in its hand and threw it to Zhang Haoyan. This is an assassin's weapon. It's very suitable for you. Zhang Haoyan did not decline. He directly put away the sharp blade. He had obtained the human butcher's inheritance, and this inheritance leaned towards the Tao of assassination. Assassins? You're saying they're assassins? Everyone was surprised. Yes, they're assassins. Only assassins have such a profound concealment technique. The devil ape discovered them in time, so they didn't have time to release their killing intent. Zhang Haoyan nodded. Then, Zhang Haoyan looked at Shangguan Bingshi. Their target should be you. Shangguan Bingshi's face instantly paled. Her expression became extremely complicated. There was struggle and pain. In the end, her expression became as cold as ice. She said indifferently, since they're assassins, they're definitely from the Heavenly Kill Union. It has to be them. The Heavenly Kill Union was a terrifying power that had existed for countless years. It was one of the top existences in the entire Martial Heaven continent. Their branches practically covered the entire continent. Why did the Heavenly Kill Union want to kill Shangguan Bingshi? Everyone pondered for a moment, and then they understood. It had to be Shangguan Qixiang. Last time, Shangguan Bingshi had told them to let her go. They hadn't expected that Shangguan Qixiang would not repent and instead hire assassins to kill her. The Heavenly Kill Union? Assassins? I hope that bastard will come. Wang Shan's eyes blazed with fury. That's right. If that bastard dares to appear, I'll definitely kill him. We'll settle old and new grudges together. Tyrant was also very direct. Through their previous discussion, they were certain that the assassin who had killed Wang Shi was the same person who had tried to assassinate them. From the two assassins, the crowd did not find any space containers that were specially used to store essence blood. Clearly, they were just ordinary genius assassins and not the real leaders. This place is a bit strange. Everyone should be careful. The devil ape and Zhang Haoyan are in charge of guarding, said Zichun suddenly. The assassins had already died, but the chill in the air was still there. Furthermore, the feeling of being watched by a fierce beast grew stronger as they ventured deeper. Everyone nodded. They were much more careful as they ventured deeper. At the same time, they surrounded Shangguan Bingshi to protect her. Under Zichun's arrangement, Zhang Haoyan and the devil ape traveled through the void in secret to prevent any sudden appearance of assassins or other changes. After a few miles, the devil ape once more encountered an assassin. In just 2 attacks, he was mercilessly killed. It's still an ordinary assassin. However, it doesn't seem like he's preparing an assassination. He's monitoring this place, said the devil ape. If an assassin is monitoring this place, what's there to monitor? Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't understand. They could only continue forward. Just like that, after a few more miles, the devil ape saw the assassin again. This time, it was Zhang Haoyan who killed him. This time, the devil ape was certain that the assassin was different from the previous 2. He wasn't preparing to assassinate anyone, but was monitoring or guarding this place. Because the devil ape had discovered him from afar, he hadn't had time to attack. The chill in the air grew thicker, making everyone feel uneasy. However, the assassin was guarding this place. Could there be some historical remains here? Everyone naturally thought of this possibility. A few hundred miles away, a black-clothed man appeared from the darkness. He looked ahead quietly. There were more than 10 similarly dressed black-clothed men. They were using all their strength to break a restrictive spell. I've already lost 4 of my subordinates, said the black-clothed man coldly. 4 of your subordinates? Did you encounter an ancient beast? Behind the black-clothed man, a slightly surprised evil voice sounded. No, they're here. Who are they? Your enemies. The evil voice sounded surprised again and said, It's those barbarians. How is that possible? They were able to kill the assassin who was hiding. Don't underestimate them. Even though they're barbarians, they're extremely strong. What should we do now? Shangguan Qixiang looked at the black-clothed man and said, Get ready to attack. Attack. The black-clothed man smiled coldly. If you're not going to attack, are you going to send your subordinates? Didn't you say that they were extremely strong? Shangguan Qixiang frowned. In order to find this place, we, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, have paid a great price. Many outstanding cultivators have died. After 10,000 years, we finally found a way to break this place. Now that the restrictive spell is about to be broken, the inheritance of the Heavenly Assassins Alliance is about to appear. Do you think I'll send my people to help you solve this problem at such a critical moment? Then what do you mean? Send your people to stop them. Don't let those barbarians ruin my plan, said the black-clothed man coldly. Send my people. Shangguan Qixiang's expression suddenly became agitated. He almost roared. I only have a dozen people left. How can they be a match for them? You said that they're all extremely strong. You're sending them to their deaths. The black-clothed man's expression was still indifferent. Even if they're going to die, they have to stop them. If the inheritance is broken, not only them, but even you and I will die. Shangguan Qixiang shuddered as he felt that the killing intent in the surroundings was even more penetrating. The black-clothed man did not say anything else. He just looked ahead and watched as the restrictive spells were broken one by one. In the end, Shangguan Qixiang left. While moving forward, Zichen and the others were stopped by a group of people. This group had a large number of people, close to 15. They were all holding pill weapons and were surrounded by killing intent. Chapter 536. The people blocking the road were all from the Shangguan clan. The one leading them was the one who had injured LV Peng. Other than Shangguan Qixiang, the others who had escaped last time were all present. This time, they were clearly prepared. Each of them had a pill weapon in their hands, and killing intent surged around them. As for the one leading them, he held a silver soul spear in his hand. It flashed with a bright silver light, reflecting his cold killing intent. Qiyu, it's you? The people from the Shangguan clan blocked the road. Everyone chose to remain silent, and Shangguan Bing-Shi stepped forward. Looking at the person holding the silver spear, Shangguan Bing-Shi's expression was very complicated. This person had grown up with Shangguan Qixiang and Shangguan Bing-Shi. Even his name was given to him by the elders of the Shangguan clan. He had outstanding talent, and the treatment he received in the Shangguan clan was not much worse than Shangguan Bing-Shi's. The only difference was that his surname was not Shangguan. Along the way, Shangguan Bing-Shi could see a trace of benevolence in his eyes. He was not willing to kill them and had shown mercy several times. Otherwise, the people she brought would have been killed long ago, and they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Shangguan Bing-Shi, take your people and make a detour. This road is blocked. Qiyu said coldly. You. Shangguan Bing-Shi's expression changed. Qiyu's words had clearly expressed his attitude. Moreover, the words Shangguan Bing-Shi had increased the distance between them. They used to be playmates who grew up together, but now they were like strangers. Following Shangguan Qixiang will not end well. Don't be stubborn. He has been selfish since he was young, and even more so when he grew up. Today, he knew that he would die, but he did not come. He sent you here to die in his place. Shangguan Bing-Shi said loudly after a moment of silence. After all, they were playmates since childhood. Shangguan Bing-Shi could not bear to see him die like this. Qiyu did not speak again. His expression was still cold. After hearing Shangguan Qixiang's words, his expression did not change, not even a small ripple. For Shangguan Bing-Shi's sake, I will give you a chance. If you leave now, I will spare your lives. Zichun stepped forward and looked at Qiyu. Qiyu glanced at Zichun, and his cold expression changed slightly. Since you're giving face to miss, then let's have a fair battle. With that, Chi threw the silver soul spear to the side. The long spear turned into a silver light and pierced straight into a boulder. Abandoning the powerful silver soul spear and not using it, Chi actions were very strange. However, this method was undoubtedly smart. He had witnessed the battle between Shangguan Qixiang and Zichun. He knew how powerful Shangguan Qixiang was. If he were to use the silver soul spear, he would definitely be no match for him. He would definitely die. However, if he were to abandon the silver soul spear and rely on his own strength, that might not be the case. There was a hint of admiration in Zichun's eyes. He nodded and said, "Good, let's have a fair fight. Then go to hell." As soon as Zichun finished speaking, Chi roared and turned into a beam of light that shot towards Zichun. His body shone brightly as the energy in his body was pushed to the limit. His 5 fingers formed a claw and clawed at Zichun. Above the claw, 5 beams of light surged. Each beam of light was like a sharp sword aura. Swoosh! As the light flashed, the 5 beams of sword aura reached Zichun with ear-piercing screeches and aimed for his heart. Buzz! Zichun's body flashed with golden light. Facing such a powerful attack, he only clenched his fist and punched. The moment he clenched his fist, his aura rose. Above his fist, golden light shone like a dazzling sun. When he punched, his aura had already reached its peak. He was like a majestic giant as he punched out a domineering fist. The dazzling golden light that was filled with a destructive aura instantly rushed towards Chi. Then, his body was drowned by the boundless golden light. A series of explosions followed, like a sudden clap of thunder exploding in the sky. Large amounts of golden light began to scatter in all directions, like ripples, surging in all directions. Chi's powerful attack was instantly destroyed by the golden light. At the same time, more golden energy landed on his body. As if a monstrous wave hit his body, Chi suffered a heavy blow and was instantly sent flying. With one hit, Chi was injured and coughed up blood. Both of them were monsters, but their combat power was worlds apart. One hit was enough to determine the winner. Everyone in the sky who came with Chi was stunned. "I don't believe it." As a monster, Chi's eyes were filled with unwillingness to be defeated with one hit. After getting up and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he charged towards Zichun again. This time, he did not have a stable fighting spirit. He could not maintain his peak combat power. He was defeated faster and more thoroughly. Zichun punched again and sent him flying for the second time. A red line of blood streaked across the sky as Chi landed on the ground. This is impossible. All of his confidence was shattered by those 2 simple punches. His eyes were filled with disbelief. During the battle, he had guessed that he would lose, but he did not expect to lose so thoroughly. It had only been 2 hits. "I'll give you one last chance. Leave or continue to be my enemy," Zichun said coldly as he looked at Chi. "I won't leave, even if it means death." Hearing Zichun's words, Chi's eyes were filled with madness. He got up from the ground again and charged at Zichun. This time, he burned the energy in his body. His aura rose to another level, and he used his most powerful attack. Boom! It was the same claw attack from before, but this time, it caused the void to tremble. The 5 rays of sword Chi seemed to tear through the void as they descended. Tyrannical fist, second move. A trace of killing intent appeared in Zichun's cold eyes. His fist wind suddenly changed, and in an instant, hundreds of fist auras appeared in the sky. They all gave off blinding light and powerful auras. Boom! One after another, the fist auras landed on Chi's attack. After dozens of punches, his energy-burning attack was shattered by the fist auras. At the same time, more fist auras were thrown at Chi. At that moment, a series of explosions rang out in the sky. Chi was hit by dozens of golden fist auras, and his entire body was glowing with golden light. Destructive energy flowed into his body bit by bit, and the golden light around him became dazzling. He was like a balloon that had been blown up. When it reached its limit, it exploded with a boom. A genius was slain in just 3 moves. Not even his corpse was left behind. Kill, leave no one alive. Since they were his enemies, he naturally would not show mercy. After killing Chi, The golden light around him slowly disappeared, and the killing intent on Zichen's face disappeared. However, his expression was still cold. He looked at the terrified Yukong in front of him and said coldly, "Other than Shangguan Bingxi and Wang Xian'er, the rest of the people charged at the Shangguan family and started a one-sided massacre." However, among the figures that charged forward, there was an unusual existence. It was the evil good monk. His eyes were glowing. Instead of killing the enemies, he ran straight for the silver soul spear, revealing his greedy nature. "Haha, it's mine this time." The monk laughed and looked at the silver soul spear with excitement. His right hand had already grabbed onto the spear. Wong. However, in the next moment, the silver spear started to vibrate, and a powerful aura emanated from it. Caught off guard, the spear shook off the monk's hand and turned into a silver light that pierced through the sky. "This is my silver soul spear." Looking at the silver soul spear that flew into the sky, the monk's eyes were filled with indignation. At this moment, a golden light shot towards the silver soul spear like a bolt of lightning. The golden light turned into a figure and grabbed onto the spear handle. It was Zichun. "Good job, Zichun," the monk shouted from below. The silver light around the silver soul spear shone brighter and continued to vibrate. An even stronger energy surged from it, and it broke free from Zichen's hand again. However, this time, before the silver soul spear could fly into the sky, an illusory purplish gold light descended. It was like an extended small world that froze the silver soul spear. When the purplish gold light dissipated, the silver soul spear also disappeared. "Oomph. Since you're not here, leave the spear behind." Zichun snorted and kept the purplish gold gourd. At this moment, the monk had already caught up and was looking at Zichen with a fawning expression. "Damn monk, what are you doing?" Zichen looked at the monk warily. "Well, you already have the broken spear. This silver spear should belong to me." The monk said expectantly, "If I give it to you, can you take it away now?" Zichun retorted. He then ignored the monk and left. After arranging for Qi Yu to hold the silver soul spear back to stop Zichun, Shangguan Qixiang returned. The man in black was still standing in front of him. He looked at the ruins in front of him and did not seem to have moved a single step. Shangguan Qixiang stood behind the man in black. Both of them did not speak and just looked in front of them silently. Not long after, Shangguan Qixiang's expression changed. He then formed a seal with his hands and shouted towards the sky, "Return." The evil voice reverberated between heaven and earth, but the silver soul spear did not return. Then, Shangguan Qixiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in the air and did not dissipate. Shangguan Qixiang pointed at the blood with one hand, and there was a flash of light between his fingers. Soon, a strange pattern was drawn. Shangguan Qixiang shouted again, "Return." Boom. With a soft sound, the pattern formed by the blood exploded. Shangguan Qixiang's face turned pale. "Damn it, I lost contact with the silver soul spear." Shangguan Qixiang's pale face became distorted. He scolded, "Damn Qi Yu. How can he be so useless? He even lost the silver soul spear after he died." The man in black had been looking in front of him. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He did not pay attention to Shangguan Qixiang's actions. At this moment, he only had eyes for the ruins. After 10,000 years, he finally found a way to break the restriction. Seeing that the inheritance of the Heavenly Kills Alliance was about to appear, the man in black became excited. Boom. Chapter 537. A surge of energy swept across the area. Many of the black-clothed men were swept away by the energy and were sent flying. Boom. The entire seal shook. Then, the entire area started to tremble. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The ground shook and the void was distorted. A spatial force was formed and spread in all directions. Puff! Under the distorted spatial force, one of the black-clothed men was unlucky enough to be brushed by it. His entire body turned into a bloody mist. His spiritual sense was also destroyed in an instant. Silently, one of the black-clothed men was killed. Seeing this, the other black-clothed men's faces changed. The energy around them surged, and they frantically retreated. When they had retreated to a safe area, they had lost 3 of their men. In the distance, the leader of the black-clothed men did not seem to see the deaths of his men. His eyes were fixed on the broken ruins in the distance. His eyes were shining with excitement. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had been preparing for thousands of years, and it was finally completed today. He would be the first person to benefit from it. Once he returned with the inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Alliance, his status would rise again. The distorted spatial force started to dissipate. The heavens and earth returned to silence. The monstrous killing intent was still there. It was like a sharp blade was pointed at the center of everyone's eyebrows. The feeling of falling at any moment made everyone's heart tremble. Shangguan Qixiang felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. His expression was extremely tense. Under this murderous aura, he had an illusion that there were assassins hiding around him. All of them released their murderous aura and locked onto him, ready to kill him at any time. The violent energy disappeared. A huge crack that was a few thousand meters long appeared on the ground. The end of the crack was where the ruins were. It was a towering stone sword. The endless killing intent was coming from the stone sword. After the restriction was broken, the stone sword appeared. It was thousands of meters tall. The tip of the sword pierced through the clouds and into the sky, while the hilt was huge and spacious. Vaguely, one could see a round door in the middle of the sword hilt. The ruins had appeared, and the entrance was the round door. The black-clothed men's eyes became even more eager. However, this fervent and excited expression was quickly withdrawn. Shock and anger appeared on the black-clothed man's face, while a raging flame burned within his ice-cold eyes. The other black-clothed men seemed to have sensed something as well. They turned around one after another, their bodies surging with boundless killing intent. Shangguan Qixiang was startled by the changes in the crowd. Then, he sensed something and his face changed as he looked behind him. "Looks like we came at the right time." As a cold voice rang out, several figures appeared on the horizon. It was Zichun and the others. After killing the Shangguan clan's people, they sped up and arrived here in time. Everyone stopped in front of the men in black. Zichun was the leader, and the monk was the assistant with the Sword of Light. The others stood behind them. The Devil Ape and Zhang Haoyin did not appear. "It really is you. Today is the day you die." When Wang Shan saw the man in black, even though he was completely masked, he could still recognize him at a glance. Wang Qiong and Wang Xian's expressions changed as well. Their eyes were filled with hatred. "It's you, ants." Looking at Wang Shan and the others, the anger in the black-clothed man's eyes slowly dissipated. He sneered and said coldly, "It seems like you don't remember the kindness I showed you when I let you go that day. Fine, I'll send you on your way today so that you can reunite with your family." Wang Shan and the others were furious when they heard that. They could not wait to kill the black-clothed man. "Brat, don't brag. You're not a good person either. Your Lord Zheng did not kill you before. It seems like you don't remember my kindness. Fine, I'll send you on your way today so that you can reunite with your family." The monk was full of confidence as he held the Sword of Light. Looking at the monk and Zichun, the black-clothed man's pupils constricted. There was fear and seriousness in his eyes. They had fought in the Bedlam land and knew how terrifying the two of them were. Moreover, the one called Zichun was a half-baked heavenly martial artist. "What? You think you can defeat all of us with just a few people?" said the black-clothed man coldly. Then, he waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, all the black-robed men behind him hid in the void and disappeared silently. "Since we have enmity and hatred between us, why don't we settle it here?" said Zichun suddenly. His voice was ice-cold. During this time, no one looked at Shangguan Qixiang, and no one paid attention to him. He was like a stray dog, not qualified to be taken seriously. Even Shangguan Bing, she was expressionless, as if he was a stranger. "You're just a bunch of barbarians. You don't have any resources or strength. You're doomed to die against us," said the black-clothed man, emphasizing the word barbarians. It seemed like he was trying to remind himself that his opponents were just barbarians. A cold smile appeared on Zichun's face. "That's right. They're just barbarians. However, There will come a day when the word barbarian will cause the entire southern region to tremble. Everyone will be terrified, and barbarians will change their expressions. Make barbarians panic? You think you're worthy? Said the black-clothed man mockingly. Then, his silhouette disappeared. More than 10 black-clothed men disappeared and hid themselves in the void. Only Shangguan Qixiang was left in front of them with an ashen face. Assassins usually used sneak attacks to kill people. At that moment, Shangguan Qixiang was surrounded by murderous energies. It seemed like the assassins were already within his attack range. There's no need to be soft-hearted when dealing with scum, said Zichen while glancing at Shangguan Bingshi. Then, he glanced at Shangguan Qixiang and said coldly, for example, this scum should be killed. Shangguan Bingshi's body started shaking. He didn't say anything else. Zichen walked towards Shangguan Qixiang. He didn't pay attention to the assassins. His eyes were ice-cold and his body was filled with murderous energies. A barbarian will always be a barbarian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die. Shangguan Qixiang had no way out. He shouted loudly and rushed towards Zichen. Although he didn't have his silver soul spear, he still had his other Dan weapons. They weren't weak either. At that moment, he attacked with all his strength. His Dan weapon emitted a sharp whistling sound as it slashed towards Zichen. Seeing Shangguan Qixiang's attack, Zichen looked at him with disdain. He pointed his finger again. His fingertip started to shine. A terrifying qi emerged. His golden fingertip was like a poisonous snake. It moved towards the Dan weapon at lightning speed. At the same time, a golden energy ripple spread out and rushed towards Shangguan Qixiang. Pung! With a dull sound, Shangguan Qixiang was blown away. He was still holding his Dan weapon, but the web between his thumb and index finger had been torn. There was blood flowing out. There were still assassins in the dark. Zichen could choose to ignore them, but his friends could not. If any of them died, Zichen would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he acted decisively and displayed his ruthless methods. Boom! The sky shook. A golden finger appeared. It carried a destructive qi as it headed towards Shangguan Qixiang. It was the same attack that had caused Shangguan Qixiang to suffer a great loss last time. Seeing it again today, his expression changed instantly. Huh! He shouted. He activated the energy in his body. His body shone brightly as he held his Dan weapon tightly. He was about to block the attack. Boom! The golden finger suddenly exploded. Boundless golden light engulfed Shangguan Qixiang. The latter's shout turned into a blood-curdling scream as he rushed out from the golden light. His armor was already in tatters, and black smoke was rising from several places on his body. The elixir weapon in his hand was cracked, and his spirit was weakened. His eyes were filled with the fear of death. Zichen's finger shone again. As the seal appeared, he pointed out again. Thunderbolt finger. The surface of the golden finger was surrounded by lightning, like golden lightning snakes. It appeared from the void and pointed at Shangguan Qixiang again. Pung! The Dan weapon in Shangguan Qixiang's hand exploded. At the same time, he was swept away by the golden energy. As a monstrous genius, Shangguan Qixiang was stronger than Qiyu. Naturally, he wouldn't die so easily. He rushed out of the golden energy again, but his injuries were more serious. No, don't kill me. I am from the Shangguan clan. I am the future leader of the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Qixiang's eyes were filled with fear. Zichen's strength was unbelievable. He couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Under the threat of death, he could only throw away his face and beg for mercy. The future leader of the Shangguan clan. Zichen's lips curled into a cruel smile. The elders of the Shangguan clan must be blind to let you be the leader. Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent again. No, don't kill me. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of the entire Shangguan clan. Shangguan Qixiang shouted, but Zichen's killing intent was even thicker. He quickly looked at Shangguan Bingshi. Bingshi, it's me. I am your brother. Are you going to watch an outsider kill your brother in front of you? Shangguan Bingshi's cold expression slightly trembled. You are indeed a scum. You are so disgusting. Even your Lord Zhang can't stand it. Tyrant suddenly spoke. The light sword in his hand shone with cold light. Then, A rainbow-colored sword chi shot out towards Shangwan Qixiang. Puff. The sword chi flashed past. A head was separated from the body and flew up high. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. The future leader of the Shangwan clan was beheaded in the ancient battlefield. Because of Tyrant's sudden attack, everyone's perfect defense was instantly disrupted. Swoosh. Suddenly, the void was torn apart as a cold light flashed. A sharp sword chi shot towards the back of the monk. Swoosh. Swoosh. This attack seemed to cause a chain reaction, and the space around everyone started to ripple. Following this, sword chi shot out, bringing with it a sure kill attack as it shot towards everyone. Chapter 538. All the assassins appeared, their bodies surging with killing intent as they unleashed a sure kill attack. The void began to tremble as sharp sure kill sword chi came from all directions, sweeping towards the group. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light flashed as an even sharper sword chi appeared from the void, streaking across the vast sky, slashing towards one of the black-clothed men. Zhang Haoyan, who was hiding in the dark, also seized the opportunity and attacked in an instant, swift and fierce. The group of assassins clearly did not expect that there would be someone hiding in the air. Seeing the sword light coming at them at an extremely fast speed, the cold eyes of one of the assassins had already fluctuated. The killing blow in his hand also paused for a moment. PFFF. The sword chi was very fast, instantly rushing past the assassin. This was a true sure kill attack, swift and decisive. A head flew high into the sky, his eyes still filled with shock and hesitation. Clearly, he did not have the time to decide whether to advance or retreat before he was beheaded. The headless corpse crazily spurted out blood, smashing towards the ground with a bang. The same sure kill attack, the same speed and ferocity. All kinds of energy collided in the next moment. The light of the pill weapon flashed, illuminating the world. Wang Qiong and the others were blocking the attacks of the assassins. Just as Zhang Haoyan's attack ended, the other assassins' sure kill attacks also ended, and the world returned to silence. At this moment, two loud sounds came from the ground, and two black-clothed men's corpses fell from the sky. One was beheaded, and the other had a hole in his chest. More than 10 assassins attacked at the same time, and 2 of them were instantly beheaded. As for Wang Qiong and the others, they were unharmed, and there were no fatal wounds on their bodies. Only LV Peng's shoulder was pierced by a sharp blade. Without the formation flag, LV Peng's battle prowess was greatly reduced. Even though he was protected by the others, he was still injured. There were still traces of blood on the Sword of Light. Of the 2 black-clothed men who died, one was killed by the monk, and the other by Wang Qiong. As for Zichun, he was still standing in the front, not suffering any attacks. As for the leader of the black-clothed men, he had yet to appear. He was still hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Whoosh! The space behind Zichen began to swirl, and the leader of the black-clothed men suddenly appeared behind him. He held a sharp blade in his hand and stabbed it towards Zichen's back. The merciless killing intent swept out like a huge wave, rolling towards Zichen from behind. With such momentum, Zichen should have sensed it and turned to face the enemy in time. However, he remained indifferent and expressionless. His eyes were fixed in front of him, as if he did not notice the change behind him. The sharp edge of the sword had already reached Zichen's back and was about to pierce into his body. Seeing this scene, everyone was worried for Zichen. Wang Xian almost screamed out loud. Before the sword arrived, the bone-piercing killing intent had already swept over, blowing towards Zichen from behind. Under the strong wind of the killing intent, his clothes stuck to his skin. At this moment, Zichen finally moved. However, he did not turn to face the enemy. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he pointed at the void in front of him. Golden light began to flash between his fingers, and that terrifying aura appeared once again. The attack appeared from behind, but Zichen's attack was aimed at the front. Such a scene was really strange and puzzling. But in the next moment, a strange scene appeared. The sword that reached Zichen's back was like an illusion, silently dissipating. The void in front of Zichen was instantly split open, and a sharp and powerful sword chi appeared. This was the assassin's sure-kill attack. The previous attack was just an illusion formed by extreme speed, which was also an illusion attack. Facing such an attack, Zichun was already prepared. When the sure-kill attack appeared, it met with Zichen's finger. At first glance, it was as if Zichen's finger had been waiting for the arrival of the sword chi. Ding! Zichen's glowing finger pointed at the sword chi, and the powerful finger instantly dispersed the sword chi. At the same time, his finger pointed at the tip of the sword, and a terrifying energy surged towards the tip of the sword. Swoosh! After the attack, the assassin in black retreated rapidly. His body flickered in the air, and then disappeared, hiding again. 2 drops of blood fell from where the assassin was hiding. The first round of attacks was over, and 3 of the assassins in black had died. It was a big loss. But before they could launch the second round of attacks, Zhang Haoyin, who was hiding in the dark, attacked again. Compared to the assassins in black, he was more like a qualified assassin. As the sharp blade flickered with cold light, a pitch-black sword light flickered, and another assassin in black died. At the same time, Wang Qiong and the others suddenly launched attacks towards the void. Bang! Bang! In the midst of the explosions, the energy in the void surged, and then 3 figures fell out. When they fell to the ground, they had already lost their vitality. In the second round of attacks, the assassins in black had lost another 4 people. Moreover, the concealment method that they relied on to kill their enemies seemed to have lost its effect in front of the other party. Their whereabouts could always be sensed 1 step ahead. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, the leading assassin in black also launched 2 sure-kill attacks towards Zichun, but these 2 sure-kill attacks ended in failure. His whereabouts were sensed by Zichun in advance, and a few drops of blood fell from the sky again. After that, there was a short silence in the battle. The bone-chilling killing intent in the air was still very obvious, but it was all emitted by the stone sword. The killing intent around the group of assassins was completely restrained. They focused on killing in 1 strike. Once they failed, they would hide and wait for an opportunity to strike. For example, they were already at a disadvantage after attacking repeatedly today. After a short silence, the most intense attacks came. The void was constantly being torn apart as streaks of sharp sword chi appeared, carrying a strong killing intent as they charged towards Zichun. This time, the assassins in black and the dark all chose to attack Zichun. For a time, there were still nearly 10 people who launched fatal attacks. Zichun's body flashed with golden light as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. The blood in his body flowed with a thunderous sound, and his perfect body was completely revealed. An extremely powerful aura surged from his body, and it also carried the pressure of a pure-blooded ancient beast descendant as it swept out in all directions. Clang! An attack landed on Zichen's body, but a sonorous sound erupted. Golden light kept flashing, and the assassin's powerful attack failed to break through his defense. Pong! The moment he was attacked, Zichen punched out. It was simple and direct. He punched his opponent's chest, and in the next moment, the area where the opponent was attacked completely collapsed. Then, the assassin was sent flying into the distance. The powerful perfect body gave Zichen an extremely strong defense. At this moment, he could completely ignore the numerous attacks. Pong! His eyes were cold as he clenched his fists tightly. Facing these attacks, all he could do was to constantly punch these assassins in black. Clanging sounds rang out continuously as the sword chi shattered in front of Zichun, but they were unable to harm him in the slightest. At the same time, every time a clanging sound rang out, there would be a dull thud. At the same time, there was the sound of bones shattering. One by one, the assassins in black were sent flying. They had either had their bones broken by Zichen, their chests pierced, or their bodies exploded. In just a short moment, 5 of the assassins in black had died, and 1 was seriously injured. As for the others, they knew that things were not going well and hid in the void in advance. The heavily injured assassin fell to the ground, his eyes full of shock, but soon, his expression froze. Wang Shan had landed another blow on him. After 3 simple waves of attacks, there were no more than 4 assassins left alive, including the leader. At this moment, The assassins who were hiding in the dark were all shocked. It could be said that they were truly frightened. Among them, the leader of the assassins in black was the one who felt it the most. Zichen's combat strength had increased a lot compared to when he was in the Land of Chaos. The aura around him was comparable to that of an ancient beast's descendant. It frightened him and made him feel a great pressure. Boom. The fourth wave of attacks did not arrive, but at the end of the big crack, there was a violent explosion. A monstrous killing intent surged, and then a blood-red figure rushed out of the dark void. It was a blood-red spear, but at this moment, it was used as a long staff and smashed into the void. Bang! In the void, there was an explosion, and then a figure in a sorry state appeared. It was the leader of the assassins from before. His eyes were filled with shock, and blood was dripping from his hands that were holding the pill weapon. The demonic ape held the broken spear and appeared from the void. Its red eyes were filled with coldness, and then it smashed down with the spear again. Bang! The powerful force, coupled with the power of the broken spear, instantly sent the leader of the assassins flying. The latter coughed up blood and flew backwards, and then smashed into the big crack in front of him, causing a loud bang. The demonic ape had just sent the leader of the assassins flying, but before it could continue to attack, 3 sharp blades appeared from the void. The last 3 assassins all appeared at this moment, and then attacked the demonic ape fiercely. But with the blood-red broken spear, everything became simple. The demonic ape's figure flashed, and in an instant, it turned into more than 10 figures and surrounded the 3 assassins. The latter obviously did not expect this scene, and their faces changed. At this moment, all the demonic apes raised the broken spear in their hands and smashed it down like a long staff. The blood-red light flashed between heaven and earth, and then 3 explosions sounded in the sky. The demonic ape's attack was decisive and ruthless, and the remaining 3 assassins exploded in an instant. At this moment, an even stronger killing intent came from behind the demonic ape. It was the entrance to the relic, and the monstrous killing intent came from there. Then, everyone saw the leader of the assassins' figure flash and rushed into the relic. Not good, quickly chase after him. Everyone's faces changed, obviously not expecting this scene. They all turned into lightning and rushed below the stone sword. Chapter 539. The leading assassin, Luo Sha, let out a heart-wrenching roar that reverberated within the stone sword. At this moment, he felt a sense of despair, as if he would rather die. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had prepared for tens of thousands of years to find a way to break the seal. As soon as the relic was opened, the barbarians came. This was a coincidence, a stroke of luck. He could only accept it. In a short period of time, all his subordinates had been killed by the barbarians. He was furious, but the barbarians were strong. For the sake of the Heavenly Kill Alliance's inheritance, he had to accept it. However, a monstrous assassin like him had been injured by a barbarian in the middle stage of the Zephyr realm. Moreover, he had been suppressed since the beginning of the fight. This was a great humiliation. However, for the sake of the inheritance, he had to accept it. He had to accept everything, just to obtain the inheritance here. Therefore, he had sacrificed all his subordinates to fight for a chance of survival. This chance of survival allowed him to enter the stone sword first. Logically, he would be the first to obtain the inheritance. However, looking at the small stone sword in front of him, Luo Sha was in despair. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was in so much pain that he felt like dying. He even had the urge to kill himself immediately. Inside the huge stone sword was an empty hall. In the center of the hall, there was a small stone sword. There were obvious grooves on both sides of the stone sword, which should be where some kind of artifact was placed or where the inheritance was. However, at that moment, the stone sword's surroundings were completely empty. There was no inheritance at all. Furthermore, after the stone sword released its last burst of killing intent, it became ordinary and unremarkable, becoming an ordinary item. The Heavenly Kill Alliance had spent tens of thousands of years and generations of geniuses searching for various ways to break the seal before finally opening this place. They did not expect that it would be an empty inheritance. Tens of thousands of years of hard work had gone down the drain. However, this was not the most infuriating thing. What made Luo Sha the most infuriated and pained was the line of ancient words on the stone sword that was only tens of thousands of years old. He recognized it at a glance and read it. Ao Baichuan was here. This line of words seemed to be lamenting, but it was more like a taunt. This was the source of Luo Sha's agitation. Others might not know who Ao Baichuan was, but as an assassin of the Heavenly Kills Union, Luo Sha knew very well, especially the leader who had opened the ruins. This remnant had been discovered by Ao Baichuan and the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins. Both sides had even fought because of it. Who would have thought that Ao Baichuan's strength would be so extraordinary? After that battle, the Heavenly Kill Union's assassins had all died except for one monstrous genius who had escaped with serious injuries. When the monster killer returned, he even mocked Ao Baichuan. So what if he found the ruins? He only had a chance once every 1,000 years. He, Ao Baichuan, had no hope of coming here again. Moreover, Ao Baichuan was a loose cultivator with no power behind him. He was destined to have no fate with the ruins. For the past 10,000 years, the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union had always wanted to open this place and obtain the lost ancient inheritance of the Heavenly Kill Union. However, they had never expected that this inheritance would have been taken away by the other party 10,000 years ago. Ah! Luo Sha screamed. His voice was shrill, and he could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He almost fainted. The monstrous genius senior's joke 10,000 years ago was a little too much. It was a huge blow to Luo Sha. All his hopes were dashed. In the outside world, Zichun and the rest did not know what was going on. They thought that the other party was in trouble. After all, there were inexplicable dangers in the remnant. Therefore, they were all on guard and slowly rushed in. Monk maintained his strongest defense and walked in front with the sword of light in his hand. Zichun followed closely behind and looked around vigilantly. However, after entering, they did not find any danger. They did not even see Luo Sha's figure. All they saw was a pool of blood. "Be careful," Zichun said and signaled everyone to guard the entrance. He then looked around. This place was completely empty. It was clear at a glance. Everyone's gazes finally landed on the small stone sword. However, when they saw the words on it, they were dumbfounded. Those ancient words were not very old. Those who had a little knowledge of ancient words could recognize them. Ao Baichuan was here. Seeing this almost joking handwriting, everyone looked at each other, and their expressions became even more strange. Ao Baichuan, could it be Ren Tu? Wang Qiong's expression changed. He was a little stunned. He had been to Ao Baichuan's burial ground before. Master, could it really be Master's words? LV Peng and Zhang Haoyan were also shocked. In their memories, they only knew one person called Ao Baichuan, who was the famous human butcher. His strength was unbelievably strong, and he had once stopped a riot in the land of savages by himself. He was almost the first person in the land of savages after the Wuji sect was destroyed. Seeing the words on the stone sword, everyone finally understood why the leader of the killers let out a heart-wrenching cry. Obviously, the inheritance was long gone. It was obtained by Ao Baichuan. While everyone was gloating, they could not help but feel disappointed. This was an ancient inheritance, and it was gone just like that. However, when they thought about it again, if the two Ao Baichuan were the same person, then the inheritance here was indirectly obtained by them. LV Peng obtained Ren Tu's formation inheritance, while Zhang Haoyan obtained the assassination path. Since the Heavenly Kill Union's people were so nervous about this place, perhaps this inheritance was related to the assassination Dao. An inheritance related to the assassination Dao, coupled with Ao Baichuan's name. If this was not a coincidence, then this Ao Baichuan was the famous butcher. It was just that Ren Tu was only flying back then. There's a stone door there. Perhaps the inheritance is inside. Suddenly, the devil ape transmitted. He had been hiding in the dark and did not show himself. Behind the stone sword, there was a stone door that was already open. Let's go and take a look. There was clearly no inheritance here, and there were no traces of the leader of the killers. Since the stone door was open, the leader of the killers should have barged into the stone door. Everyone followed. The order was the same as before. The monk with the strongest defense was in front, followed by Zichen, and the others followed behind. After passing through the stone door, the group found a stone passageway. On both sides of the passageway, there were several stone doors. Among them, the stone doors closest to the group had already been opened. Moreover, they could vaguely hear the sounds of the stone doors opening in the depths. It must be the leader of the killers. I'll go and kill him. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes as he rushed forward. At the same time, a silver light flashed in his hand, and the silver soul spear appeared. Now that Shangguan Qixiang was dead, the silver soul spear no longer had an owner. Zichen could take it out and use it without any qualms. As soon as Zichen left, everyone felt a gust of cold wind blow past them. The devil ape's figure flashed and followed after him. The devil ape had the delusion breaker eye, which could see through all illusions. He could see all traces of the killers. In front of the devil ape, the killers had nowhere to hide. Moreover, with the devil ape going with Zichen, the chances of the leader of the killers surviving were not high. The monk watched as Zichen's figure disappeared. Then, he looked at the sword of light in his hand and felt upset. After all, he still had to return the sword of light to Shangguan Bingshi, but he didn't have to return the silver soul spear. I was the one who killed Shangguan Qixiang, the monk mumbled until Zichen's figure disappeared completely. Then, he retracted his gaze and swallowed his saliva unwillingly. Beside him, Wang Xian pursed her lips and laughed secretly. Seeing such a greedy monk, Shangguan Bingshi also smiled. Then, under the monk's lead, everyone walked towards the stone doors. Behind every stone door was a stone room. In the past, there seemed to be some items placed in the stone rooms, but now they were empty. They searched 8 stone rooms one by one, but they didn't find anything. Every stone room was very clean, as if they had been carefully cleaned. They couldn't even find a speck of dust. How could this be? Could it be that Ao Baichuan took all of them? The monk was unwilling to give up and continued searching. After searching the 16th stone room, they still didn't find anything. At this moment, they heard the sound of energy waves coming from the depths of the room. Apparently, Zichen had caught up with the assassin, and both sides had started fighting. Wang Shan and the rest were shocked and wanted to rush over. After all, he was the enemy who killed their brother. Even if they didn't do anything, they had to watch him die. With Zichen and the demon ape, this sneaky guy will definitely die. You should stay here, the monk said, trying to persuade Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded and dismissed the idea of going over. Apparently, Zichen could easily deal with the leader of the assassins, but it also meant that Wang Shan could easily deal with him. If the latter rushed over, the leader of the assassins might want to drag him down with him. After searching all the stone rooms and finding nothing, the group was completely disappointed. Many of the stone rooms were closed, and the leader of the assassins didn't open them. However, there was nothing inside. Apparently, Ao Baichuan had taken them away. The battle was still ongoing. The group continued to move forward and found traces of blood on the ground. Apparently, it was left behind by the previous battle. After a while, the battle ended. Zichen returned with the silver soul spear, but he didn't look happy. Why, he didn't die. He ran away. Zichen was depressed. He ran away? Is there an exit in this place? The group was surprised. There is a transmission array. Elder Imo has confirmed that it leads to the outside world. Zichen said unhappily. Seeing that the assassin was about to die, who knew that he would be so lucky, he stepped into the array and disappeared. Leads to the outside world. The monk frowned slightly and said, could it be that it leads to the inheritance? Zichen shook his head and said, impossible. Elder Imo has confirmed that it is the transmission array that leads to the outside world. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said, oh right, Elder Imo also said that if he guessed correctly, the entrance we came from should have been sealed. After that, the group began to return. When they reached the hall, they found that the entrance was indeed sealed. Chapter 540. With a flash of light, Luo Sha appeared in the outside world. After exchanging a few blows with Zichen, he was already half dead. losing half of his life. Damn it! Damn it! Luo Sha's eyes widened in anger, as if he had gone mad. His concealment methods were nearly useless in front of his opponent. Every time he moved, his opponent would always be able to sense him ahead of time, causing him to lose the initiative. From the start of the battle, he was suppressed until he stepped into the array formation and left half dead. There was already a pool of blood in front of him. His entire body was dispirited and listless. It's over. It's all over now. Apart from his anger, Luo Sha's eyes were also filled with despair. The Heavenly Kill Union's 10,000 years of preparation had been destroyed today. Luo Sha swallowed a treasure pill, and the wounds all over his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. An endless life force nourished his body, and the bloody holes that had been pierced by the spear rapidly healed. Suddenly, Luo Sha's eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. It was hard to tell whether he was angry or excited. In front of them, the several thousand-meter-tall stone sword actually disappeared before their eyes. As for the restriction that they had spent so much effort to break open, it actually reappeared. Luo Sha blinked. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, his heart burned with endless anger. He cursed, F***CKU, 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 F***CKU. Luo Sha was infuriated. This damned restriction had actually been restored. Clearly, it was trying to trick him again. In his heart, he had already cursed the ancestor who had created the ruins. Motherf*** Kerr, I won't believe you even if you beat me to death. The furious Luo Sha cursed until his mouth became dry. Then, he realized that something was off. The barbarians still hadn't come out, so he quickly left to prevent the barbarians from suddenly appearing and killing him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! 10,000 years of preparation, countless resources spent, all for a joke. Luo Sha cursed as he left. In the hall, Elder Mo's figure flashed and appeared. He had extraordinary attainments in formations and was able to see the problem with a single glance. His gaze was fixed on the stone sword, and his expression changed slightly. How is it, Elder Mo? Are there any more inheritances here? Everyone looked at Elder Mo expectantly. Elder Hiroshi didn't say anything. He just turned his head to look at LV Pong and asked, Did you see anything? LV Pong looked at the stone sword again and looked at it carefully. Then, he shook his head and said, No. Elder Mo sighed softly and said, It seems that Ao Bai Chuan's attainments in formations back then were much higher than yours. This is the divine restriction soul locking technique. Even you didn't see through it, let alone others. Everyone's eyes lit up. Tyrant was the first to speak. Elder Mo, do you mean that there's still an inheritance here? Old Mo's gaze landed on the stone sword again. Of course, and it's an extraordinary inheritance. Even Ao Bai Chuan couldn't take it away. As he spoke, Elder Mo smiled and said, Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed a divine restriction here. Divine Forbidden Soul Lock. LV Pong was taken aback and asked, Elder Mo, you mean that these words were written using the Divine Forbidden Soul Locking technique? You can take a closer look. Elder Mo seemed to have the intention of nurturing LV Pong. LV Ping's eyes widened as he looked at the ancient words. At this moment, with the addition of professional means, LV Pong discovered that the seemingly casual and unrestrained handwriting from before was actually traceable. Moreover, he also felt a faint spiritual energy hidden within. And this spiritual energy was something that even the spirit-devouring rats couldn't detect. It's indeed not an ordinary handwriting. This is the true divine forbidden soul locking technique. As expected of Master, his attainments in formations back then were much higher than mine. At this moment, they were already certain that Ao Bai Chuan, who left behind the words, was the famous butcher in the land of barbarians many years later. This place was really strange. Everyone's expression became excited. Then, under Elder Mo's guidance, LV Pong began to break the formation. As the seals appeared, streams of spiritual energy fell on Ao Bai Chuan's handwriting. According to the method of breaking the divine forbidden soul locking technique, these restrictions were slowly broken and then all dissipated. As the last word disappeared, the stone sword began to glow. A murderous intent surged from it. It had turned from a stone sword to a sword of light. It had completely changed and was no longer ordinary. However, the glowing stone sword wasn't the true inheritance. It only said that there was still an inheritance here, but to obtain the inheritance, one had to break the restrictions on the stone sword. Even Ao Bai Chuan couldn't break this restriction back then, let alone the current LV Peng. Therefore, everyone's gaze fell on Elder Mo again. In Elder Mo's eyes, the stone sword had already become restrictions and rules. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Elder Mo, how is it? Everyone looked at Elder Mo nervously. If even Elder Mo couldn't break this restriction, then everyone's outcome would be the same as Ao Bai Chuan's. Leave a word and leave. SK Tisk. Elder Mo clicked his tongue in wonder and said with a smile, "This is a very ancient formation. Then can it be opened?" Monk asked nervously. Although this is a very ancient formation, it's a very simple one. A meaningful smile appeared on Elder Mo's face as he said, "It's just a guiding formation. It's very simple, but it's very ancient and unsuitable. It's long lost. Ao Bai Chuan is only a figure in the past 10,000 years, so it's not surprising that he doesn't know about it." In the end, Elder Mo smiled. If he knew about this guiding formation and obtained the inheritance, then his achievements would definitely be much higher. When everyone heard this, they all became excited. As for Ao Bai Chuan, no one felt sorry for him. After that, Elder Mo simply waved his hand and made a few seals, and the restriction was broken. Ripples appeared on the glowing stone sword. Then, the entire ripple began to distort, forming a vortex. The vortex slowly expanded, and a dark passage appeared in the middle. In the passage, a crazy murderous intent surged. This murderous intent made everyone's expression change. It was as if there was a peerless monster in the depths of the passage. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. Light flashed around their bodies to resist this murderous intent. Everyone retreated. Only Zhang Haoyan didn't have any reaction. Instead, he was bathed in the murderous intent. There was a look of enjoyment on his cold face. Looking at Zhang Haoyan, Monk said with some jealousy, "Is this a pervert? He can actually enjoy such a strong murderous intent. No wonder he's so cold all day long." It turns out that there's a problem with his sexual orientation. Obviously, even a fool could see that this was Zhang Haoyan's opportunity. Butcher obtained the first half of the inheritance from here, and then passed it on to Zhang Haoyan. Now, he came here with the inheritance. Obviously, he was going to collect the second half. Ziqin looked forward and said, "He's not good with words. He's always been cold, decisive, and ruthless. This path suits him very well. However, after obtaining this inheritance that's almost born to kill, I wonder what he'll become." As he said that, Ziqin glanced at Shangwan Bingshi. He noticed that there was a slight change in his expression. The first time Ziqin met Shangwan Bingshi, the latter said that he wasn't handsome, cold, or cool. Obviously, he had a good impression of cold people. Zhang Haoyan was both handsome and cold. He was a good match for Shangwan Bingshi. Furthermore, Shangwan Bingshi had been in a bad mood recently. Everyone's persuasion was useless. Only the cold Zhang Haoyan's cool words could make Shangwan Bingshi feel better. The murderous intent in the hall grew stronger and stronger. Even with the light shield, everyone couldn't bear it. Shangwan Bingshi and Wang Xian's faces turned pale. As the whirlpool expanded, the passageway also expanded until it was big enough for one person to pass through. Then, a suction force came from the passageway. This suction force landed on Zhang Haoyan's body and slowly pulled him closer to the passageway. At this moment, Zhang Haoyan turned around. He was bathed in a torrential murderous intent. Combined with his cold expression, he looked like a killing god. Luckily, the killing god's expression changed in the next moment. He suddenly opened his mouth, his face full of gratitude. Thank you, everyone." He looked at his friends and paused for a moment on Shangwan Bingshi's face. Then, he disappeared. The passage disappeared as well. The shining stone sword's luster dimmed, and returned to normal. If it wasn't for the murderous intent in the hall, everyone would have thought that it was just an illusion. The inheritance of killing. Even the Heavenly Assassins Alliance would be jealous of it. When Zhang Haoyan comes out, I wonder how much stronger he will be. LV Peng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Everyone nodded. After that, it was time to consider whether to leave or stay. Obviously, the inheritance wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. It might take months or even years. Let's wait here first. After all, we already have half of the inheritance. Perhaps the other half will be completed soon. Zichen finally said, boom. But at this moment, the entire hall started to shake. Then, a terrifying murderous intent swept across like a storm, engulfing everyone. When the murderous intent storm dissipated, everyone found that they were already in the outside world. There was an empty area around them, and they couldn't see the towering stone sword anymore. It was sent out directly. It seems that the inheritance will take a long time. Zichen looked around and said, leave a mark here. We will continue to go deeper. Zhang Haoyan became the first beneficiary. The rest of the people continued to go deeper. Next, the spirit-devouring rats became the unfortunate ones. They were held by the monk and had to find the Buddhist inheritance. Monk, if you find the Buddhist inheritance, why don't you share the 6-syllable mantra? Zichun suggested. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and put on a compassionate look. Then, he chose to remain silent. Every time this problem was brought up, the monk ignored Zichun. A few days later, everyone arrived at another area. At this moment, the spirit-devouring rats cried out excitedly, "Found it! Found it!" Chapter 541. This was a special area. Thick black smoke floated in the sky. This black smoke blocked the sky and blocked the sun. Even in broad daylight, one would not be able to see a single ray of sunlight. In such a special region, even if the spirit-devouring rats did not scream, everyone could feel that something was wrong. The old man once said that the region where the sky-splitting battle ape disappeared was covered by black clouds, and no sunlight could be seen at all. Moreover, that region had a very powerful aura. This aura had a strong deterrent effect on ancient beasts. Ordinary ancient beasts did not dare to come close. Even the king-level ancient beasts were unwilling to come here. Seeing the black smoke or black clouds above their heads, everyone's expression changed slightly. Zichen, Tyrant, Wang Qiong, Zhang Haoyan, and LV Peng's expressions changed greatly. This was because the black substance above their heads was not black smoke or black clouds, but a kind of energy. This energy was very similar to the energy of the foreign race that died in the Saint Burial Ground. This was similar to the foreign race's energy. Although everyone was not as sensitive as the ancient beasts, they still felt uncomfortable. As soon as they arrived at this region, the devil ape that was hiding in the dark appeared. It raised its head and looked at the black energy above its head. Its expression suddenly became very excited, and a trace of ecstasy and greed appeared on its face. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and sucked towards the sky. As the devil ape sucked, the black energy in the sky began to surge. It was like boiling water, and then it fell down, forming a black water column. It fell from the sky and was sucked into the devil ape's stomach. At this moment, the devil ape was like a bottomless pit. It began to crazily devour the black energy. Moreover, its face was full of enjoyment. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? It can even absorb this kind of black smoke? Seeing the devil ape's appearance, the spirit-devouring rat's small eyes widened to the limit. They were extremely shocked. In their eyes, this black smoke or black clouds seemed to be formed naturally and could not be refined. However, the devil ape's face was full of enjoyment. This made everyone extremely shocked. Only Zichun was relieved. This was because he had seen the devil ape's method in the Saint Burial Ground. Moreover, to the devil ape, this was the purest energy. It was even purer than Dan essence. Not bad, this is the purest energy. It wasn't until the thick black energy above its head was reduced to a thin layer that the demonic ape stopped absorbing and burped. The demonic ape retracted its intoxicated expression and flew downwards. It said solemnly, "Let's go. I can sense a bloodline call here. There should be someone of my kind here." The devil ape's kin was naturally the sky-splitting battle ape. Furthermore, it had disappeared for a very long time. This kind of bloodline call should be some kind of inheritance. Everyone became excited when they heard this. It should be known that the devil ape that had not undergone any baptism or received any inheritance was already terrifyingly strong. If it were to receive a true inheritance and undergo another transformation, the devil ape's battle prowess would increase by several times. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Didn't the heaven-splitting battle ape once cause this world to tremble? There should be quite a few good things left behind. Maybe there are 1 or 2 bones and 1 or 2 supreme treasures among them, Monk said. It was as if he had already seen the supreme treasures and became very excited. Of course, everyone knew why he was so excited. It was because the old man had said that the place where the old monk often chanted scriptures was not far from the place where the heaven-splitting battle ape had disappeared. The two places could be said to be closely connected. The appearance of the heaven-splitting demonic ape's inheritance meant that the Buddhist inheritance should not be far away. Everyone was a team. The stronger they were, the better. Once they went out, they might encounter all kinds of enemies. Therefore, if one more person could improve their strength, they would have a better chance of survival. Up until now, they had already offended 2.5 of the 5 overlords. No one could imagine what would happen after they went out. Moreover, Zichun was not sure if they could get out alive this time. If his friends could improve their strength, they would have more strength to protect themselves in the Bedlam lands. It was very good. Of course, if Zichun could get out alive, everything would be different. After all, with the old man who could kill a king-level ancient beast with a single strike as their backer, even if they were hunted down, they wouldn't be in a difficult situation. As they went deeper, more and more black energy appeared in the sky. It was like layers of dense black clouds. Because the black energy was so dense, it caused black energy to drift between heaven and earth from time to time. Everyone tried to refine the black energy, but all of them failed. Even Zichun couldn't refine it successfully. Only the devil ape could devour 1 or 2 strands of black energy from time to time. Under the call of its bloodline, the devil ape led the group straight to their destination. It didn't take any detours. After 1,000 miles, the devil ape's figure suddenly flashed and hid in the void. It then continued to lead the group forward. After reaching this area, the devil ape was like a fish in water. Its range of perception had become much sharper. After another 100 miles, they arrived at their destination. The source of the black energy was in front of them. The entire area was covered by the black energy. Everything originated from here. In front of them, black energy filled the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It directly enveloped the region. From afar, it looked like an ancient black castle that sat there. A castle? There's actually a castle here. Someone exclaimed as they approached. That was because the black energy in front of them had actually formed a black castle. It looked like a solid body. The pitch-black stairs were also clearly visible. Everyone gradually slowed down. The black energy had formed a castle. It was obviously very eye-catching. Ancient beasts didn't dare to approach this place, but that didn't mean that humans wouldn't. Reality proved that the abnormality here had already alarmed humans. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Outside the towering ancient castle, there were already many black dots flashing, and every black dot was a figure. They were all humans. The arrival of Zichin's group naturally attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone's gazes turned toward them. Among them, Zichin actually found some familiar faces. For example, Chun Liang and Zhou Sun. The people from the 2 overlords were actually here. Moreover, other than these 2, there were also 2 other forces. Among the 5 overlords, the last 2 were the Wei and Wu families. Apart from the Shangguan clan, who had been completely annihilated, the rest of the 5 overlords were all present. When they saw Zichun and the others, they all frowned. However, when they saw Shangguan Bingshi in the crowd, their faces lit up with joy. Immediately after, 2 figures flew towards them. "Bingshi, it's really you," one of the voices said in surprise. "Wei Zheng, Wu Bo, it's you guys." Shangguan Bingshi looked at them. The two of them were the leaders of the overlords. They were considered the strongest among them. Now that they had arrived, they greeted Shangwan Bingshi warmly. "Are these your friends? Why don't you introduce them to us?" Wei Zheng's gaze inadvertently landed on Zichun and the others as he casually said. Shangwan Bingshi wasn't used to the enthusiasm of the two. He was slightly startled and prepared to introduce them. "There's no need for introductions. We're all barbarians. We're not worthy." Just then, a cold snort was heard. It came from Wang Shan. Zichun didn't say anything. Beside him, LV Peng also said indifferently, "That's right, we're all barbarians from the land of barbarians." Along the way, the people of the Bedlam lands didn't give them any face. Calling them barbarians was already a sign of respect. Those who didn't respect them were called barbarian dogs. Now that the two leaders were acting so friendly, they naturally had ulterior motives. Moreover, they had been whispering to each other while looking at them. At the same time, when they looked at the other groups of people in the distance, they became extremely wary. Haha, barbarians, as expected, have character. Wu Bo, like you guys, I'm going to make friends with you." Wu Bo, who was wearing a blue robe and had a slightly thin body, let out a hearty laugh. "I heard that the barbarians of this generation are very strong and have outstanding talent. Today, I can see that each of you has outstanding talent. You are indeed extraordinary." Wu Bo wasn't stingy with his praise. Just when Wang Shan and the others were feeling disgusted by his hypocrisy, Wu Bo mysteriously said, "We're all from the Bedlam lands. Since we're here, we should put aside our differences and work together. Do you see those people not far away? They're from the demon race of the wasteland. They're very strong." Everyone's gaze turned to the side of the ancient castle. There were dozens of figures there, all of them in human form. However, they weren't real humans. Some had 2 horns on their heads, some had scales all over their bodies, some had a pair of blood-red eyes, some had a pair of sharp claws, and even more strangely, some had a long tail. The wasteland was another hell in the southern lands. Similar to the Bedlam lands, the inhabitants of the wasteland were all from the demon race. The demon race weren't demonic beasts. They could all transform into human form. They had the appearance and intelligence of humans, the powerful physique of demonic beasts, and even the innate abilities of ancient beasts. They were a powerful race. Seeing Zichun and the others looking at them, a smile appeared on the faces of the demon race. However, it wasn't a friendly smile, but a sinister one. The killing intent in their eyes was even more obvious. The demon race is very strong. We're no match for them. Only by putting aside our differences and working together can we suppress them." Wu Bo said in a low voice. As if he knew that Zichun was the leader of the group, he kept looking at Zichun. Seeing Zichun's indifference, Wu Bo continued, "This ancient castle didn't exist before. It only appeared recently. Moreover, it's still in an unstable state. Everyone is restraining themselves. Once the ancient castle takes shape and the gate opens, a battle of slaughter will officially begin." Just as Wu Bo said, the ancient castle in front of them wasn't stable. From time to time, there would be energy fluctuations. Boom! Suddenly, the entire ancient castle began to tremble. A loud clanging sound rang out, causing the ground to tremble. It seemed that the ancient castle had finally manifested. A simple and unadorned aura was emitted from the ancient castle gate. Chapter 542. A vast and ancient energy surged out from the ancient castle. Then, a creaking sound was heard as the door of the ancient castle opened. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the door with different expressions on their faces. The black door of the ancient castle was tall and thick, and there was a black energy surging in it. Although the door was not open, it seemed that it was not far from opening. Creaking sounds could be heard. The ancient castle is about to take shape. Wu Bo's face changed slightly. Then, he felt a chill in the air. The group of demonic beasts had turned their gazes towards them. Their cold eyes were filled with hostility. Not far away, Chun Liang and Zhou Sun's expressions changed abruptly when they felt the chill. Although they outnumbered the demonic beasts, they had no chance of winning. "We don't have much time left. If we don't join forces, we will be defeated by them one by one." Wu Bo turned his head and looked at Zichen anxiously. Zichen thought for a while and nodded. All right, let's join forces and kill our way into the ancient castle. Good. That's great. Wu Bo, will definitely make friends with you. How should I address you? Wu Bo laughed heartily. Zichen. Zichen said calmly. Good, Zichen. This time, we will definitely reap great rewards if we join forces. I will call them over. Let's get to know each other. As the saying goes, no discord, no friendship. We will all be friends in the future, Wu Bo said with a smile. Under Wu Bo's signal, Chunliang and Zhou Sun came over. When the two arrived, their attitudes were extremely good. They displayed the lowest attitude and apologized to everyone. Then, they started to talk about the past with Shangwan Bing. However, they did not mention Shangwan Qixiang. It's all in the past. There is no need to mention it again. Zichen's expression softened. There was no enmity between them. Now that they had talked about it, it was no big deal. Then, everyone started to discuss how to enter the ancient castle. They are not good people. They are smiling so sinisterly. Do you really believe them? Wang Shan suddenly sent a voice transmission. There is nothing to believe. We are just using each other. Zichen's voice rang out in everyone's consciousness. When we make our move, all you need to do is defend yourselves. Be careful of the assassins hiding in the dark. What? There are assassins in the dark? That's right, and there are quite a few of them. Apart from that, there are also other forces. You have to be careful. On the surface, there were only about 100 people here, and they were divided between the Bedlam lands and the wasteland. But in the dark, the number of powerhouses was not small. This was also the reason why the Devil Ape had been hiding. They quickly finished their discussion and reached a consensus. If the other party didn't make a move, then all of them would enter the castle. If the demons suddenly attacked, then Zichen and the other freaks would hold off the strongest of the demons, while the rest would think of a way to enter. This was an unfair agreement. Although the overlords had sent many people into the castle, they were not very strong. During this time, the ancient castle shook several times, and the sound of cracking could be heard continuously. Furthermore, the entire entrance to the castle was filled with black energy, making it impossible to see whether the entrance was open or closed. The Devil Ape told Zichen that the entrance was about to open. He could feel that the bloodline calling was getting stronger. Zichen swore in his heart that he would definitely send the Devil Ape into the castle and obtain the heaven-splitting demonic ape's inheritance. At this moment, a group of demons moved. Their faces were unfriendly, and they were closing in on them. The expressions of the people from the various factions became extremely nervous. After Wu Bo glanced at Zichen, he mustered up his courage and asked, "Demon race of the great desolate lands, what are you planning to do?" As if they were looking down on the humans here, only 5 or 6 of them came. The rest were watching the show from afar. The leader was a demon with a pair of blood-red eyes. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Ants, the things here are beyond your tolerance. Get out of here. Otherwise, die." When the demon geniuses heard this, their faces turned ugly. They were from the Overlord forces, and they were the absolute overlords of the Bedlam land. A light cough from them could shake the entire Bedlam land. When had they ever been scolded? Not only did their faces turn ugly, but the other geniuses from their families were also enraged. Their eyes were sharp and they were spitting fire. However, in the end, they were afraid of the strength of the demon geniuses and did not take any drastic actions. "Demon, watch your tone," Wu Bo said in a gloomy voice. He was still in control of his emotions. "Ants, how dare you make a fuss in front of us? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out of here. Otherwise, die." The red-eyed demon's eyes were filled with coldness as he spoke. "Demon, do you know what you're saying? If you attack us, you'll become the enemy of the entire Bedlam land. Are you trying to start a war between the 2 regions?" Wu Bo's voice turned cold. "Idiotic ants, you have 2 breaths of time." The red-eyed demon sneered. "This is the ancient battlefield. Everyone should be equal. What right do you have to chase us away? Your actions are immoral. I strongly condemn you." Wu Bo began to condemn the red-eyed demon. At the side, Zichen's face flashed with a faint smile. Although it was Wu Bo who had been speaking, he was also representing the other monstrous geniuses. As the overlords of the Bedlam land, they actually dared to speak of immorality and condemnation. One had to admit that it was a very puzzling and hilarious thing. Wang Shan's eyes were filled with disdain. These overlords could only be a little stronger in front of their own families. When they encountered the demon geniuses, they were all defeated. 2 breaths. The red-eyed demon's mouth flashed with a sinister smile. In the face of the powerful demon geniuses, the leaders of the other overlords were ashamed and angry. However, they did not dare to take any drastic actions. They looked at Zichun repeatedly, hoping that he would make a decision. 2 breaths, my ass. If you have the ability, then hurry up and attack. A bunch of half-human, half-demon idiots. You even F*King learned to count to 3 breaths. Do you F*King know how long 3 breaths is? Wang Shan curled his lips in disdain when he saw the cowardly demon geniuses flying in the air. Then, he scolded the red-eyed demon. Wang Shan's scolding was somewhat unexpected. The demon geniuses were stunned and did not react in time. Barbarian, watch your manners. How can you be so rude? Before the demon geniuses could react, the leaders of the 4 overlords had already reacted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they began to criticize Wang Shan. Ants, you're courting death. The rebuke from the 4 overlords caused the demons to come to their senses. Murderous intent surged from their bodies. Idiot, don't F*King blabber. If you have the ability, then attack. Wang Shan was not afraid at all. The leaders of the 4 overlords were even more livid. Then, they looked at Zichun. Their gazes seemed to be condemning Zichun for not restraining his subordinates. As expected, Zichun turned his head and looked at Wang Shan. I've told you many times not to scold others. You just don't listen. Hearing this, the people of the 4 overlords calmed down. However, the demon geniuses were even more overbearing. He shouted directly, "Do you think it's over after you criticize your subordinates? This is not over. 3 breaths' time has passed. All of you ants will die." Zichun's expression did not change. He continued to speak to Wang Shan with a raised voice. "Did you hear that? They are not done with us. This is the reason why you scolded them. How many times have I told you that scolding others will not solve the problem? These are all idiots. How can they understand your words? If you want to solve the problem, you have to kill them directly." Zichun's words sounded reasonable at first. However, the more he spoke, the more wrong it became. When he spoke the last sentence, it was even more shocking. "Zichun, you?" Wu Bo and the others looked at Zichun in disbelief. Zichun glanced at them and said, "To deal with this bunch of idiots, scolding others is useless. The most direct way is to kill them." "Kill them? You're just ants. How dare you? Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, murderous intent appeared. The red-eyed demon turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zichun. "Idiot!" A cold light flashed in Zichun's eyes. Then, he stretched out his right hand and waved it forward lightly. A faint golden light flashed. Zichun did not use any energy at all in this attack. The red-eyed demon let out a wail of anguish, and his body was instantly sent flying backwards. When he stabilized his body in the air, there was a clear handprint on his face. "You?" Feeling the burning pain on his cheek, the red-eyed demon was shocked and angry. The other party's attack was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Where did this bunch of idiots come from? Get out of here. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The monk turned into a ray of lightning and rushed toward the other demons with 2 sword fangs. Ma! The monk's attack was even more direct. He opened his mouth and a strange wave spread in all directions, shaking people's hearts. Just as the demons were distracted, the sword fangs slashed their bodies. Then, sounds of explosions could be heard in the sky. The few demons were all sent flying by the monk. The monk used a lot of strength, and some of the demons were already coughing out blood. The few demons were defeated in an instant. Their wails were still echoing in the sky. Such a scene naturally stunned the surrounding crowd. They knew that Zichun was strong. It was within their expectations that he could defeat the red-eyed demon. However, they did not expect a bald monk to be so strong. Moreover, The monk seemed to be using the strongest mystic skill of the Buddhist sect, the 6 syllables mantra. The Ma word mantra formed a strange wave that vibrated in the void and spread out in all directions. This wave of fluctuation, ordinary people could no longer sense it, nor did it have any great power. However, it still spread through the void, all the way until it reached another mysterious region. This was an area that was hidden in the void. This time, it did not appear when the passageway to the ancient lands opened. At this moment the Ma word mantra spread out, a small wave appeared in this mysterious area. Ba. In this wave, there seemed to be a Buddhist chant. P.S. Hee, strongly condemning the other party. This sentence sounded familiar and nice. Chapter 543. The two of them struck out and repelled the demonic beasts. Cries of agony were still reverberating in the air as blood splattered everywhere. The two of them had displayed their brute force to the demonic beasts. The surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the two of them. The monk enjoyed being the center of attention. He then turned his head proudly to Wang Shan and said, "Did you see that? To deal with such idiots, we should be direct, violent, and bloody." Everyone was stunned. This was indeed violent and bloody. Compared to the demonic beast's threat of 3 breaths, this was much more direct. Apart from the leaders of the 4 overlords, whose faces were extremely ugly, the other Imperial Airmen's eyes were shining with excitement. Just 2 simple moves had brought out the might of the Bedlam lands, causing the blood in their bodies to circulate faster. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Doesn't this mean that we're going to fall out with the demonic beasts? Only seeking temporary gratification without considering the consequences, as expected of a barbarian. This is simply reckless and rude to the extreme. The 4 of them were livid. They were sending voice transmissions to condemn Zichun. They had to admit that the strength displayed by Zichun and the monk had shocked them. Josun was glad that he had been scared away by the other party. Otherwise, he would have been slaughtered. The other party wasn't even afraid of the demonic beasts, let alone them. Furthermore, they were in the ancient battlefield. Even if they were killed, no one would know. Zichun's gaze swept across the few demonic beasts as he said coldly, "This is just a lesson. If you guys don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you without mercy." His direct words, cold gaze, and bone-piercing killing intent ignited the blood of the Yukong geniuses, causing their blood to boil. However, the 4 leaders who were looking at the big picture frowned even more. At the same time, they were sending voice transmissions to condemn Zichun's actions. Kill without mercy? I wonder how a mere ant like you can be killed without mercy. Following the crisp sound of clapping, a young demon with a long horn on his head and a long tail walked over. This was a handsome demon race member with a pair of horns on his head. It could be said that his horns were truly outstanding. Not only did they not feel weird, they even gave off a sense of perfection. Furthermore, that long tail of his that was covered in scales shone with a cold light, giving off a sense of pure strength. Following the arrival of the 2-horned young man, the group of demons behind him all followed. Their eyes emitted a cold light, and their faces were unfriendly. "Ants, why aren't you kneeling in front of Lord Long?" The group of Yao race members stepped forward. One of them, a Yao race member with sharp claws, shouted at Zichun and the others. "Lord Long, could it be a draconian?" When the monstrous geniuses from the 4 overlord forces heard this, their expressions changed instantly. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Dragons were creatures that were feared and respected by all. In the vast wilderness, the true overlord force was the Dragonman lineage. It was said that this lineage inherited the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon and were the true descendants of the dragon. Although they were all hegemonic forces, the difference between the 5 hegemonic forces of the Fringe and the Dragonborn was like the difference between the major forces of the Fringe and the hegemonic forces of the Fringe. It was comparable to heaven and earth. So it's the Dragonman lineage. Sorry for the disrespect. We are the Zhou, Wei, Qian, and Wu forces of Chaos City. We greet young Master Long. The 4 of them looked at each other and finally considered the bigger picture. They spoke one after another, and then smiled apologetically. The dragonman's gaze did not sweep over the four of them. Instead, it looked at Zichun. The latter was also sizing him up. The two of them looked at each other, and instantly sparks of ridicule flew. Bastards, I asked you to come and kowtow. Your F** king standing there. Are you seeking death? Shouted another Yao race member. He was extremely tall and had hair all over his body. If one were to throw away his rough face, he would look like a big bear. The four of them smiled apologetically, and their hearts were filled with anger. As for the group of geniuses behind them, they were even more furious. You, and you, for ants, hurry up and kneel in front of Lord Long. The big bear pointed at the four leaders with his thick, hairy finger. Being asked to kneel in front of so many people, the four of them became even more ashamed and resentful. But at this moment, no one helped them out. Wang Shan had a mocking look on his face. Monk also put away his sword teeth, and Zichun looked straight at the dragon man. Damn it, why are you still not coming over? Do you want to be enemies with the Yao race? The big bear shouted again. Looking at Zichun, a playful smile appeared in the dragonman's eyes. Then, he saw that the big bear was stunned, and then said, Oh, you're lucky. Come and pay your respects to Lord Long. You don't have to kneel. Then, the big bear's voice turned cold. Those two humans dared to be so rude. Are they with you? Sowing dissension. The disdain at the corner of Zichun's mouth became thicker. A mere Yao race member actually wanted to play a human's trick. What an idiot. Even a fool could see that this was a trick. The purpose was to isolate Zichun and the others. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the four major forces to be fooled by such a simple and even stupid trick. But who knew that after the four of them looked at each other, they all saw the big picture in each other's eyes. And this big picture was that peace would bring wealth. No, they're from the land of savages. They're just a group of savages who borrowed the passage of our land of chaos. Wu Bo said, and then solemnly emphasized, We're not with them. We're only familiar with one of them. We don't know the others. Zhou Sun said. Then, the four of them decisively abandoned Zichun and the others and went forward to greet the dragon man, lowering their posture. Not far away, the geniuses who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The actions of the four leaders puzzled them. Why did they abandon Zichun, a powerful ally, and instead curry favor with the hostile Yao race? But after comparing the number of people present, they understood. Zichun's group was only a few people, but the Yao race had a lot of people. Moreover, the dragonman's strength was unfathomable. Even if the barbarians were all monstrous geniuses, they might not necessarily be a match for the monster race. Moreover, how could the barbarians all be monstrous geniuses? One had to know that the reason why monstrous geniuses were monstrous geniuses was because they were extremely rare. This choice was very wise, very profound, and very far-sighted. They decisively protected themselves and even amicably entered the ancient castle. After seeing this, many of the geniuses admired the decisiveness of the leaders. Only a few hot-blooded warriors felt that this was very spineless and disloyal. The dragon man did not even look at the four people who had a humble attitude. He only looked at the isolated Zichun provocatively. Hey, you guys too. Are you also with this human who offended Master Long? De Xiong asked coldly again. This time, it was directed at Wang Shan and the others. The strategy of sowing discord used by idiots can only fool idiots. The corner of Wang Shan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Then, he began to scold. Listen up, your young master's name is Wang Shan. I'm brothers with the humans who beat you up who are neither human nor demon. Brothers, do you understand? F***ck. Such a profound word. Even if I explain it to you demons and idiots, you won't understand. After experiencing Wang Shan's cursing once again, the faces of the Yao race turned even uglier. But for the sake of the continuation of the plan, they could only suppress their anger. De Xiong said coldly, So you're saying that you're going to continue to oppose Master Long? Master Long, are you referring to the Jiaolong? Zichun said indifferently with a mocking look on his face. But as soon as these words came out, the faces of the Yao race changed. Especially Master Long. His face turned cold instantly. One had to know that he was the descendant of the dragon and the descendant of the divine dragon. What he hated the most was people calling him the descendant of the Jiaolong. This was the reverse scale of his clan. Ignorant ants, how dare you blaspheme the descendant of the dragon? Kill them all. Then extract their souls and bring them to the dragon tomb to repent. That one sentence made the dragon, who was good at using human schemes, vomit blood in anger. His perfect face became twisted and ferocious. He immediately gave the order to kill. When the Yao race heard this, they all emitted killing intent and rushed towards Ziqian and the others. At the same time, the leaders of the four overlord forces signaled their subordinates to retreat and not participate in the battle. The geniuses were slightly stunned. They could only obey the order and retreat decisively. This alliance that was formed less than an hour ago was disbanded by this idiotic strategy of sowing discord. Boom! The Yao race attacked. Vast amounts of energy surged in the sky. A crazy killing intent swept across everyone. Monk, protect everyone. All of you, retreat quickly. Zichen's eyes narrowed. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. After sending the message, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the Yao race. What is he doing? Seeing Zichen rushing forward alone, the others began to retreat. Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. Could it be that he wants to fight the Yao race alone? Everyone had a bold and crazy guess. Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the Yao race. This guess was confirmed. Bang! Zichen's body that was emitting golden light was hit by a Yao race expert with sharp claws. Seeing that the attack hit, the opponent had a ferocious smile on his face. Those sharp claws were like sharp blades. They were about to pierce Zichen's heart. Clang! But then there was a clang. He felt that his attack had hit a divine mountain. There was a burst of sparks. At the same time, a rebound force surged towards his claws. Crack! Those sharp claws were actually broken by the rebound force. At the same time, there was a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. It was Zichen who had punched. The domineering and powerful punch hit the Yao race expert's body. There was a loud boom. Boom! The explosion spread across the sky and shook the world. Under the dazzling golden light, the Yao race expert was blown up by Zichen's punch. Chapter 544. Killing a Yukong with a single punch. Such battle prowess shocked everyone, especially those from the Bedlam lands. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. But the battle had only just begun. After killing a demon with one punch, Zichen's body flashed with an even more dazzling golden light. His cold eyes fell on the second demon. Being stared at by Zichen's cold eyes, the man felt a chill in his heart. This chill made him feel fear and panic, and he even had the thought of retreating. But as a demon, how could he retreat when facing a human? So he clenched his teeth and cheered himself up. He secretly increased the strength of his attack by 30%. Clang! The same clanging sound and the same sparks. The demon secretly rejoiced that his attack did not break through the target's defense. Then, the same golden fist radiance shone in front of the demon. The golden light was dazzling and bright. Boom! Heaven and earth shook again. The second demon was blown up in mid-air. More blood rained down from the sky. Clang! 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 After that, many attacks landed on Zichen's body. After a series of clanging sounds, Zichen's body began to emit sparks. This was the sound of all the attacks being blocked by the golden light, and there was no sound of his defense breaking. But in a short moment, many energy attacks fell on Zichen's body. Even with his extreme speed, he had to endure dozens of attacks in an instant. Crack! Zichen's protective light shield was shattered under the powerful attacks. But before the demons could cheer, Zichen had already rushed out of the attacks. There were no other injuries on his body except for a few scratches on his clothes. After withstanding dozens of attacks, he was actually unscathed. Such a strong defense shocked the demons. Before they could launch a second wave of attacks, Zichen had already flashed forward. Boom! As the golden fist radiance flashed, another explosion sounded. The third demon did not even have time to scream before he was blown up by Zichen's punch. Just like that, Zichun charged into the crowd of demons with his bare hands. Then, he repeatedly threw out punches. Every punch he threw was domineering, and every strike was powerful. The golden light kept flashing, illuminating the whole world. The sound of energy explosions echoed between heaven and earth. The blood rain between heaven and earth became thicker and thicker. In the end, it became a downpour. Zichun showed his extremely violent and bloody side. No one was left alive under his attack. No one was left whole after his punch. The deaths of their companions by their sides caused them to tremble with fear, and the arrogance and haughtiness they had before had completely vanished. Damn it! Stop it! Stop it! Dexiong was tall, and his face was almost distorted. He turned into a stream of light, and his figure kept flashing. He chased after Zichun, wanting to fight with him. However, Zichun had extreme speed. He didn't want to fight with him at all. Bright golden light flashed. Under his extreme speed, he looked for the weak ones. At this moment, dozens of demons were suppressed by a human. They kept retreating and had no time to attack Wang Qiong and the others. Bang! Golden light flashed between heaven and earth. Another demon was killed in the air. Blood rain fell. Today, Zichun showed the perfect violence to the demons in the wasteland. The scarlet rain of blood fell on their bodies, becoming wet and sticky. However, at this moment, no one used their energy to block the blood rain. Pairs of eyes widened to their limits as they stared in shock at the scene, at the figure that was comparable to a demon king. He's so strong. The leaders of the four major forces were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and they couldn't even speak properly. The other party had actually blocked the attacks of so many demon clan members on his own. Furthermore, he had even suppressed them and forced them to retreat. Moreover, the other party didn't have any injuries on his body. Is he really a barbarian? Is he really a human? They couldn't believe it. They were dumbfounded and shocked. They secretly looked at the Dragon Man from the corner of their eyes. The Dragon Man was incomparably arrogant before, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. But now, looking at the battlefield, his expression became gloomy. Zichun's domineering attitude caused the four leaders to doubt themselves for the first time. If they had known that Zichun was so domineering, they would have made a different choice. Human, don't run. Fight with me. Dexiong still couldn't catch up to Zichun. He kept roaring. Seeing the demons die one after another, his emotions fluctuated violently. He became even more flustered and exasperated. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As the cold voice sounded, Zichun suddenly turned his head, then turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the other party. Go to hell, Dexiong roared. There was madness in his eyes. The aura around him became even more violent in the next moment. He directly used his special ability. A violent aura surrounded his body. A terrifying energy rushed to his right hand. Then, Dexiong clenched his fist and punched wildly at Zichun. The punch caused an ear-piercing sound. He didn't think that his punch after using his special ability would be weaker than a human's. Boom! Golden light flashed. Dexiong's punch met Zichun's golden fist. The collision of energy caused a huge tremor. Dexiong, who used his special ability, was indeed strong. He didn't explode from the punch, but he was still injured. He coughed up blood. Dexiong's eyes were full of shock. Dexiong's attack was so powerful that even he, who used his special ability, couldn't resist it. At this moment, he felt his vision blur. The human was already in front of him. Then, he punched again. This time, there was no longer one fist shadow in front of Dexiong. There were dozens and hundreds of them. They covered the sky and earth. Each of them flashed with a dazzling light and emitted a powerful aura. The second style of the tyrannical fist. Bang, bang. Amidst the loud noises, Big Bear felt as if his body had been smashed by hundreds of hammers. His body was in excruciating pain, and his bones were constantly emitting cracking sounds. By the time the second move of the tyrannical fist landed and the energy dissipated, all the bones in Big Bear's body had been broken. However, his super strong defense still allowed him to block two of Zichun's attacks. However, His face was filled with pain and his eyes were filled with the fear of death. Not bad. Very good. Very strong. Zichun had a cold evaluation of Dexiong. Then, he punched again at the moment Dexiong's body fell. The golden fist light flashed again. This time, it was the first style of the tyrannical fist. Compared to the second style, the first style was more powerful. Seeing the golden fist light coming, Dexiong's eyes were filled with despair. All his bones were broken. He couldn't dodge it. Boom. Another loud sound. Waves of energy surged in front of Dexiong, but it didn't devour him. Dexiong didn't know when a person appeared in front of him. It was the Dragon Man. He blocked the attack for Dexiong. The golden energy continued to surge. The power of Zichun's punch was fully displayed. However, only forced the Dragon Man back 2 steps. After that, the power of Zichun's attack was completely neutralized. Zichun's eyes narrowed. The Dragon Man was able to block his attack with just his physical strength. The strength of the Dragon Man was not to be underestimated. Because of the Dragon Man's attack, there was a momentary pause in the battle. More than 10 demons had died. Dexiong was already half dead. At this moment, the group of demon clan members looked at Zichun again. Besides anger, there was more fear and terror in their eyes. One person repelled a group of demons. His combat strength was extremely strong. The eyes of the other demons were also filled with respect. Human, you have successfully angered me. Today, I will kill you personally. Then, I will extract your soul and put it in the dragon's tomb to repent. The Dragon Man said coldly. There was an aura surging around him. Dexiong behind him had been carried away by the other demons. He took a pill to heal his injuries. Since you are a Dragon Man, can you transform into a dragon? If you can, then be my mount. I will spare your life, Zichun said coldly. You are courting death. A cold light flashed in the Dragon Man's eyes. Then, he charged at Zichun. The Dragon Man also had an extremely fast footwork. His speed wasn't much slower than Zichun's. In an instant, he was in front of Zichun and attacked fiercely. Clang. Zichun raised his hand to block. A large amount of golden light flashed. It was as if 2 sharp weapons had collided. There was a loud clang. After one attack, there was no clear winner. The Dragonman's expression turned colder. At the same time, his powerful dragon tail was like a steel whip. It lashed at Zichun rapidly. Because of the high-speed movement, an ear-piercing sound wave appeared. In a loud bang, Zichun, who was unprepared, was sent flying. This attack was unexpected. Zichun, who was used to fighting humans, didn't expect this powerful tail sweep at all. Although his attack was effective, the Dragonoid did not show any excitement. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. This was because when his dragon tail struck his opponent, it was as if he had personally felt his opponent's defense. It was simply terrifying, even stronger than those pure-blooded ancient beast descendants. Boom! As expected, in the turbulent golden energy, Zichun charged back again. There was a long whip mark on his waist. One could see his bluish skin. The corner of the Dragonoid's mouth twitched slightly. If it was an ordinary flying beast, not to mention a human, even an ancient beast would be severely injured if not killed. However, the human in front of him didn't even suffer light injuries. The two charged at each other again. They both used their strongest attacks. Intense collisions sounded in the sky. The two turned into 2 beams of light and moved rapidly in the sky. Seeing that Zichun's combat power was comparable to the Dragoman's, the 4 leaders were really regretful. One Zichun was already so strong. Moreover, the other side had a bald monk who hadn't made a move yet. He wasn't weak either. They thought to themselves that they had bet on the wrong person. Boom! After a loud tremor, the two retreated. There was blood at the corner of their mouths. Chapter 545. Glowing blood. Isn't that something only ancient beasts have? Could it be a humanoid ancient beast? The Dragon Man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His cold pupils shrank. This was an extremely ridiculous guess. The Dragon Man forcefully erased it as soon as it appeared in his mind. A humanoid ancient beast? How could it be? There had never been a humanoid ancient beast in the Tianwu continent. Subsequently, The Dragon Man seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed instantly. Legend had it that in the human world, there was a strongest physique known as the perfect physique. This perfect physique referred to the perfection of both attack and defense. It had no weaknesses. It was said that this strongest physique was comparable to a pure-blooded ancient beast. However, this powerful perfect physique had long lost its inheritance and became a legend. It had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, it was said that this strongest physique had essence blood comparable to ancient beasts. Its effects were comparable to supreme treasures. It contained an indescribable power and belonged to the human world. Clearly, the human's pale golden blood did not have such an effect. Perfect physique? Blaspheming the divine dragon bloodline. Even if it's the strongest perfect physique, I'll still kill you today. The dragonman's cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not help but feel excited at the thought of being able to kill a human with the strongest physique. Swoosh! He turned into a beam of light and charged towards Zichun. Boom! The previously silent world was once again filled with energy due to the intense battle. The Dragon Man emitted a powerful aura and displayed a sharp attack. Every attack was a fatal attack. Every attack was at full strength. Zichun was not to be outdone. His eyes were similarly cold and emotionless. Beams of golden light shot out from his hands. Powerful battle techniques were constantly unleashed, scattering the Dragonman's attacks one after another. Tyrannical fist. Zichun's expression was gloomy. His fist wind instantly changed. A large patch of golden light flashed and fist shadows appeared in the sky. Dozens of fist radiants appeared in the sky. Each of them emitted a resplendent golden light and carried a terrifying aura as they attacked the Dragon Man. Swish! There was a sharp whistling sound in the air. The Dragonman's dragon tail swept over rapidly like a steel whip. It changed direction in the void and swept towards the fist radiance. Boom! Loud rumbles resounded in the sky as terrifying energy surged. The numerous fist lights were scattered by the dragon tail, and at the same time, the Dragonoid was also sent flying. The two of them were on par with each other, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. During this time, the ancient castle trembled several times, and the pitch-black energy became even denser. Under this dense energy, the oppressive aura in the air became even more obvious. Human, it's all over. Die. Seeing that the ancient castle was about to open, the Dragonoid decided to end the battle quickly. He let out a roar and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he launched a fierce attack at Zichun. This attack was not much different from the previous one. Zichun raised his hand to block, and a large amount of golden energy blocked in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a palpitating aura surging from the opposite side. It was the Dragonman's palm that had suddenly turned into a beast claw. The beast claw was covered in fine scales that emitted a cold metallic luster. It looked like a dragon claw. The dragon claw tore through the void. It was cold and powerful. Like a sharp blade, it slashed towards Zichun's head. Blood splattered as Zichun's figure suddenly retreated. For deep scars appeared on his arm, and pale golden blood splattered. This was the first time Zichun had been injured. Even his powerful perfect body's defense failed to block the strike for him. After the palm turned into a dragon claw, the Dragonoid's combat strength increased several times. Is he going to lose? Seeing Zichun injured by the dragon claw and pale golden blood dripping, the four leaders heaved a sigh of relief. As for the demons who had been scared out of their wits, they were relieved. After all, the Dragonoid was stronger. A faint golden light surged on the wound as the deep wounds on Zichun's arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He didn't consume any pills. Everything was a natural effect after his physique transformed. Seeing that the human's wound had stopped bleeding in just a few seconds, the Dragonoid's pupils couldn't help but constrict. He was shocked by the other party's powerful physique and astonishing recovery speed. However, just because he had amazing regenerative abilities, it did not mean that his combat power was also amazing. Since he could injure his opponent once, he could naturally do it a second time, or even a third time, or even more. And as he continued to injure his opponent and deplete his energy, it was time for the human to die. Die. As the cold words fell, the dragonoid charged at Zichun again. Its sharp dragon claw tore through the void and slashed at Zichun. Scram! A cold glint flashed in Zichin's eyes as he roared. Immediately after, he pointed with his finger and used the power of his finger bone. His fingertip began to glow as a terrifying aura emanated from his fingertip. Immediately after, his finger was like a golden lightning bolt that tapped on the dragonoid's sharp claw. The powerful finger directly pierced through the dragonoid's sharp claw. Red blood splattered as the dragonoid was sent flying. His face was pale as he looked at Zichin with a tinge of horror in his eyes. His dragon claw had extremely strong attacking power and naturally had extraordinary defensive power as well. However, at this moment, it was pierced through by the other party's finger. There was an uproar among the crowd. Clearly, the gap between them had been closed again with this attack. For a moment, everyone's faces turned ugly. I don't believe it. Divine Dragon Claw. Looking at the bloody hole in his palm that was emitting a faint golden light, the dragonoid's face was almost completely distorted. Endless anger rose from the bottom of his heart. As the descendant of the dragon, he was actually injured by a mere human ant. This made him feel humiliated. He waved his claw again and struck at Zichun. The sky trembled and rumbled as if a peerless, ferocious creature had appeared. With monstrous, murderous intent, the void was torn apart as a huge dragon claw descended from the sky. It was surrounded by a destructive aura as it fell towards Zichin. The claw print covered the sky with a vast aura. It was like a real divine dragon claw print. Thunderbolt Finger. The dragon claw fell from the sky and a vast aura descended from the sky. It blew Zichin's black hair into a mess. He was furious and his face was gloomy. Golden light flashed in his hand and a complicated seal appeared. When the last seal fell, he activated his finger bone. In the sky, a golden fingerprint appeared. Its surface was burning with lightning snakes, exuding a destructive aura that was not weaker than the dragon claw. It rushed towards the opponent. Boom! The dragon claw and the fingerprint collided, causing a violent explosion. The whole world trembled and a destructive aura spread in all directions. The world was divided into two colors. One was golden, and the other was the color of the dragon claw. The two types of energy kept colliding and crushing each other. In the end, the golden fingerprint took the upper hand and the huge dragon claw was shattered. The terrifying energy shockwave sent the dragonoid flying. The dragonoid was shocked and coughed up blood. What? Young Master Dragon was defeated? The divine dragon's claw did not kill him. Instead, it was defeated. Looking at the dragon man who was sent flying and coughing up blood, the expressions of the demons changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock. One should know that the dragon man had always been the legend of being invincible against those of the same level in the vast wilderness. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by a human? The four leaders flew into the sky. Their faces were pale. They were deeply regretting their previous decision. If they knew that Zichin was so strong, they would have supported Zichin. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fortunately, the dragonoid was only defeated and did not die. It could still continue to fight. Perhaps a miracle would happen. As expected, the dragonoid rushed up in the next moment. Its expression was even more ferocious and the aura in its body was even more violent. Thunderbolt Finger. Golden light flashed in Zichin's hand. He formed another seal and shot out another thunderbolt finger. Boundless golden light flashed, and the destructive aura emitted from the thunderbolt finger was stronger. It then hit the dragonoid. Pong! A line of blood was drawn in the sky. The dragonoid was sent flying again. This time, it was more thorough and direct. If the dragonoid was on par with Zichin before, there was a gap between the two after the dragonoid was defeated for the first time. Moreover, the gap grew bigger as the battle continued. The dragonoid refused to be outdone. The aura around it became more and more terrifying. Its attacks were also more and more powerful. Divine Dragon's Claw. It was another powerful move. It was 2 levels stronger than before. It was filled with a destructive aura. This aura was so strong that the spectators had no choice but to dodge. Thunderbolt Finger. Zichin roared and used the same move again. As the golden light flashed, the golden finger seal appeared again. The power this time was also several times stronger. It was like a real thunderbolt that hit the dragonoid's claw. Seeing the dragonoid's claw being shattered by the finger seal and a few of its ribs, Zichun had a strange look on his face. Because he didn't use the finger bone at all. It was just the power of the thunderbolt finger itself. However, when did the thunderbolt finger with his mid-stage Zephyr Realm strength have such power? It was actually comparable to the finger bone attack. Zichun, who had already noticed the strangeness, couldn't understand it. Therefore, Zichan began to experiment on the dragonoid. He first used the thunderbolt finger to send the dragonoid flying again. When the dragonoid attacked again, he used Extreme Een. However, the moment Extreme Een was used, it was instantly shattered by the dragonoid's claw. Zichun was blasted away by the force. His chest felt tight, and he coughed up blood. Pale golden blood splattered on the ground. Something is wrong. The thunderbolt finger is strange. Ignoring the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd, Zichun used his body as the price to come to a conclusion. Thunderbolt finger. In the next moment, Zichun used the thunderbolt finger seal again. As expected, the power of this attack was much stronger. After the golden finger seal shattered the dragonoid's claw, it pointed at the dragonoid's heart. The latter's face changed drastically and dodged instantly. Puff. The golden finger seal flashed and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared on the dragonoid's body. It penetrated the front and back of his body, causing him to let out a shrill scream. The dragonoid's shrill scream echoed between heaven and earth. It gave people a creepy feeling. Zichun was expressionless. His eyes were even colder. He looked at the dragonoid and said, "It's time to end everything." Boom. Chapter 546. The change in the ancient castle caused Zichun, who was making hand seals, to stop and turn his head to look at the ancient castle. The dragon man was finally able to catch his breath. He instantly swallowed a treasure pill. Under the rich aura of life, his injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, his complexion was still deathly pale. His eyes were filled with fear as well as relief. If the castle hadn't trembled, he would have died. He was the descendant of the dragon, but he was almost killed by a mere human. While the dragon man was angry, his heart was also filled with endless fear. His opponent's strength was almost terrifying, especially that finger attack. It had incredible power. The moment he faced the finger attack, he felt like he was facing the wrath of the heavens. His entire soul was trembling. The castle had already taken shape and seemed to be ready to open at any time. It was constantly trembling. The entire door was wrapped in an endless stream of pitch-black energy, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Zichun, who turned his head, also saw nothing. He could only send a voice transmission to the demon ape to ask what was going on. The changes in the ancient castle caused everyone's attention to shift to the ancient castle. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they waited for the ancient castle to open. Swoosh! The void behind Zichun suddenly split open. A pitch-black sharp blade rushed out, emitting a cold light. It stabbed towards Zichun's back. The sharp blade broke through the void and reached Zichun's back in an instant. Monstrous killing intent appeared in the sky. A sudden change occurred, and everyone turned their heads. Then, they saw a black shadow holding a sharp blade and stabbing towards Zichun. The Heavenly Kill Alliance's sure kill attack. The one holding the sword was Luo Sha. He had already arrived here and met up with the other assassins. He had been hiding in the dark, quietly waiting for the castle to take shape. However, when he saw Zichun appear, he remembered that he had been suppressed before and decided to assassinate him to show off his assassination skills. Therefore, he had been hiding, waiting for an opportunity to kill Zichun. To be honest, Zichun's combat strength had shocked him. He could even suppress and kill the Dragon Man, who was known as an undefeatable legend in the vast wilderness. He admitted that he was no match for him in a direct confrontation. But as an assassin, Luo Shan naturally couldn't confront someone head-on. At this moment, seeing that Zichun had let down his guard, he finally seized the opportunity to make a killing blow. Seeing that the sharp blade had already pierced Zichun's back without him noticing, Luo Sha's lips curled into a sinister smile. He believed that no matter how strong his opponent's defense was, he would be able to pierce through his heart. But in the next moment, the smile on Luo Sha's face froze. Zichun simply extended a finger, and as if he could predict the future, he tapped the tip of the sharp blade. With a clang, the sharp blade was blocked by Zichun's finger. No matter how much Luo Sha tried, the sharp blade didn't move an inch. At the same time, rebounding force came from Zichun's finger, directly sending Luo Sha flying. From the moment he blocked the blade to the moment he sent Luo Sha flying, Zichun's back was facing him. His gaze was fixed on the castle in front of him, and he didn't even turn around to look at Luo Sha. The sinister smile in Luo Sha's eyes turned into shock. His killing blow had actually failed again. Borrowing the force of the rebounding force, he quickly retreated, wanting to hide in the void again. However, before he could disappear, a long silver spear appeared behind Luo Sha and pierced towards his back. This attack was fierce and decisive. It was also unexpected, but a small amount of energy escaped. Luo Sha sensed it in advance, and his expression changed drastically. His body instantly twisted in the air. Poof! The silver spear pierced through Luo Sha's chest, and the tip of the spear stabbed out from the other side. The spear hit its target, but it didn't pierce through Luo Sha's heart. Luo Sha's incredible twisting motion had saved his life. At the same time, he borrowed the force of the spear to charge forward. Blood spurted out, and his body left the spear and disappeared into the void. The silver spear also disappeared in an instant. As for the person holding the spear, he didn't appear either. The sky became silent again. Zichun's back was still facing everyone. He looked at the castle without moving. It was as if everything that had happened in the blink of an eye was just an illusion. But the red blood that was still flying in the air clearly told everyone that everything that had just happened was real. At this, everyone's expression changed drastically. There were actually people from the Heavenly Kill Alliance hiding in the dark. They didn't know about it before. And who was that person with the silver spear? Why did he attack the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance? Could it be another force? The sudden appearance of the assassins caused the group of strong cultivators of the Demon Clan to gather together. They protected the injured Dragonians in the middle, in case the Heavenly Kill Alliance suddenly attacked them. Meanwhile, the four great factions of Chaos City had also gathered together and were looking around vigilantly. The appearance of a third force made them even more cautious. The situation in front of them was very obvious. The ancient castle was about to open, and they started to clear the area. Moreover, there was a third force here. It was very likely that there was a fourth, or even a fifth force. They didn't notice it before, but with Luo Sha's appearance, everyone had a feeling that there were many people and forces in the surroundings. In an instant, the humans and demons in front of the ancient castle were in danger. Swoosh! As the ancient castle shook continuously, the clearing operation started. The Heavenly Kill Alliance assassins in the dark launched the first wave of attacks. As expected of the assassins, they were fearless. They actually attacked both the human and demon forces at the same time. In an instant, the void was torn open repeatedly. Sharp blades appeared one after another. In the sky, the sure kill attacks were launched repeatedly. Monstrous, murderous intents caused the void to distort. In an instant, a total of 7 assassins launched their attacks. 2 of them attacked the 4 major forces, 2 of them attacked the Demon Clan, and 3 of them attacked Tyrant and the others. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sure kill attacks came and went quickly. The sound of sharp blades piercing through bodies was heard repeatedly. Blood splattered in the sky. Then, after the attack ended, there was a loud bang on the ground. It was 6 corpses that had fallen to the ground. Among them, there were 2 humans, 2 demons, and 2 assassins. As for the assassin who attacked Tyrant, his body was pierced by the sword teeth. He was lucky to not die and hit again. However, from the blood that was floating in the air, it was obvious that he was injured. The first wave of attacks from the assassins had killed 2 people and injured 1. Everyone looked at Tyrant and the others. Their faces were full of shock and uncertainty. Zichun was already strong enough. Now, even his subordinates were also very strong. Facing the assassin's sure kill attacks, not only did they not die, but they also killed the assassins in one blow. Could it be that these people were also monstrous? Apart from being doubtful, they were also deeply shocked. Whether they were monstrous or not, being able to kill the assassins from the Heavenly Assassins Union was a proof of their strength. Seeing that Zichen's side was full of experts, the leaders of the four major forces were full of regret. However, it was obviously unrealistic to form an alliance with Tyrant again. After the sure-kill attacks, the assassins went into hiding. They were like vicious wolves hiding in the dark, ready to attack again at any time. The human and demon forces were all very nervous. They held their elixir weapons and were on guard. During this time, the Dragon Man had recovered his peak combat strength. One had to admit that the Dragon Man was indeed very strong. If it wasn't for Zichen's Thunderbolt fingers suddenly becoming strange, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. After the Dragon Man appeared, his eyes turned cold as he looked around. At the same time, he was also on guard against Zichen. Boom! Just as everyone was on guard, the void broke open again. This time, there was no sharp blade. What appeared was a huge palm print, emitting a destructive aura. It slammed towards Zichen. Wherever the palm print passed, the space trembled. After seeing Zichen's powerful combat strength, the Dragon Man still dared to attack him. It was obvious that the attacker was not an ordinary monstrous genius. When Zichen saw the palm print, his pupils shrank instantly. His expression changed because he could feel the aura of ultimate energy from the palm print. This is a heavenly warrior. Zichen was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Those who had ultimate energy were all heavenly warriors. Zichen was very clear about this. However, since becoming a heavenly warrior, he had only seen Su Long, who was a heavenly warrior. However, the one who secretly attacked him had ultimate energy. Obviously, he would be the second heavenly warrior that Zichen had seen. The palm print formed by ultimate energy was extremely terrifying. Moreover, from this attack, Zichen could clearly feel that the opponent's realm was much higher than his. Tyrannical fist, Zichen shouted. Pure yang energy emerged from abdomen. This energy appeared from abdomen and rushed towards his fist. Zichen could easily deal with ordinary battles. He did not use all of his ultimate energy. Therefore, ordinary people could not sense Zichen's ultimate energy. At this moment, facing a heavenly warrior's attack, he had to use all of his strength. The golden fist light collided with the palm print. A destructive aura burst out. The powerful attack was blocked by Zichen, but he was forced to retreat dozens of steps. After one exchange, Zichen was at a disadvantage. But in that exchange, the crowd was overwhelmed with shock because they could already feel the aura of that extreme energy. It proved that the person who had unleashed that palm was a heaven-level cultivator. There was actually a heavenly warrior hiding in the dark. Everyone was shocked. However, what shocked them was that Zichen's attack was also ultimate energy. The opponent was obviously a heavenly warrior. Heavenly warrior. Zichen is actually a heavenly warrior. The leaders of the four factions were shocked. They wished they could kill themselves on the spot. They had actually missed the opportunity to befriend a heavenly warrior. Instead, they had gone to find the Dragon Man. Chapter 547. The two sky martial artists were fighting in the open and in the dark. The Dragon Man was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be a sky martial artist hiding in the dark. But what shocked him even more was that the human who fought with him before was also a sky martial artist. But the Dragon Man hadn't sensed the existence of the ultimate energy before. In other words, the human hadn't displayed his strongest battle strength, possessed the strongest constitution, and was also a sky martial artist. The Dragonman's face turned even paler. After the confrontation between the sky martial artists, everyone sank into silence. Some were shocked, and some were filled with regret. From the broken void, Zichen saw a look of surprise. But then that surprise turned into disdain. Then the sky martial artist disappeared. The human continued to hide and didn't show himself immediately. But Zichen could clearly see the mockery and ridicule in his eyes. Due south. In one exchange, Zichen was pushed back. He had suffered a small loss. He didn't say a word. The devil ape's voice resounded in his mind. Then he looked coldly at a certain place in the void. He suddenly looked at the empty void and grinned. His smile became sinister and sinister. Then his hands began to shine. His golden fingertips danced like fairies. Seals appeared one after another. Thunderbolt finger. As the last seal fell, a golden thunderbolt finger appeared in the void. It was also a finger attack, but this time, its power was 30% stronger. The thick golden finger carried a destructive aura of lightning as it directly pointed at the void. As the fingerprint fell, the void exploded with a loud bang, and an extreme energy gushed out from it, blocking the devastating fingerprint. At the same time, a wretched figure flashed out from the exploded void, and at the place where the energy surged, there were drops of blood sprinkling down. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Zichun, who had just suffered a loss, had actually injured a sky martial artist with one attack. The power of that finger attack was really incredible. Zichun was also stunned, because when he had attacked just now, he had already sensed where the problem was. It was between his eyebrows. The problem was there. When Shao Qin's thunderbolt finger appeared, there seemed to be a strange energy coming from his forehead, making the finger imprint even stronger. Between Zichen's eyebrows, there was a thunder mark. He had obtained it in the holy burial ground. However, this mark had automatically disappeared not long after. Zichen hadn't paid much attention to it. He didn't expect that the thunderbolt finger would suddenly change, and he could feel the existence of the thunder mark again. In a certain void in the ancient battlefield, Zichen's use of the power of thunder had caused the thunder waves to pass through the layers of space and reach this place. This was a silver world. Silver lights flashed everywhere, like little snakes swimming around, illuminating the surroundings. If one looked closely, they would discover that each of these little silver snakes was formed from a bolt of lightning. Each of them emitted a terrifying heavenly might, containing inconceivable power. In the center of this silver world, there was a pair of huge silver bone wings. Each bone wing was 1,000 meters long, and when they spread out, they covered the sky. These huge bone wings were formed by rays of silver light. They were dazzling, and each ray of silver light that formed the bone wings contained a vast, heavenly might. Outside the ancient castle, Zichun had injured a sky-level warrior. His battle strength was terrifying. For a moment, the battle that had been clearing the battlefield paused for a moment. All the forces were afraid of each other and didn't dare to act recklessly. Zichun and the others didn't bother to clear the battlefield. The demon ape was already prepared. If the ancient castle opened, it would be the first to rush in. During this time, the ancient castle trembled continuously. Rays of black energy surged. It seemed that the ancient castle's gate could open at any time, constantly stimulating everyone's nerves. Boom! The world trembled again. This time, more black energy emerged from the ancient castle. The black energy finally rushed out of the ancient castle's gate, like a black tunnel that extended out. The towering ancient castle's gate also opened at this time. An ancient and vast aura rushed out. The ancient castle's gate opened to everyone. It was a dark tunnel that seemed to extend to another world. Everyone could only see the tunnel, but they couldn't see what was behind it. The tunnel is open. I can feel the blood calling me even more intensely, said the demon ape using telepathy. He was very excited. When the gate opened, everyone's expression changed. Greed, excitement, madness, ferocity, all kinds of expressions were changing. Murderous chi filled the air. The atmosphere was already oppressive, but now it was even more oppressive. Looking at the gate of the ancient castle, everyone's breathing became ragged. Their expressions were changing unceasingly. Finally, they all stopped and became crazy. People died for wealth, birds died for food. The atmosphere became even more oppressive. A great battle could break out at any time. In the calm before the storm, Zichun signaled Wang Qiong and the others to move back. Boom! Intense energy began to surge, and the battle that was on the verge of breaking out instantly began. Another battle to clear out the field began, and this time, it was even fiercer and more desperate. The first wave of attacks was launched by the unscrupulous assassins. A dozen black silhouettes appeared in the sky. Each one of them released a deadly attack. Their sharp blades cut towards the four forces of Chaos City. Die! When the gate of the ancient castle opened, the four forces of Chaos City also became crazy. They had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, they immediately launched their most ferocious counterattack. In an instant, the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh was unceasingly heard. The ground was filled with the sound of corpses falling down. In the midst of a large number of deaths, a chaotic battle started. Boom! Violent energies surged. The space was torn apart again. A palm formed by the energy appeared again. It was the Tian cultivator attacking again. However, this time, his target wasn't Zichun, but Wang Qiong and the others who were retreating. Ba! Tyrant's body was flickering with golden light. He immediately put away his sword teeth and put his palms together. He looked solemn and dignified. Then, a golden light shield appeared and protected him. Golden talismans were flashing on the shield. An old monk was chanting scriptures. The two of them formed a strange and powerful force, forming the strongest defense. Following Zichen's instructions, Wang Qiong and the others were still retreating. However, Tyrant was still protecting the shield. He took a step forward and blocked the attack for them. A moment later, the palm fell and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The palm imprint was destroyed and the energy within it was unceasingly attacking the golden light barrier. The entire light barrier was unceasingly twisting and shaking, but in the end, the light barrier was able to resist the attack of the cultivator of the Tian Qi layer. The Tian cultivator's attack had been dissolved. Looking at the dazzling golden light shield, Tyrant was slightly startled. He was a bit absent-minded. Suddenly, the space behind him split apart and another sharp blade appeared. It was filled with cold lights. It contained a deadly attack and attacked Tyrant. Tyrant was still in a daze. He didn't notice that. The sharp blade instantly hit the light shield. However, a metallic sound was heard. Golden lights flashed and blocked the attack. The assassin's expression changed drastically as he blocked the attack of the heaven-level warrior and his killing blow. At this moment, the monk who was in a daze turned around. He still had a benevolent expression on his face as he calmly pointed at the assassin. Puff! Under the assassin's shocked expression, a golden light shot out from Tyrant's fingertip. Then, it easily pierced through the elixir weapon in his hand and his body, destroying his soul. The next moment, his vision turned black. He held the elixir weapon with a hole in it and fell to the ground. Tyrant looked at the golden finger, then at the protective light shield around him. Then, he looked at the elixir weapon in the assassin's hand that had been pierced through. He was completely dumbfounded. It seemed that his battle strength had suddenly skyrocketed. A chaotic battle broke out. Other than the hidden assassins, all the other forces also appeared. The Tian cultivator appeared. He was a young man wearing armor that shone brightly. His attack actually couldn't break through the defense of Tyrant. His cold eyes were filled with disbelief. Zichun was strange. He didn't want to provoke Tyrant. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, he charged at Tyrant. At the same time, the demons also suffered waves of powerful attacks. In an instant, many demons died. The opponent was very strong. Ordinary demons were slaughtered. Fortunately, they were stopped by the Dragonians. This was an opponent that was not weaker than the Tian cultivator. He was evenly matched with the Dragonians. In the chaotic battle, the four major forces suffered the most. They had the most people, but they were targeted by the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union. Even if they went all out, they were no match for the assassins. With each killing blow, the sound of sharp blades piercing through flesh rang out unceasingly. Miserable cries reverberated in the sky. One figure after another fell from the sky. Amidst the loud bangs, nearly half of the people had fallen. Their eyes were filled with despair. Among them, the leaders of the four major forces even called for Zichen's help. Zichen, save us. If you protect us to enter the ancient castle, we will definitely thank you when we return. In the midst of their pleas, there were all kinds of promises. However, Zichen's face was cold. He was indifferent to them. His eyes were fixed on the pitch-black tunnel. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in front of the tunnel. A tall black figure flew out from the void. He seemed to have been sent flying by a strong force. The silver spear in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. The demonic ape, who was about to sneak into the tunnel, was sent flying by the energy. Moreover, he was injured by the opponent in one blow. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After he stabilized himself, he saw a figure in front of him. The figure was burning with flames. He was like a man on fire. He couldn't see the other party's face at all. He was the one who sent the demonic ape flying with one blow and protected the tunnel. As soon as the other party appeared, he emitted a strong aura. Then, he pointed 2 fingers at the void. 2 sparks flew out of his hand and fell into the void. Boom, boom. The sparks exploded in the void. 2 burning corpses fell to the ground. However, before the corpses hit the ground, they were turned into ashes by the flames. Chapter 548. It was just an ancient castle. At most, it could be considered a relic. However, in the entire ancient battlefield, there were at least 50 to 60 such relics, if not 100 or 80. However, it was just an ordinary relic. Look at how many experts had appeared in front of them. There were 2 heaven-level martial artists, and there were also many existences that were not weaker than heaven-level martial artists. Moreover, the flaming man that was emitting flames was extremely powerful. The energy that surged around his body made people's hearts palpitate. This reminded the knowledgeable Dragonians of a legend about the flaming man. Damn it, why is it a legend again? The Dragonians were furious. They were the invincible divine dragon bloodline, but they were being suppressed again and again today. He was extremely angry. Hence, he was furious and started to call for help. A sharp and ear-piercing signal suddenly soared into the sky. Then, it exploded in the sky. A strange energy fluctuation spread in all directions. This was the signal of the Dragonians. It was a signal for all the Dragonians to gather. There was an emergency. It was also a signal to command the demon race. When the demon race saw the signal, they had to rush over as fast as possible. At the same time, various signals soared into the sky. It could not be helped. The strength of the cultivators here was too strong. Even the assassins who were good at solo assassination began to call for their companions. In an instant, various signals soared into the sky. They were like beautiful fireworks exploding in the sky. It was gorgeous and eye-catching. Seeing the signals flying in the sky, the leaders of the 4 forces were completely dumbfounded. They had prepared for a long time before bringing a group of experts here. They never expected to encounter such a situation in the first relic. The assassins of the Heavenly Kill Alliance and the demon race of the Wasteland were no match for them. They began to send out signals. Obviously, there was nothing for them to do here. Next, it was a battle between a heaven-level martial artist and a cultivator whose strength was comparable to a heaven-level martial artist. It was also an even more tragic battle. How could this be? The 4 of them were flustered and exasperated. They had brought many experts here to show off their grand plan in the depths of the ancient battlefield. They wanted to get more rewards and return with a full load. But when they saw the battle not far away, they saw that it was a battle between Tian-level cultivators, or at least someone who was comparable to a Tian-level cultivator. They felt despair in their hearts. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the advantage of numbers wasn't always a deterrent. Every single strong cultivator there could easily slaughter them. Let's retreat. This is a battle between Tian-level cultivators. If we don't retreat, our people will all die. Wu Bo sighed helplessly. At this moment, even Zi-chun couldn't protect them, because this battle had changed from a battle between ordinary geniuses to a battle between Tian-level cultivators. Retreat. Seeing that many people from the Yao clan were already retreating, they could only follow suit. At this point, they were reduced to spectators. At this moment, they finally understood why the past few generations of the clan had never returned. It was not because there were too few of them, but because they lacked strength. All of them were Tian-level cultivators. Once there was a conflict of interest, they would be slaughtered. How could they survive? In addition to being annoyed, they were also deeply jealous. It was just a group of barbarians, but there were 2 Tian-level cultivators among them. Although the monk was not a Tian-level cultivator, he was not any weaker than a Tian-level cultivator. And that demonic ape was also terrifyingly strong. The Burning Man was very strong. He injured the demonic ape with one attack, and then casually pointed 2 fingers to kill the 2 geniuses. Zichun felt a dangerous aura from the Burning Man. Die! Zichun shouted. His expression was extremely solemn. A broken spear appeared in his hand in an instant, carrying a monstrous killing intent. It was like a blood-red lightning, piercing towards the Burning Man. The Burning Man raised his hand to block the attack. The blazing flames burned fiercely. In the blazing heat, there was a terrifying energy surging. Clang! The broken spear hit the Burning Man, but it made a clanging sound. Zichun's powerful attack did not break through the Burning Man's defense. At the same time, he was also pushed back. A mere Hotion-level cultivator dares to attack me? You're courting death. The Burning Man said coldly. Then, he flicked his finger towards Zichun. The next moment, a small spark rushed towards Zichun. The small spark was only the size of a fingernail, but Zichun felt a terrifying aura from it. His pupils shrank, and he held the broken spear to block. A terrifying energy emerged on the tip of the spear. The spark exploded, instantly destroying the energy on the tip of the spear. At the same time, a huge force rushed through the spear to Zichun, directly pushing him back. Zichun, who was pushed back, was shocked. The Burning Man's strength was really strong. Just a mere Hotion-level cultivator. The Burning Man's disdainful voice became louder. Light flashed in his hand, and the sparks splashed like raindrops, rushing towards Zichun. Buzz. Zichun's body flashed with a resplendent golden light. He was like a Jin family war god. The aura of ultimate energy in his body surged through his body. At this moment, the perfect body completely erupted. As the pale golden blood surged, it emitted a monstrous sound. A powerful force emerged from the pale golden blood. With the addition of the perfect body and ultimate energy, Zichun raised his combat strength to its peak. The broken spear in his hand began to glow, but it wasn't the usual blood-red color. Instead, it was blood gold. There was a hint of gold in the blood-red color. The broken spear flashed as blood gold energy began to surge. Like a blood gold bolt of lightning, it struck the sparks. Every time the tip of the spear landed on the sparks, it would trigger an explosion. A powerful energy would emerge, but before the energy could spread, it was destroyed by the broken spear. In the blink of an eye, many sparks were destroyed by Zichun. He stood with his spear in hand and looked coldly at the Burning Man. Oh, a mere postnatal realm warrior actually has such means. I've underestimated you. There was a hint of surprise in the Burning Man's words, but he was still disdainful. Right on the heels of that, he struck out at Zichun. This time, a huge flaming palm appeared, emitting a terrifying high temperature as it struck at Zichun. This was the first time the Burning Man had used a combat skill. It was extremely powerful. Even the powerful Zichun didn't dare say that he could easily withstand it. Suddenly, a lightning mark flashed between Zichun's eyebrows. Following that, Zichun felt his body fill with power. This power was powerful and terrifying. When he looked at the flaming hand that he had been extremely afraid of, he felt that it was just an ordinary attack. After that, he pointed at the flaming hand. It was easy and simple, but to be on the safe side, Zichun still used his finger bone. Pop with a soft sound. The powerful flaming hand was hit by Zichun. It was extremely easy. The energy in the flaming hand didn't even have time to explode before it was completely annihilated. In the blazing hot air, there was an obvious chill. This chill came from the Burning Man. A mere postnatal realm warrior had broken his attacks one after another. This made him lose face. The next moment, he turned into a flaming light and rushed towards Zichun. There was no powerful combat skill, only brute force. Obviously, he wanted to use violent means to directly smash Zichun to death. Feeling the power in his body getting stronger and stronger, Zichun looked at the Burning Man rushing towards him with a disdainful smile. The golden energy flashed, and he once again raised his middle finger towards the Burning Man. Boom! An explosion resounded through the sky. The terrifying energy dissipated between the two, forming a ripple of energy. Zichun's finger pointed at the Burning Man's forehead. With just this finger, He blocked the Burning Man's attack and dissolved all of his energy attacks. Ah! The Burning Man shouted. His voice shook the sky. At the same time, an even stronger flame rushed out of his body and spread towards Zichun. He was determined to burn his opponent. At the same time, Zichun's fingertip emerged a burst of energy with the power of thunder and lightning. It instantly dispersed the flames that emerged from the Burning Man's body. At the same time, the Burning Man was blown away. The flames around the Burning Man slowly converged and turned into a handsome young man. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock. He was so powerful, but he was suppressed by a mere postnatal realm warrior. Similarly, the other warriors who were fighting not far away were also shocked. In their opinion, the biggest threat here was the Burning Man. But at this moment, the Burning Man was blown away by a human's finger. The Burning Man's appearance only flashed for a moment, and then the flames surged again. Thunderbolt finger. Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Zichun once again used the pure Thunderbolt combat skill. As he pointed his finger, the golden finger became even more terrifying, and then it touched the Burning Man's body. The Burning Man's body suddenly shook, and then he was blown away again. The flames that had just ignited around his body were extinguished again. Bang! At the same time, the battle between the monk and the Heaven Realm warrior in the distance had also come to an end. A golden palm print blew the Heaven Realm warrior away. The monk won. Zichun defeated the Burning Man, and the monk defeated the Heaven Realm warrior. Such terrifying combat power could be said to have shocked everyone. Everyone's eyes looked in this direction, and there were all kinds of complicated emotions in their eyes. Zichun's eyes were cold, and he ignored the Burning Man. His cold eyes looked at a certain place in the void, and then he pointed his finger again. With one point, heaven and earth shook, and the void shattered. Amidst the explosion, Luo Sha's figure appeared. His face was full of fear and shock. The attack just now had blown up half of his body, and fresh blood splattered from the sky. He had suffered a fatal injury. Bang! At the same time, Zichun waved his hand in the air. In the next moment, a burst of energy appeared in front of Luo Sha at lightning speed, and then it hit him. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but the place where Luo Sha landed was where Wang Qiong and the others were. At this moment, Wang Qiong, Wang Xian and Wang Shan's eyes were shining with hatred. Mournful screams were heard, and Wang Shan was being tortured inhumanly. During this period of time, Zichun constantly attacked the air. Amidst the explosions, the black-clothed men who charged at Wang Qiong's group were blasted away by the energy. They fell to the ground and lost their lives. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.